back-up, hard-fought series. Despite LYON getting the 3-0, Game 1 and Game 2, they definitely had to work for that victory. And BLG just coming off the back of that T1 victory, they are going to be making sure they want to stamp their dominance here at MSI 26.
Absolutely. It's what the analysts were talking about at the top of the day. If LYON want to stand a chance, they're really going to have to show us a more refined form. They're going to have to show us them at their best compared to what we saw in those opening Furia games where things were real scary for a long time.
But we did get to see a little bit of that adaptation coming through from LYON, right? Like, we got to see Lee Sin coming through for his part, where he's way more active in the early stages, wanting to try and play for this, like, covering topside for Dokla. And I think that's where we'll see a similar story coming in today of Inspired trying to be more active to match Shun in the early stages.
All right, let's see what we get. I am excited to see what the drafts look like. In particular, I want to see what LYON can do to match the power of the BLG solo lanes specifically, Bin and Knight in that series against T1. You're talking about going up against the team, the organization that has the most world championships by a country mile, and BLG taking them to 5 games. So much history between those two teams.
อันนี้สายบนครับทีมคู่แรกครับ
So much of it was because of Bin.
คู่แรกยังมีสายล่างครับแต่ว่าคู่2เนี่ยไม่มีแล้ว
So you now putting bans in towards that as line, because that then opens up more for Bin and Knight in those solo lanes. So that could definitely unleash the power of what has been the biggest strength of BLG over the course of their domestic split. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is, because yeah, it is a tall task for LYON going up against one of the tournament favorites.
All right, let's do it. We're into draft for the first time here. BLG chose the blue side. LYON chose second pick. So they want to make sure that they're getting that final counter pick here. I respect that sort of approach, looking particularly, I'm hoping, for a counter pick in one of the solo lanes. Let's see how it shakes out. Jungle Focus from BLG, Nocturne and Vi, their first 2 bans here in this one, while LYON are going to get rid of the Poppy, while also removing that menacing mage bot laner in the Ziggs.
Yeah, it feels like to me BLG are basically saying, look, we want to try and remove moments for Inspired to be active in the early game. Get rid of the Nocturne, who's strong in those invades early, Vi, who's very good in those ganks early, and maybe even a Lee Sin ban might be tossed in here as well based on his performance the other day, but we'll have to see. Whereas on the other side, yeah, LYON still trying to focus a little bit more on getting rid of the Ziggs, getting rid of those AP carries in the bot lane, but we know the Viper kind of has a few in the back pocket now after bringing out the Vel'Koz.
Exactly, the Orianna here going to be the final ban in phase 1 from BLG.
วันนี้พี่ว่า BLG 3-0 ว่ะ
from Saint. And Saint and Dokla, I think, both had a bit of a struggle of a series up against Furia. These guys have had some high highs, they've had some low lows domestically back in North America, and I feel like all the North American fans watching now really want to see them play at their best, play at that higher level, because anything less will simply not be acceptable against Knight and Bin.
Yeah, well, Knight might get his hands on the rise here with Cassiopeia and the Aurea ban. Maybe they're trying to bait it though, and Nivea is still left open if you want to try and take that for Saint, but Rise incredibly strong at the moment. But looks like Bin just going to go towards the chase here.
ให้3 ดาวแล้วครับทีมคนละระดับ
More focus when we have like the Ziggs in the bot lane, you can go for this poke
มัน
style.
จะอยู่หรือไปดิวันเนี้ย
Maybe BLG want to try and go back towards that style they played in Game 1 versus T1.
เฮ้ยทีโมเฮ้ย
For BLG, this is also such an extra threat because this is a team that has so many options in draft, right? They have deep champion pools, they have flexible champion pools. The Jace can still go to either one of the solo lanes. It's scary stuff.
Yeah, we've seen it domestically where they're having to put that Jace towards Knight as well, but it's even just a flexible playstyle as well. Like, we've traditionally looked at them as, you know, unlock on, play for solo lanes. Last day, they got Shun on the carry, and we're like, wait, we're just going to play for this Kindred, right? It feels like everyone on this team can step up to carry, but there's that Lee Sin that we were talking about. So, LYON feels like coming in with this plan already up, right? We're going to be proactive in the early stage. We're going to have Inspired for an interaction with the map, as it's the Cassante that's locked in the top line.
Okay, so we've got Lee playmaking early on. You mentioned how the Vi and the Nocturne, those are bans from BLG to try to slow down Inspired early, but Lee Sin obviously capable of making tons of plays. Cassante to try to answer potentially. I'm expecting into that Jace, expecting it to go towards Bin, just be able to survive the lane, endure that onslaught that can be so oppressive for so many matchups.
Yeah, I fully agree. Looks like with the Rise taken though, I'm curious what the answer for Saint is going to be. Like, do you end up going back towards something like that in Nivea, or do you try and go for something a little bit different? Because we haven't seen it brought out a huge amount. He does have 2 games on it, and we've also seen things like the Galio.
ตอนนี้ไลซ์ยังเป็นอันดับ 1นะครับ
Something like the Lee Sin in that
ตัวที่ถูกเลือกมากที่สุด ตัวที่ถูกแบนมากที่สุด
This pick has been so strong.
ตอนนี้เป็นโอเรน่าวารัสอยู่ที่ 19 ครับห่างกับโอเรน่าไป6 ตัว
Definitely didn't feel up to par with the other Camille performances we've seen in the tournament. So that one gonna go over to On, but the response from Lion is the Shen.
And I like it. I mean, if you just can't hit people as the Camille, that kind of gets 2 thumbs up. Looks like that's the game plan. And the curiosity for me coming into this was, what's the answer if the Camille is let through? Well, seems Oz has been practicing that Shen to make sure you've got the Spirit's Refuge. You've got access to that.
เหลือเชื่อมากแล้ววันนี้บราซิล LL จะเป็นอย่างไร
Honestly, very few supports in the world are able to do. So already, like, I love this line of come in with a game plan.
And now both sides still have AD carries yet to pick. So we'll see the Ezreal banned out on the Lion side here in the second half of the draft. Syndra going to be banned away by BLG. You're keeping that away from Saint, but you're also critically keeping it open for Knight later on in the series. Since you already have the Jace and the Rise, you know that solo laner is already locked in for Knight, no matter how they want to allocate that. And Knight Syndra is so well known. You're like, I don't
แต่พอไปย้อนนึกดีๆวันที่ทีวันแพ้
go ahead and leave that open for future games.
คือเคเลียก็ตื่นเต้นเหมือนเล่นแปลกๆด้วย
So still putting a little bit of focus towards the jungle there for sure, and I think that makes sense, right? And basically what you have is a composition online that wants to get up close and personal, and you have what I imagine is going to be poke coming through from BLG to work alongside this Jace. So getting rid of champions that once you dive in, we get a lot of value in this sort of situation. So curious to see what the rest of the game plans are going to be for Shun, but yeah, line. There it is, the anti-back, going to be the last one.
Taking their time on that one, but yeah, removing the antis, double mid-lane bans from BLG here in the second half of the draft. I'm expecting Lion to... I'm actually curious what they're going to do here, because they already know what the solo lane matchups are. You wanted to go for last pick in the draft as the Lion side.
Yeah, the biggest problem is, like, the answers for Rise kind of low damage for a large portion of the game. Like, I was going to say the Galio and kind of the Nivea in the early stages. So instead, they're just going to go for the Talia. Still have that Weaver's Wall to try and match that side lane pressure and hopefully cut off some of the retreat angles for BLG. But we were talking about that long range poke. Well, the Mel left open, and this has become just such a staple combo at MSI.
This champion has lost 1 game so far. I believe she is currently at a 6 of 7 win rate in this tournament. We'll see here as soon as it's... I'm expecting it to be locked in on the BLG side. Yes, 6 wins, 1 loss. This champ is so powerful on this patch, and seeing that locked in with that Camille combo like you're talking about, this is scary stuff coming from BLG.
Yeah, just the question of, I was going to say what the jungle
ไม่วันนั้นเคเลียไม่ใช่ไม่เล่นแทงซับแทงไม่เท่าคนอื่นแต่ว่าวันนั้นเหมือนเล่นแล้วแบบวันนั้นตัดสินใจไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่ครับ
Relatively immobile. The only thing is that Unraveled Earth can cause you some issues on trying to find the engage tool, so we'll have to see what if he is locking in, it is. Okay. So there you go, like, decent poke with the Mel and the Jays, try and play from range, and then once you do get up close and personal, you can get value from the Rise, from this Camille as well, being able to lock people up. So BLG going to be wanting to get very aggressive in the early stages and once again play around their solo lanes like we expect.
Yeah, that range power, man, you already said it, but with Mel and Jace together, that can create such a dire dance around objectives. And the final pick of the draft here for Lion will be the Tristana for Berserker.
Okay, so they're going to fight fire with fire in that bottom lane, basically saying, look, Mel has range, but if we just jump on her head, there's not much she can really do. So immediately, we're going to have some attention down towards this bottom side. And again, we talked about Line have this game plan coming in. You get the Lee Sin early in the draft, gives you the opportunity to try and play aggressive. You go for that weak side for Dokla, and it's all going to be about trying to get Berserker ahead in this bottom lane.
And I was...
คือมันน่าจะอยากให้คนดูตื่นเต้นทุกแมตช์
after their series against Furia, and even he was saying, yeah, we weren't playing super coordinated, we weren't playing our best. If we keep playing like this, we're gonna have a fast ticket home, even though they won that first series against Furia. So as someone from North America, I'm glad to see that Lion is also perceiving that first series as, yeah, it was a win, but it wasn't a win that you're going and you're writing home about how you're so proud of it. It's one that they got it, but they know that there's a lot to improve on. And I hope that they have improved since that matchup against Furia, because BLG, you mentioned it at the start of the draft, one of the tournament favorites, many people predicting either them or HLE to be the team to beat here at this competition. And considering BLG already took down T1 in that best of 5, they have proved that they are certainly not to be underestimated.
Yeah, and I'm curious now to see how this bot lane is going to go, because we have a bunch of first-timers coming in with both the Mel as the first time for Viper and Isles first time in that Shen. So there's some questions on both sides. We'll have to see who can try and get the better of each as BLG immediately start to step forward when to spot it where Inspired is.
Global power rankings up there at the top. BLG ranked at number 1, Lion ranked at number 16. So bit of a gap between those metrics. BLG with Knight and Bin in particular. I know I've been talking about these guys, but man, I can't stop talking about these guys. These are two of the best
BLG อันดับ1โลกแล้วหรอ
A lot of people currently ranking Knight as the best mid laner, the best individual performing player in pro in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to when he's coming in with an average of nearly 7 kills from the domestic region to MSI. Like, this guy has been absolutely insane. So I think that's where a huge amount of the focus has been. And even he had some stellar performances up against T1 as well, where he's able to get that early lead. So we'll have to see his
แฟดออกแล้วไวเปอร์แต่ว่า
flashback from Viper. Isles trying to get aggro at level 1 here in the 2v2. Yes, he gets the summoner spell out of Viper, also on spending the ignite, but it does cost Isles his heal too, and he now also losing a big chunk of HP for the attempted play.
Yeah, immediately though, alarm bells should be ringing for Inspired. Like, this now becomes a focus for you. Try and get on towards Viper, abuse the fact that that flash is down. You can see Berserker and Lions knowing they have the level 2 already stepping up, especially when you can see they've just spotted the Jarvan on the Raptors. He'll be moving towards that top end and should open up that space for you.
All right, Berserker and Isles. Okay, staying safe enough for now. The Solar Snare forces the taunt defensively out of Isles, so Viper and On take the opportunity to step forward now, knowing there's not the opportunity present for the Lion support. As Inspired is here in the topside river, jumps over the wall of the Grub pit and might just make a stop up here in the top side looking for Bin. Dokla finds the knock up there with the third in Tofo strike, but he misses the Pathmaker for the follow-up CC. Inspired's made his way into the fight now.
เรียบร้อยบินเสียแฟดแล้วตายด้วยเฟิร์สบัตน่าจะเป็นของ BLG ไม่ใช่ของลียง
That's what I'm talking about for Inspired, getting active in the early stage, but they moved on.
Now down in the bottom lane. Yeah, we got some trouble here for Isles. 150 HP left. On also very low. Isles dies first. On dies second. He tries to flash to get away from it. Ain't gonna work. Viper down to 200 HP as Berserker is still firing. Another Solar Snare lands, and it's a double kill back over to Viper. He goes Berserker down.
BLG's bot lane just undo some of the work Inspired did. 2 kills to Viper in the early stages, and you've seen what this Mel can do with an early lead. And at the start, it looks reasonably good. You get the level 3, you interrupt the dash from On, but Viper focuses the wave, gets his own level 3 for the bot lane, and then as you work forward, it's a late exhaust on towards Viper, who is just waiting for cooldowns now to come back up, and it's as Berserker steps forward, there's just enough damage in the kit to take him down.
Yeah, Viper having that burst right there at the end, getting the cooldown back for the Radiant Volley. Berserker's already trapped in Solar Snare, nowhere to go. Inspired now trying to secure his own blue buff, but BLG has other plans. It's an invade coming out from Shun and On. These two pieces of the BLG chessboard that so often are roaming together, making plays, facilitating the carries to get fed, to get to the point where they can just slam their opponents with that skill that we've seen them demonstrate so many times. They won't be able to steal the blue buff away this time, so Lion can at least keep their resources to themselves for now.
And that's why it's so terrifying seeing Viper get these early kills, because the game plan is unlock On, get him on the map and try and play towards these solo lanes. Well, with those 2 kills, it now becomes significantly more difficult to not just have Viper push you off of waves, clear out every sort of wave that's stacking on that bottom side.
Yeah.
So now you have to figure out a new plan, and even Shun getting into that bottom lane to cover for a potential gank on the bottom side, like as he was threatening that blue buff, like you can see BLG want to try and protect the sanctity of this bottom lane now.
Yeah, when the bottom lane mage gets fed, it means 2 things. It means 1, you're
also
going to hold on. Isles goes back in for the taunt, as now Lion is going to full send it here with the 2v2. On very low, the explosive charge about to detonate. Berserker jumps in and he's already found the first skill. Viper under pressure. Berserker bloodthirsty, and he shuts down Viper into nothing.
คอมโจดด่วนคอมโจดด่วน ทีสตาน่านะโอเคเชนนะ
immediately going back in and getting the 2 kills for themselves. Massive turnaround. And you can see how it started. Like saw that he had the setup with Viper. Isles does a good job of body blocking, and immediately all the cooldowns are gone. Viper can't do anything to block it, and they get the turnaround.
Okay, back alive though. Knight making a play up here into the top side. Dokla under pressure. Isles coming in looking to save his top laner, but he can't quite do it.
ถอนว่ะได้ว่ะได้ชุนได้ชุนโอ้ยังได้สวยจัด
Making a 1-for-1, and Saint and Inspired have arrived. BLG still plenty of health on the remaining 3 players here. It doesn't look like Lion will be able to force anything else, but a great roam from Isles to make that an even trade.
You say maybe nothing else, just interrupting the back on there. Isles still trying to interrupt here as well. So, as you say, like, you get the assist onto Dokla, which keeps him within touching distance of Bin. When it comes towards that gold, when it comes towards the experience, you're able to set him up, and you get the turnaround kill as well. So, nicely done by Lion, and this is what we wanted to see, because think about what the talking points for Lion were coming out of LCS. It was, this is a slow pace. They're glacial. They're not really going to play in the early stages. Man, we're at 8 kills in 6 minutes.
Yeah, this is a very fast pace, specifically for Lion. Like we talked about, Berserker also being 3-1 now on this Tristana. We talked about how, just going to be able to clear waves. It frees up Shun and On to go elsewhere, to play around Knight and Bin. But if Berserker is this massive point of pressure that can just force take turrets and create problems, well, now BLG just might have some of those problems of their own to have to solve. Still no focus on neutral objectives here early, but I can kind of understand that. I feel like if you're Lion, you're trying to make plays, catch these guys off guard, make the game really scrappy. And if you're BLG, this is a team that also likes to play for gold instead of focusing on those early objectives.
Yeah, and I think as well, they've also managed to do this while keeping Oz out on the map, right? Or sorry, in lane to get experience. So he's about to tick over to level 5. Once the Shen ult comes online at level 6, that ability to try and play for that gold that you're talking about becomes significantly more difficult. But Inspired here, trying to help out Dokla.
Yeah, Dokla trying to get a setup here onto Bin. Inspired still waiting over the wall. You can ward hop over the wall and then try to get a Dragon's Rage angle onto Bin. Would have required setup from Dokla, which is what he was looking for, but couldn't quite find. You mentioned the Stand United, but there's also Saints Weaver's Wall. There is a lot of cross-map play potential here for the Lion side after Isles hits that level 6 that you're talking about. And I feel like if Lion wants to win this one, that's something they're going to have to use to catch BLG off guard.
Yeah, especially as BLG go for a play, if you can bring the numbers advantage there, especially as you talk about the mobility of not only the Weaver's Wall, but the Lee Sin as well. Very quick to get to some of these fights. So we'll have to see what the plan is, because 3 members of BLG on this top side, and Dokla trying to step away.
Yep, Bin jumps in immediately to the skies, but Dokla tries to turn it around here a little bit. Shun has already showed up, Inspired nearby. Hook shot over the wall coming in from On. Dokla tries to go all out, but it ain't gonna work. Inspired staying alive for now. Dragon's Rage back through 3. Lands another Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike to follow it up. Berserker is here. Shun continues retreating. On trying to get enough space here for himself. Has the explosive charge on his head, but disengages in time. It's a +1 for BLG.
Yeah, Lion tried to get that reset and move up towards that top side with the swap, but unfortunately, that little bit too late. BLG managing to make that play happen and get away as well. Does mean it will be the Void Grubs going across to Inspired, but BLG happy, as you say, to get that gold.
I feel like if you're Lion, you're at least happy to deny the Void Grubs to BLG since they're playing with a Rise and a Jace, 2 champions that love to kind of just move in this 1-3-1 type of style with Mel spamming Radiant Volley.
แต่ถ้าเกิดสมมติแบบ BLG แบบลงมาสายล่างนี่ภาวะไรนี่เข้ารอบชิงเลยนะ
Hopefully slow down some of that turret taking potential with the split pushing strategy. Lion still up by a little bit of gold, and honestly, especially comparing this to the performance that we saw in those first couple of games against Furia, I feel like Lions seem much more cohesive, much more coherent in this opening game.
Much more cognizant as well of what BLG are trying to achieve, right? Like, they are going for the lane swap. They're just a little bit too late, right? And it's constantly thinking of where is Shun going to be? How can we try and cover for some of these invades? This is where it does get a little dicey. Isles on his own here.
Yeah, he's about to face check. Nope, drops the ward in instead. Good move there from Isles. Does not get caught unaware by the Camille and Jarvan camping in the brush. They still do have the control ward there in the banana brush, so they will maintain vision over this area, secure the scuttle crab in the bottom side for themselves as well on BLG.
It might even be more because with Berserker now
LYON ชนะ
steadily open
BLG
up
ได้
that 800 gold. He
ก็
has
ชนะ
that
ฮาวอะไรได้
Hex
โอกาสไม่ใช่
item on the
ศูนย์
map. That gives you that moment to push in on this bottom side, maybe look for Dragon as well. Now, Lee Sin has moved towards this top side as Inspired's camps are spawning there, so maybe another minute before they get there, but I expect that's where LYON are going to try and put that next point of pressure.
They've got to be able to protect this Tristana. Hex Optic's already done. Combine that with how, as long as he's farming, as long as he's leveling up, you're continuing to get the range through the passive. The Trist could become the hyper carry that they need. And during the regular season in North America, myself and a lot of other people saw Berserker as far and away the best AD carry in the region. This is a guy that you can trust him to have his hands in the right place. The team just has to make sure that they are protecting him, that they are getting him there. Isles on the defense with that Spirit's Refuge, like we've been seeing in some of those early bottom lane 2v2s. The Shen will need to be locked in to make sure that BLG can't take Berserker out.
แต่ทิศนา ADC มันดูจะเจอคอมนี้ได้ดีว่ะมันดาเมจเร็วแล้วมันก็เตะคามิวได้คือมันยิงคามิวได้แบบดันมันออกจากกันติแล้วมันก็โดดหลบแบบบัฟเฟอร์หลบเมลได้
exactly where BLG are trying to interact on the map, and that lets you kind of set up for, let's move the Tali into position with the Weaver's Wall, let's get ready with that Shen ultimate and make it difficult for you to play it. Even Inspired is sitting in this bot lane, they want to make a play on Viper if he steps up.
See if they get the opportunity. Isles clearing out some vision as On can't quite stop him. Important to note, you mentioned it earlier.
แต่ที่ T1 แพ้ BLG อ่ะมันไทยตัวเองส่วนใหญ่เว้ยแบบพี่ว่ามันก็เรื่องคืออาจจะเป็นแบบเฮ้ยดาร์ฟมันอาจจะนั่นนี่แต่จริงๆแล้วจะฟอร์มดีจริงๆเพราะว่า
And Inspired and Berserker, as soon as they place that control ward, they are to see that the plan is exposed. Shun here in the mid lane. Nope, not going to get the chance to make a move on Saint. He backs up in time.
Yeah, and that's kind of what everyone has been doing online, just stepping away, making sure you're not giving that moment. Like every time that wave is cleared out on bot side, Berserker has been stepping back towards his tower, and it is making BLG it difficult.
ถ้าจะเสียดายเกมไหนเสียดายเกมที่แบบคามิวสุดแหละ
I think for BLG
ตอนนั้นเคเลียก็
point is like how can we try and get that push to
เล่นได้ไม่ดีมากด้วยแล้วเสียดายบาทอุตส่าห์ได้แบบบาทเฟิร์สพิกได้แล้วอะเสียดายจัด
Those first items have started to come through across the board, but BLG just feel like they have that moment on the map. And LYON not going to contest. Tristana has swapped up towards the top side. They're looking for turret plates for her instead.
Exactly. It's a late first Drake. It's not like you're going to be playing around some 22-minute potential Dragon Soul, even if they stack everything up. So first Drake does go over to BLG. No contest, as you say. LYON trying to overload the top side here. As the response, Dokla going to step forward with that third and Topo strike primed. It means that Bin has to walk all the way back. Accelerated shock blast also blocked by the Cassante, who does have his Iceborne Gauntlet fully completed. Gives Berserker some firing time onto the tier 1 turret. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, it is On and Viper getting the wave shoved up themselves. Viper will, of course, get a little bit of time with these turret plates. There is a difference, though, in Mel taking turrets versus Chris taking turrets. Yeah. It's not quite an even battle. And you can see Dokla and Berserker putting in the work up here, and that is first turret, 12 minutes and 45 seconds into the game for LYON.
Yeah, and again, I think this is what you want to try and be doing as LYON, right? Like moving people around the map, making sure you're able to use the advantages. But hold on, Saint has been caught in the mid lane.
Yeah, Saint caught in the Hextech ultimatum, but now his team's going to back him up. It's Isles and Inspire with a beautiful Dragon's Rage!
Yeah,
take a knee! Saint stands tall here in the mid lane.
รออยู่แล้วยังไม่ได้ตีด้วยซ้ำเชนคามิวเดินไม่ได้เลยว่ะเจออย่างงี้
Making sure they have to get the kill. On does find Isles though, and I'm not entirely sure that On is alone here. Shun can move across. Oz realizes it. Just want to try and get some vision down.
Yeah, luckily, even though both of these supports are more like battle supports, something like a Lulu, it's still a tunneler versus a Kindle gem. There's not a whole lot of lethality here in the itemization. Let's take another look at this attempted play, though, from BLG.
Yeah, again, you see Inspired kind of just hovering in this mid lane. Isles was there. They knew that the Shen was around, but the flash, On predicted this. Knight was not ready for that one. Gets caught by the taunt, and it's the kick.
ของทีมนี้จริงๆแล้ววัดกันที่อะไรรู้ป่ะจริงๆก็มีอันนึงเหมือนกันนะที่ว่าก็คือเรื่องของความง่วงนะการตื่นนอนนะเพราะว่าคู่นี้จริงๆแล้วเนี่ยเขาก็ต้องมาเตรียมตัวตั้งแต่แบบคือ9 โมงนี่ต้องตื่นแล้วเตรียมตัว10 โมงแล้วก็แบบกินข้าวให้เสร็จต้องมาอยู่หน้างานแบบ10 โมงครึ่ง
I think we're going to be looking at a dive on this bottom side
จริง
Tristana moving down inspired
ๆคือเพราะว่ามันเที่ยงประมาณเที่ยงที่เกาหลี
finds the third in Tofo strike, but again the Pathmaker not quite where he wants it. Goes for the all out, but a nice flash away from Bin. Dokla very low, has to flash back away. Dokla stays alive thanks to Stand United. Lions spent 4 men to do it, but they get the play they're looking for.
คือต้องกินข้าวให้เสร็จแล้วก็แบบพร้อมอะตั้งแต่แบบ10 โมงอะจริง
dangerous with Shun waiting in the wings.
Does manage to clear it. Yep. He sidesteps the solar snare. If the solar snare would have hit him,
เพราะพี่ดูหน้าบินตอนนั้นแบบว่าเหมือนแบบ
he's dead for sure.
กึ่งง่วงอยู่นะ
Avoiding that one means he can clear the wave out. Meanwhile, Knight is going to find the opportunity to shove waves, to grab plates up here in the top lane. As Dokla finally comes to answer him, but Berserker has already taken the second tower in bottom lane.
It's the Void Group Tristana you were talking about. Like, oh, hang on,
oh, that blink and you'll miss it. Shun on and their backup in Viper, just absolutely smashing Isles as he walks a little bit too close to that brush, and the timing is beautiful for BLG. The Rift Herald has just spawned, and now this is going to be their opportunity to grab that objective, try to equalize some of these turret counts.
Oh, Inspired wanted the kick for the setup, but Bin transforming there, just getting the move speed to keep himself out of danger's way. But Dokla kind of needs to do the same as BLG. They have control on that top side, and they want this tower.
Yeah, Knight's going to take that third plate immediately. On trying to continue to supply the pressure here. Dokla hits him with a third in Tofo strike. Hextech ultimatum to try to stay alive. He's dizzy up there against Dokla.
ช่วยอะไรไม่ได้เลยครับแบบตายไปเลยครับออน
BLG support.
เป็นออฟแล้วว่ะ
Doing wonders when it comes towards those dives. Are people trying to get past this tier 1 tower on top side? Amazing stuff, getting the kill, shutting down the play, open up line now to make some moves towards the mid lane.
แต่ว่าเงินนำน้อยมากอะ
BLG side here.
It's a cardinal sin in League of Legends, man. Disrespecting Cassante underneath the turret. This champ has so many tools to make plays around turrets. You've got to give him the respect he deserves. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, Bin is going to mine some money here from plate number 4. Takes that one out. There was some nice turret crust for the bonus damage, but Saint will show up in time to prevent Bin from taking the entire.
อันนี้ก็ประมาณ20 ตัวนี่ก็20 ตัวรวมๆแล้วประมาณ80 ตัวที่อันเดอร์มินเนี่ยน
Does manage to disengage before Viper can show up, provide the necessary damage alongside On's lockdown, but the Rift Herald is summoned. Honestly, it's not even going to need to get the charge here onto this tier 1. We'll see if they try to pilot it somewhere else, try to still get some value out of this, or maybe it just ends up being a scary Shelly that forces
เฉลี่ยตัวสักประมาณ15ก็ได้80 ตัวก็ประมาณ 1,200 ก็คือเงินที่แบบควรจะนำแบบ 2,000 ถึงแบบ 2,500
Not the best tower play in the world, but they do manage to get their moment and will get the go down a little bit back in their favor.
มันคือเลนไม่ได้กดเขา
And now it's the dragon fight that Lion are interested in.
Exactly. That first Drake already went to BLG 5 minutes ago. Now the second one has spawned. Dokla already committing the empowered teleport to make sure that he shows up here. Did have the large shield to force BLG back. So this is just Lion. The same way that BLG secured Drake number 1 without any contest, Lion's going to do the same thing here on Drake number 2. Lion got the top lane tier 1 turret from their opponents. Now BLG is going to do the same thing. As the Weaver's wall is reflected by rebuttal.
มันรีเฟกได้ยังไงอ่ะ
Yeah,
we're doing some sort of math over here. There's some sine cosine tangent going on, but nobody ends up dying to anything. The game practically dead even in terms of gold right now, Dagda. This is a very close game 1.
Yeah, I think the main focus is kind of where that gold is though, right? Because you can see a 1k gold lead for Berserker on that bottom lane, and this Tristana very much accelerated as yeah, it's an acute angle at least anyway. I know. It's been a while since I did the geometry stuff.
Always funny to see stuff like that get reflected by Mel. But, On stepping, okay, he steps up, but Isles goes ahead, completes the recall. You're talking about Berserker having that largest individual gold lead in the game. He's got the Infinity Edge. He's also got the Zeal in inventory. Berserker's Greaves completed, obviously.
แล้วซัพพอร์ตออกมาไม่มีคอนโทรลด้วย
And you can see here on your Coinbase gold grind,
ไม่มีคอนโทรลสักอัน
Dokla, the contest up there in the top side. It is a slight advantage for Dokla going up against one of the best top laners in the world.
And I think that speaks volumes to the way Lion have played around this top lane, right? Like, Dokla did a good job individually to try and nullify the matchup, but we saw Inspired up there early to make sure that they could take out Bane, not let him get this early gold lead, and it has really kind of shut down what BLG wanted to do, but oh, that
That's exactly what BLG wanted to do. They make their move. It's a 1-2 punch from On and Shun to set it up, and Viper knocks it down. The Fed Tristana eats dirt, and BLG are looking to snowball it into more. It's a 4-man death ball down mid lane. Isles goes in, finds the top flash, right back onto On. They need more damage though as he flies back in. Saints already killed him. Lion make it a 1-for-1. It's not an even trade because it's the Fed Trist for the support Camille. But at least stops what BLG is trying to do.
And top lane tier 2 pressure for BLG as well, so they're getting quite a lot off the back of this. 2 plates for Bin, starting to get him a little bit of gold lead as well. And this is what I was saying, like for BLG, they want to try and play through sides and then quickly overload one portion of the map with Knight, with these plays, especially when you got that Hextech ultimatum. And unfortunately for Berserker, it took that one step too far forward and BLG punish.
And we're going to hit a pretty big power spike here for Knight specifically very, very soon. He has 2 stacks left to go on his Rod of Ages until that procs, and he just completed his Seraph's Embrace with an already fully stacked tier. So this is going to be a very, very strong rise. And back in North America, Lion is a team that even if they would fall behind early, you already mentioned how they play very slow. That's true. Even if they fall behind early, they would find ways to out-team fight their opponents. There is, however, a difference between out-team fighting your opponents in North America and out-team fighting BLG, and that will be the challenge for Lion to overcome.
It's also outplaying on the map on a champion like this. This is where his comfort is. Like, he was always known for his plays like the Rakan. His Bard is probably the best Bard in the LPL right now, but when he's on the Camille, it's trying to find these little moments to find picks. He's so good at cheating the plays on the map, like getting in, getting vision before you even expect it, or being in a position that you aren't ready for. And this is where, when you have compositions like this, where Bin can get pushed in the side, where Knight's able to get control in the side lane with this 2-item spike, now On gets to play for everywhere on the map.
Also, critical item in Viper's inventory, the Seeker's Arm Guard ready to go. Knight just hit 10 stacks on his Rod of Ages, so he gets the free level.
ระยะโจมตีอยู่ที่
I also like the Serpent's Fang second item here on Inspired. There are a lot of shields on the enemy team to work through, so trying to cut down on some of that could be the difference.
อุ้ยมันสเกลยันเวลแบบ20เลยเหรอ
Next dragon gonna spawn here
ที่ซาน่านะ
seconds. You can already see
พี่นิวเวล
lots of
20ของ
pings
ท็อ
here
ปเลนนี่มันจะแบบ แค่เลเวลเยอะเฉยๆไม่ได้สเกลแบบอะไรแบบนี้ว่าแต่ฟากท็อปเลนทิซาน่าคือเก่งสุดเหรอ
The bottom side river is a bit dark for BLG, but they feel comfortable stepping up to take this mid lane tower.
Yep, that tier 1 is not long for this world. They will take it down. Destroyed by Viper there, and it's now BLG taking the lead in turrets for the first time this game. Lion did take the first one back up there with the tier 1. BLG has been doing a good job keeping pace with them, but this is now finally the time where they leapfrog over and take the lead. 22 minutes into the game also means if we have a big team fight and something goes real crisscross, Baron is on the table.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a big team fight. As you say, Dragon just about to spawn, and this is kind of the value of Viper in this sort of situation. The wave clear on the Mel, she can do it solo, whereas for Berserker, he needs that support because we just saw if On is able to make the play, what happens, but here's the gank top.
Yep, it's BLG again, looking to make the first move. Dokla goes all out, tries to put some pain back into Bin, but there's so much damage. Knight takes him down.
So the push will just continue on that top side for BLG. Viper able to keep the control over mid because you can see Inspired is taking the Dragon while all this is going on. Even the push for Saint on that bottom lane needs to be answered for Bin, but there's that Baron start you were talking about, Flowers.
Maybe
because the Dragons were so slow in this game, first Drake not being taken until 12 minutes, it's not like having second Dragon feels like you're really winning the game, but BLG is going after the Baron. Lion still has Saint all the way down to the tier 2 in the bottom lane. They're not even going to try to contest this.
Yeah, they didn't even try. Saint started walking up and the call was like, nope, not even going to try. We don't have our full team here with Dokla dead. We don't have a front line to try and face check this. Instead, we're just going to look for turret plates on that bottom lane. And I think that is kind of like the big difference that we've seen this year with the Baron is that like teams haven't just been able to get like a one and done on the Baron. It's kind of more of a slow grind where you will get a couple of towers, but maybe not completely blow open the game. And I think that's what Lion are banking on here.
Yep, Baron certainly doesn't have the power that he used to. It's not the, okay, they got it, we have to hold on for dear life to just keep the base intact. but we'll see how much BLG can accomplish with their Red Bull Baron power play. They've got that for the next 2.5 minutes. Unfortunately for them, that's not going to overlap with the Drake timer or anything that kind of guarantees them control over the Rift once that spawns. Lion, though, still only a 2-to-1 Drake count, so not anything to worry a whole lot.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for Lion is going to be trying to hold on to these outer towers, because what we've constantly seen is that it's impossible for Berserker to really step up and commit onto these waves. There's maybe a play towards Oz in the bottom side, but yeah, essentially what we're seeing is like Mel just solo being able to push in on this mid wave, whereas Berserker always needs to have kind of Isles in position with him, or the Talia, or like Inspired, basically to help him push out this mid wave, which means you're constantly getting the shove that's letting On move around, that's letting Vision to be cleared out. That just means that Lion are always petrified of where this gank squad from BLG is, and it may be.
พี่ก็ยังชอบให้ทิซาน่ามีนาโวลี่อยู่ดี
Yep, Saint trying to clear out these Baron-empowered waves, but far easier said than done. Shun and On both hovering in the jungle of Lion. Because they know they have been in the mid lane, they want to be able to join either one of these points of pressure. Isles will step forward to guarantee that Viper and Knight have to take just a step back. Saint seismic shove will not collide with On, as Berserker and Dokla kind of being assigned with bodyguard duty here to make sure they can't just dive after Berserker while he clears these waves.
But there is also some nice like vision in behind BLG there, so potential for Dokla to look for some sort of TP play if they do overextend. Like you can even see him backing off Vision there.
Isles with the taunt flash, they immediately go in, they found Viper with a massive pick. Can Lion get anything else off the back of it? You know they're looking, they're hunting, they want more. Weaver's wall flies in, Saint hops off, they're going after Bin, Inspired on the chase. Not going to fire the Sonic Wave here just yet. Bin forced to flash to escape the Lee Sin. Dokla also still looking for an angle through. Inspired, another Sonic Wave flies out, but he's not going to land that one. They fire the Stand United, hoping that the Sonic Wave would have hit, so that as soon as Inspired jumps in, Isles arrives right on top of him. But since there wasn't quite the distance they needed, they do not get that play. Still, nice pick on a Viper coming out from Lion.
On once more here, though. We've seen Lion step away.
Yeah, On looking for the opportunity to maybe get a counterplay. Saint is down to 1/3 health and no mana. Dokla's juggling On around, though. Goes all out. And On is all gone. Dokla picking up another one. BLG trying to get something back. Catch Lion unaware on the retreat, and they may have just done it here. Going after Saint, down to 300 HP, flashes away. Safeguard from Inspired to keep Saint safe.
It doesn't end up committing with that Cataclysm, so Shun just steps away, and it's Saint who lives to fight another day, but BLG now on this mid-wave. Again, Lion collapsing in behind. BLG might need this round warm.
Dokla looking, but remember there's no all-out. Harder to make a play here with that Cassante. This is a really close game. 26.5 minutes into the game, we don't even have a 1,000 gold difference between the teams.
Yeah, it's incredibly close, and I think you can kind of feel that pressure, especially with the way BLG tried to extend that fight, right? Looking for these quick picks, trying to catch you on these timers that Lion weren't aware of.
เล่นแบบช้าจัดเลยแบบว่าไลออนแบบ
Inspired was like, this is the thing that we need to be most aware of, and they managed to turn it back, get that kill on towards On, keep themselves safe. The biggest problem for them, though, Knight just completed that actualizer.
ส่วนจีนก็แบบพยายามโยกเร็ว
very, very strong.
And on the other side, though, I will respond with Berserker has completed. He was kind of building 2 items at the same time. He started building the Zeal, you remember, after the Infinity Edge, but then he switched over to complete Bloodthirst first, and then now he's completed his Navori Flicker Blades after. So 4 fully completed items on the Tristana. Really scary stuff.
The problem is we're so late in the game, he kind of needs that last whisper still, right? So even though he's gone for the Bloodthirster, because he's like, well, I'm getting jumped on, I'm getting this Hextech Ultimatum, which is making my life miserable, it means that he's not going to be able to dish out as much damage as he would want to.
เดี๋ยวนะเบอร์เซอร์เกอร์กลับไปซื้อแบบบัตเติร์ดกับนาโวลี่
In these upcoming fights, what he can do, but that's why he kind of wants the Bloodthirster.
Exactly. That's why you buy BT. You take one of those, the shield eats half of it, you heal up the rest. Saint coming in here, goes for the seismic shove off of the Weaver's wall, forces the flash out of Knight.
Yeah, On, I believe, also spotted on that ward there as he starts to try and
ได้ทีได้2ชิ้นแล้วอ่ะ
Dragon. Lion, though, honestly, in a front to back like this, I think they're in a
คือ
good
มันมี
spot.
ซิลอยู่
Look to try
แล้วก็
and
แบบ
close that distance relatively quickly, but
ขึ้น
no
ที
Weaver's
ก็คือ
wall
ได้
will take that toll.
All right,
ได้2 อัน
Tiger's
เลย
already been started. Shun in the pit. Inspired, a little bit injured, but still healthy enough to try to contest this one here for the 50-50. Sonic Wave has already landed. Resonating Strike about to come through. It's going to be secured by Inspired. Neither side fully committing for a fight here just yet. On maybe looking for an angle here with a hook shot, jumps over the wall, but does not engage. Lion continuing to just disengage this one. They've already got the objective. They're on Soul Point now.
ระวังนะเบอร์เซอร์เกอร์
Nice job by Lion to secure that, because I was a bit nervous about their engage. They didn't have that flash on Isles. They had no Weaver's Ball, which meant they were heavily reliant on some magic happening from Inspired to try and start that fight off in their favor. But instead, they get the Dragon, they get away, and set themselves up on Soul Point.
Scary stuff. 2,000 gold lead individually for Berserker.
วันนี้ไม่น่าทันว่ะทีวันไม่น่าทิสาน่าทันปะ
But Talia can still poke. Long range Tristana as you're almost level
แบบ
18.
ไม่น่ามีแผนทิสาน่า
This Infernal Soul could be very scary for BLG if they don't have a plan 4 minutes from now.
มันน่างานเกินไปเว้ย
Went for the Bloodletter's curse, so basically wanting a little bit more of a bruiser stat line when it comes towards the all-in potential that Lion do have.
คือจะได้แบบว่า
providing some of that magic
เล่นกับคือเล่นเลือกบาทก่อนได้แล้วก็ปล่อยคามิวมันแล้วก็ได้ไหม
Like traditionally you'd see, you know, more of your abyssal staffs and that kind of stuff.
แต่ว่าบาทมันแพ้คามิวไง
So
ละ
definitely
มั้ง
an interesting.
เพราะว่าคามิวมันกดอันติแล้วบาทมันเมจิเข้าเจอร์นี่ไม่ได้
4 minutes until that Dragon Soul for Lion will spawn. Baron back on the map, and there really wasn't a whole lot of effect, a whole great efficacy for BLG with that first Baron that they secured. It's kind of exactly what you were talking about. It's just not the same type of super buff that it used to be. So now there is still a mountain of crust on this tier 1 turret in the mid lane for BLG. Lion have not been able to hit this thing in a very long time. That turret score remains 3-2 as it was 10 minutes ago when I mentioned BLG taking the turret leads. So neither side has really been able to push forward, make a lot more momentum happen for themselves. But I feel like we're kind of approaching this critical mass, Dagda. This game
ทัน
has
พี่
been
ที่
so
ชนะเล่น
close
ง่าย
for
แถม
so
ไม่ต้อง
long.
ฝืนแบบเมื่อ
We're
ก่อน
gonna get one big team fight
มัน
that really
มัน
just
เข้าใจแหละ
goes
คือฮีโร่
one
มัน
way
ก็
or
ไม่ได้
the
มี
other,
อะไรที่แบบ
and that's gonna decide
แต่
game
ว่า
1.
Yeah, I think the big
มันได้
focus
ซ้อมห
here
รือเปล่า
in
อันนี้คือ
response is
คำถาม
that Knight still doesn't have that flash available, whereas basically every other summoner spell is up and available. So definitely going to be a bloodbath when we get into this. It's just a case of can Lion get on towards Knight easily.
And so interestingly enough, because you already pointed out the lack of armor penetration, the lack of a last whisper item for Berserker, still not going for it, goes for the Hex Drinker
คือทิ
instead,
สาน่ามันเป็น
recognizing
ADC ที่
the
แบบ
large damage threats of both the Rise and the Mel. I'm not going to lie though, if you end up getting engaged on by a Camille,
โดนแล้ว
and
อ่ะ
actualize a Rise, I don't know if it's actually going to be enough to help you. Berserker already popping the flash, trying to get himself away as Big Dope's going to get bursted very low. Executed by the Golden Eclipse. Lion trying to get away for now as Berserker's in a little bit of danger. Does taunt up Shun, has now the root down onto Inspired. He's in a little bit of danger here. Viper firing back. Inspired looks for a little bit more, but he's going to be knocked out of the Guardian Angel. Now the dive right back onto Sane. Isles and Sane in some danger. Been driven the kill into Isles. BLG, they're so damn good. Lion are eviscerated. 5-0.
It was so close until it wasn't. 5-0. BLG just sent Lion packing in game number 1.
What did I say, Dagda? I said this game has been so close for so long. It's going to come down to one big fight. And for BLG, it
ยอมโดน
won't
ไม่ได้เหรอวะ
get
พี่
any
ไม่เข้าใจ
more
วะ
extreme than a 5-0 that
คือ
will
ทิสาน่ายอม
end
โดนไปเลย
this
แล้วก็ดันแมนออกด้วยอัน
right
ติอะ
here, right now.
แล้วเชนก็ลงอะไรก็ว่ากันไป
32 minutes in, takes game 1.
It was slow.
คือยังไงมันก็ต้องโดนด้านหนึ่งอะ
with both teams trading back and forth. But at
ถ้า
the
มี
end
แม่
of
ง
the
โดดมา
day,
กระทืบ
BLG, as you say, they find that fight, just the setup. And where did Dokla go? He's the tank and just got eviscerated in the middle of it.
He disappeared right in front of our very eyes. Let's toss things back over to the analyst to break it down for us.
Oh man, it gotta be so frustrating for the Lion. They had it for so long. They had it for so long. They kept the game close.
ถอยออกมาแล้วเป็นเหลี่ยมที่ J4 เล่นได้อีก
One team fight. I was holding my breath. Honestly, the entire game I was like, no, can they do it? Can they do it?
I was so ready to talk about how smart giving that Baron was, because I was like, this is such a classic Lion thing. They know they can make a play elsewhere, but no, it comes down to this team fight, how BLG just immediately collapse, pick off Dokla, and then they're able to... I'm just so mad.
Viper with a stasis as well, baiting Inspired.
แล้วช่วยอะไรไม่ได้เลยคุณสเกอร์โดนแบบบินกับ
But one death isn't going to
ชุ
make
นไล่
the game, but then they try and turn it around, try and salvage it. BLG see blood in the water, and it just feels so frustrating because I feel like 90% of the game. I mean, look at the goal graph. They were doing great, and then it's just one mistake. That's all you get against a team like BLG.
That damage graph though. You can see that the game was going one way. But yeah, Bin did some stuff, as he does. But yeah, that's the thing. It comes down to small details, small team fights here. And that's what Inspired was saying, but I do want to give them credit, though. Lion had things going for so long. I want to look at that bot lane maybe, Dracos, and see what happened there, because it came down to details.
I'm such an absolute fanboy. I've got 2 clips here. We can run these two all-in bot lane 2v2s back-to-back. And the significance of the interactions, I'm going to gloss over a bit, because there's a couple key things that I want to highlight. But let's just get right into the first clip here. Watching back, if you're an NA fan, you've seen this one before already, but we've seen Shen versus Camille. Shen good into Camille top lane, good into Camille support. Big reason is the interrupt there, and in a sustained fight, Tristana one of the few AD carries who really has enough damage to kind of finish this fight out solo.
เหมือนจะแบบล่อให้ฝั่งของ BLG เปิดใส่เบอร์เซอร์เกอร์แล้วก็จะสวนกลับแต่พอเปิดเข้ามาจริงๆปุ๊บก็แบบหนีแย่อยู่ไม่งั้นก็ต้องเอาแบบเอาเชนไปยิงใกล้ๆกับเบอร์เซอร์เกอร์เลยก็ได้ให้โดนรับไปเลย
But this next fight is the big one that matters. The thing I have to highlight here, this is the thing that I'm like, oh my god, yes, Berserker. I want every AD carry in the world for the rest of the tournament to look at this. This Mel is 7-1 because you keep picking Caitlyn, buying Berserker's Greaves so you can dodge one skill shot and losing the lane anyway. This man comes in, crucially, bam, pickaxe. Up against Hextech instead of useless boots that do no damage that let you dodge one skill shot just to lose the lane anyway. And this man, despite being down, they go for the re-engage. They know they have the favorable 2v2 and he fights it out. So as we play, again, you could highlight the nuances of the 1v1, but if you know the matchup, you know it already. I'm not worried about that. What I want to show is the confidence of Berserker, the recognition of his own strength, and a decision to reinforce the value in an already winning 2v2. Because this right here, this performance in lane, is no longer just about Lion or this series. For the rest of the tournament, I think Tristana is on the map as the premier AD carry option into the Mel. Because the biggest problem with AD carries is they don't exist till 4 items. I don't give a damn till maybe 3. Mel is at 1. At 1 item, she is relevant, and she kicks your butt all through the rest of the game. But finally, thanks to Lion and Berserker, this feels like an answer to a champion that just seemed unstoppable.
And you know, I feel like part of it is with mages, you know, about that post, defensive, whittling them down. Tristana, you can circumvent that, just jump in. I saw Cody sort of tweet about this and saying this is the mage counter. We've seen it so many times in mid lane, seen it in bot lane as well, and just saying, you know, they may throw poke at you. You can just jump immediately on them if you have the engage backup.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Yeah.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, I loved their prep. I love that this looks like a completely different team than the team that went against Frutia. This is more of what I was expecting to see from them initially, because they also just, not only with the creative picks and finding answers to things that we've already seen in this tournament thus far, but just the patience with which they played out the early to mid game and recognizing when they could seed objectives and when they could take objectives or make a play was a lot more of what I expected from them in the Frutia series, where they looked completely uncoordinated.
And I feel like it doesn't just come down to patience, it's picking the right fights, keeping up with the tempo, and that's something that Inspired was saying, and especially what makes it hard when playing against a team like BLG is being smart about everything you're gonna do and being proactive while doing it. I did not expect that from Lion coming here today.
I think as well, you cannot get demotivated by this. It's a best of 5. You lose the game. It's gonna feel frustrating, but you have to go, look, we did a lot good in this game.
ต้องสังเกตบินหน้าเดฟลงไหมใช่ครับบินผอมลงฮะไม่มีใครหยุด BLG ได้ชนะที่วันแชมป์แน่เฮ้ย
I think Lion has to take
the
game and not let it shatter them.
I completely agree, and we've already seen much more than I expected. Solo lanes have cleaned up. They brought in some innovation to help them combat BLG, and the decision-making has been better. This was supposed to be a blowout. It's not a blowout. It might still be a 3-0, but it's a very different kind of series now that we've seen this level of performance from Lion.
BLG takes game 1, but I wouldn't feel defeated if I was Lion here. We see hopes on the side of North America, so let's see if they can bounce back and bring the same kind of fire. Bring that Lion again on the Rift. We'll see for them too.
ยาบินแฟนเก่านะฮาวไลท์ทีมT2 BLG ยังพี่ว่าแต่ว่าถ้าเกมแรกทรงดีๆเอาที่เห็นนะถ้าเกิดทีมไหนที่แบบเกมแรกทรงดีๆแบบว่า เหมือนจะชนะแล้วแพ้นะแม่งโดน 3-0 ตลอดเลยแต่ถ้า BLG ลงสายล่างคือครบเพื่อนรัก3ทีมเลยนะ
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die. You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow. He dropped it well with the Arcade Storm, doing so much work in Gen G. They are just going to ace them.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
หมดตัวโดเนทมา15 บาทพี่ชายครับทำไงดีครับซอปปี้ตัวเด็ดตัวแรงของผมโดนบราซิลเล่นงานไปแล้วโปรตุเกสรอดไหมพี่
Red Bull gives you wings.
ได้กาแฟแล้วสดชื่นจังเลยครับมาแล้วครับ โปรตุเกสวันนี้เหรอ
I'm coming. Look this guy. Have a look flash. Flash.
ที่อยากให้โปรตุเกสได้แชมป์เวิร์ครับอยากเห็นโรนัลโดได้อะ
Inspired, he's in a little bit of danger here. Viper firing back. Inspired looks for a little bit more, but he's going to be knocked out of the Guardian Angel. Now the dive right back onto Sane. Isles and Sane in some danger. Bin for the kill into Isles. BLG, they're so damn good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026 here in our best of 5 between LYON and BLG. BLG obviously heavy favorites coming into this series, but game number 1 was so close for so long. Just about a little over 30 minutes of gameplay where the teams were neck and neck, barely 1,000 gold apart from one another. But when push came to shove, it was BLG pushing and shoving.
And now we got to see what the response is going to be from LYON as we get into Champ Select Power, presented by HyperX. And this is going to be an absolute
ขายบ้านโดเนทมา12 บาทพี่คิดว่าเราจำเป็นต้องมีบ้านไหมครับที่ผมว่าจะใส่สุดโปรตุเกส vs สเปนเต็มที่แค่ไรบ้าง
ไอ้น้องเอาดีใจเย็นน้อง
So now I want to see what the response from LYON is as we get into game 2.
Well, luckily, Mel is also one and done. The champion that is now up to 8 games played, 7 games won. She's pretty strong.
Yeah, but you've still got like Ziggs and Vel'Koz that are like, you know, definitely not Mel in disguise. Yeah, it's like that's actually what that Vel'Koz skin is, you know.
Just pretending to be Mel. Well, now let's go ahead and hop in here, see what our bans look like. It's Varus, Vi, and Akali banned out by BLG. LYON going to focus that bottom lane here early, getting rid of the Bard and getting rid of Viper's Ezreal.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, obviously Viper insanely good on that Ezreal, and the Bard has been, as I said, I think On is the best Bard in the LPL right now. He's been absolutely insane on that champion. It fits his stall down to the ground on like being able to roam around, play for those solo lanes, and especially when he's able to like cheat.
บราซิลยิงจุดโทษไม่เข้าแล้วเป็นแบบอย่างที่สเตฟานพูดจริงไอ้สับขาหลอกนี่แม่งแบบ
was actually banned by BLG last game, but they get their hands
สับขาหลอกทีไรยิงไม่เข้าทุกทีเลย
Third ban in that first phase in game number 1. Now this time around they're going to leave it open, guarantee that Knight gets to have that one. Nocturne the last ban of the first half here for LYON. So what do they want to go with? How do they want to play this? Because
ไอ้สับ
honestly,
ขาหลอกแบบยิงจุดโทษได้แม่ง
number 1 performance from LYON was 95% good. It fell apart in the last team fight, and as soon as that fight was over, BLG pushed and they won the game. But up until then, that game was so close, and I want to see LYON continue to
โอเลน่าเปิดมาว่ะ
And I think it relied on 2 things. One, Inspired being able to get active on the in the
เขาไม่กดนาฟิลี่อ่ะ
like getting that play towards bit in the top lane, helping out Dokla on that weak side, and making sure that matchup was stable. And secondly, Isles. I think Isles had a great performance on the Shen. As there's Miss Chim Chim. As I think him being able to play around on this early map, covering a ton of the plays that On had, that was the other part of it, right? So if you can find that early pressure for Inspired and Isles once more, I think that's where LYON can maybe push BLG back a little bit.
All right, well, LYON's first 2 picks, they're going to copy a control mage here in the mid lane, pick up the Victor for Saint, and then locking in the Skarner for Inspired. This was also a champion that was banned in game number 1, albeit in the second half, if I'm remembering correctly. But Inspired will get to pilot that one here. It's all about the angles for the Ishtal's impact. It's all about getting creative, tunneling through the walls, finding the ganks that might otherwise not be expected. But on BLG's end, they're going to say, all right, it's
the arch
time
nemesis.
For the... Yeah, exactly. We've got the... Well, that lore's retcon now, but we've got the old school arch nemesis battle of the Seraphine versus the Skarner. Seraphine Ashe, of course, has been such a power duo. It feels like all split long. They can be so oppressive. Ashe sets up Seraphine so well. And also, if you're saying that one of the reasons LYON was able to keep up with BLG was Inspired being able to be where he needed to be at different points, follow the movements of Shun and On, Ashe is so good at tracking the enemy jungler.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's where it's going to be hard coming into the rest of this, because you already kind of found a way in your own right some of the answers that you could have gone for here online. Like traditionally we see like Caitlyn Bard as an answer in towards this in the bottom lane, but with the Bard taken away, and now maybe things like the Caitlyn band towards Berserker as well, with the lack of focus on the AD carries, I think this bot lane pool going to be very pinched and difficult for LYON to answer.
Meanwhile, on the Lion side, they're going to go ahead and ban out that Renekton. They want to remove one of those safe kind of evergreen top laner options that Bin can just slam and kind of play into anything.
It's also, you're into Mbessa. You want no Gnar, you want no Renekton, you want nothing's going to beat her in the early stages. Like, let her come alive at that later portion.
Exactly. Renekton versus Mbessa, traditionally not a very fun matchup for Mbessa in the lane. So Nautilus is going to be banned out by BLG. This is one of those types of picks into Ashe Seraphine that people would take, kind of just the all-in, full send it. Okay, they're going to be oppressive if they're able to maintain their structure.
ต่อไปนี้วันละคู่แล้วใช่ไหมครับพี่ยังครับตะกี้ไปดูมาให้วันที่8เดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้จะหยุดนะครับพรุ่งนี้จะพัก1วันครับแล้ววันที่8จะกลับมาแข่งใหม่วันที่8นี้จะเป็น2คู่เหมือนเดิมครับ10 โมงจะเป็นถ้าตามตารางจะเป็นซีเคทแล้วก็ทีมที่แพ้จากคู่นี้ก่อนแล้วก็จะเป็น G2 เจอกับคู่ที่ชนะคู่2ถ้าที่ว่าตกรอบพี่เชียร์ทีมไรเชียร์ก็ต้องเป็นฮาวาไลเพราะว่าถ้าเราเชียร์ทีวันก็ต้องเชียร์ฮาวาไลจะได้มีคนหนึ่งเอาตั๋วไปแล้วไง
really that engaged tool that you're hoping to be anymore, and same when you come towards the Skarner.
Well, we've got the Ziggs picked up for Lions, so while BLG
let's
ban out the things that can all in our Ashe Seraphine, Lion is instead going to say, no. If you want to play ranged ability spam, we will play ranged ability spam. And that's the way it's going to be. Ziggs locked in for Berserker down here. We'll see how well he can pilot that one. As over on BLG's side, still need to see that top laner. What's it going to be? Top lane and jungle, please. The Gnar locked in for Bin.
Yeah, Bin going to be happy with this matchup, being able to try and abuse that range in the early stages, and then having the opportunity to try and leap away if Mbessa ever goes for the all-in. Going to be very nice, as Shun going for the Defiri as well. Basically saying, hey, look, we have strong lanes that we can try and play around, but you do have, like, Victor, chance to outrange the Orion in the early stages, and Ziggs, depending on the pairing here, might be able to answer for some of this push from the Ashe and the Seraphine post-level 3. So I'm curious to see just how much this Neferi can get done in the early stages.
I also like having something like Gnar when you have Seraphine, because Neferi dives, but she usually dives the very back line. Gnar dives in and he kind of mega Gnars everyone. And Seraphine's going to send the Encore straight through that. But the answer from Lion is Pike for Isles. Okay, remember, Pike's death from below does kill you through shield.
Yeah.
So if Seraphine is trying to shield people, if Orianna is trying to shield people, you can still find the execution, but this is not a champion that's one of those like pro play staples. It is one that we've seen a couple of times here so far at MSI with mixed results.
I also don't see it in Isles' play history. Like, I think this is the first time that he's going to be bringing the Pike to
เมื่อวานฮาแลนด์นี่ปีศาจจริงเชียโคตรโหดเลยฮาแลนด์แม่งแบบ
I wasn't convinced by the Camille performance the other day, so I'm
ไม่ใช่เมื่อวานนะ
really hoping that this Pike
ที่เพิ่ง
is
จ
going
บ
to
ไป
do
บรา
much
ซิล
better.
นอร์เวย์
Well, to be fair, I was also unconvinced by the Camille performance the other day, but I think the entire series overall against Furia on that first game day for Lion was very messy, right? There's a lot of those that they would want back, and I think that although they did lose game 1 here in this series, again, for 95% of the game, it did feel like they had a plan. It felt like everybody was on the same page. It felt like they had a way that they were planning on playing this game out. So I'm hoping that Isles' Pike is the same thing compared to the performance that we saw on the Camille the other day.
I'm also hoping Berserker Ziggs is the same, because honestly, massively impressed by Berserker on the Ziggs. I think he was really good. The satchel charges were great. The zone control and that ultimate usage was fantastic. So if Isles is able to kind of get out on the map and interact in the same way he did on the Shen, I think you do have a decent fallback plan in the late game with some of this long-range damage from Saint and Berserker.
All right, let's see how level 1
ไม่ได้ดูครับอังกฤษโอ้ถ้าดูอังกฤษได้คือน่าจะไม่ได้นอนเลยมั้งคือเดือดจริง
คนที่ไม่เคยลืมรักครั้งเก่าโดเนทมา13 บาทพี่คิดยังไงครับกับคนที่ย้ายไปแล้วแต่ไม่ได้เอ่ยชื่อสุตนะครับโดนรานก็น้อยใจเป็น
We've also got the lethal temple for Bin in that top side, so definitely trying to see if he can get a couple of those auto attacks to set himself up for success in that top lane and really punish Oakland when it comes to
Oh my god โดนลาได้แชมป์เวอร์แล้วจะน้อยใจทำไม
Is going down towards this bottom side, so we'll just
ไม่ว่าจะพลาดทัวร์ไหนแต่ว่าได้เวอร์ก็ถือว่าจบเป็นจบข่าว
on this bottom side, and with this Pike here, maybe that's a window for opportunity.
Yeah, because if you're playing Pyke, he's not going to have nearly the same pressure on the wave that something like Ashe and Seraphine is going to have. So you should be pushed in by Viper and On early on before Berserker can insta-clear the wave.
And I think that's why it's a little unfortunate that you did see nice Viper and On moving down to that bottom side because the line had to give up position on the first wave.
And you can see on the left side of your screen here as we split to the tri lane.
ตัวนั้นนะพี่ว่าฟอร์มจริงๆแล้วว่าฟอร์มตกกันด้วยครับโดยเฉพาะเคเลียก็ฟอร์มแปลกๆอ่ะอาจจะเป็นเพราะว่ามันแบบมันมีความแบบอยากชนะมากอ่ะตื่นเต้นมันไม่ใช่ตื่นเต้นมันเหมือนแบบอยากชนะมากๆเหมือนเวลาแบบทีวันเจอแบบเจนจีอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็คือจะเล่นแปลกๆมันเหมือนมันเมมเกินอ่ะมันไม่ได้กดดันคือมันแบบมันตั้งใจเกินจนแบบมันเหมือนอยากจะทำอะไรสักอย่างเพื่อให้ชนะ
Yeah, but it's sometimes the moments that you have with those shortened games that really stand out, right? Like Bollywood Bin being able to kill Bin as he went underneath the tower of Rek'Sai, where it's FlyQuest with Inspired who are pushing them the distance. In 5 versus Gen G, like these are moments where NA has stood up for an early, taken down Goliath in the LoL esports space. But once again, they have to see if they can try and do it against BLG. Isles starting to move towards this mid lane already. Night low, but I don't think there's much more follow-up you can go for here.
Yeah, I think the main move for Isles is probably just to guarantee that if BLG is trying to punish Saint as he gets the wave crashed in, Lion wants to make sure that there's no actual punish there.
แต่สเปนยุคแบบยุคต่อเลชาบี้อินิสตา
You okay, brother?
บูสเกตอะไรโคตรเถื่อนอ่ะ
Shun continuing the chase. Saint on the run.
เวลาเล่นในแบบว่าวินนิ่งอะโคตรมันอะ
Saint escapes, but he has to flash to do it. Now Inspired has showed up, slams him into the wall here with Ishtal's impact. Shun still trying to get away here on the Defeer. He does not have the flash. It's first blood over to On, who rotates first, and it's BLG picking up 2 kills. Shun stays alive, and BLG are on the board.
The heal and the shield from On, just enough to keep Shun topped up so he doesn't go down. BLG react fast, and you see it here. Like Saint, I think does a good job here of waiting so long for this flash, so then you can actually get both your jungle and support here to help out. They go on towards Shun, but just look how much comes out from On here. The flash forward gives the heal, then the shield. There's no real damage left as Isles has already gone through most of his rotation. Aspired in the same boat, and then Knight just the crown on top there.
Yeah, On with the absolutely clutch roam to not only get the first blood for himself, finish off that kill that almost got away with Saint, but then saving his own teammate. Bin's going in for the auto attack. It's a solo kill in the top lane. Lethal tempo Gnar. Put the emphasis on the lethal. Takluz out of there. This is a disaster early game for Lion. BLG said, all right, you had your fun game. It's all serious business now, and they are taking no prisoners.
Yeah, not Takluz tempo in the top side is Isles. We'll just spot out Chun backing away, but you've already got On in position to try and cover. Massive win coming through on that top side. You'll see it in the replay, just managing to clip him, I imagine. Oh, actually, Takluz went for the heavy trade. Thought he had more in the tank, but Bin, so much damage thanks to that lethal tempo. The flash forward sets him up beautifully.
That was just a blunder from Takluz. Yeah. He goes in too far. He puts himself in a spot where Mini Gnar feels empowered to jump on his head and say, no, man, you're done. That was too much. Well done there from Bin to punish Takluz, and you know Takluz's going to want that one back.
Takluz level 6 though, as Bin does jump forward once again. So Bin still needs to finish out these creeps. But yeah, that's super unfortunate because now Bin going to be in a position where he can start to leverage this early lane. As we're still waiting here, Takluz fishing for a bit more. No, he's just going back away. But yeah, the advantage that you get with this now is being able to push forward, look for turret plates, try and get even more out of this, especially with the early tabbies. You're so strong into this matchup.
Bin just perfectly comfortable here with those shoes like you're talking about. Looking across the map, Berserker does have a gold lead for himself down there in the bottom lane. Of course, that On had to rotate over, make sure that he contributed to that big scrap that was in the bottom side river. Gives Berserker the opportunity to probably just shove.
LYON เกมแรกหายไปไหนวะโถเกมแรกแบบเล่นอย่างดี
I think BLG will be perfectly happy making that trade, having On leave the bottom lane there for a little bit. Inspired trying to maintain control over the top side river here. Remember that in game number 1, the dragon stacking was very slow. Neither team really prioritized that objective. The first one is alive, and since it's mountain, that generally gets prioritized less here as well because it takes longer to secure because it's so tanky. So I'm expecting probably a similar story here in this game, although you can see a ping in the Dragon Pit right now. Red ping coming out from Lion.
They're just unsure as to where Shun is, because Shun has done a little bit of an unusual pathing where you can see his wolves are still up, but his Gromp is gone. So Inspired in trying to keep track of where he was, because he just hit that vision cone, thinks that, oh, Shun is actually cleared from top into bot lane, but we haven't spotted him anywhere, so he must be on Dragon, because he didn't contest the level 6. But instead, Shun, you can see kind of leaving some of these camps a little bit hilter-skelter over the place. He still hit 6, but they've now lost track online as to where Shun is.
Camps are worth money, Dagda, but they are also worth confusing your opponent. What is more valuable, money or confusion? That's the name of the game. As Bin goes in for the Mega Gnar on Dokla, immediately reverts to mini form, continues chasing him, wants to get that last hit there for the Hyper Proc. Misses the Boomerang, though, and Dokla's very thankful for that because his health bar is already pretty compromised here. Does still have the public execution if Bin goes too far. Fires it off, but no, Bin just walks to the side. So easy there, avoiding that potential engage. Inspired waiting around nearby, so now his pressure's also not going to get much. Downtown arrow coming in from Viper. Shun's there, Knight's there, Saint is out of there as the kill goes over to Knight.
BLG just playing so well. The arrow from Viper connecting on towards Saint, and Shun in a position to try and cover both sides of the equation. If Inspired went top, he was there, but was happy to take a mid laner for his troubles.
And now with the resources spent, you don't have the arrow, you don't have the Mega Gnar, you don't have Shun's ulti. You're going to see BLG back away from the grubs. Inspired's going to try to secure those for now as Knight goes ahead, takes his recall. We'll see if he wants to walk back to lane or try to teleport, maybe make a play to try to contest here at these grubs. On is in the area, but so is Isles. Shun hanging around nearby here too. Inspired tries to go for the Ishtal's impact, uses Impale to force out the flash from On. It's still Inspired and Isles with control over the grub pit.
Yeah, On trying to be annoying there, and Inspired's like, I'm calling your bluff. You do not have anyone in behind you. But also Viper, while this was all going on, managed to take some turret plates in the bottom lane as well.
2,000 แล้วว่าเงินนำ BLG
for the early grubs. Still though, I think Line, especially when you've got people like Dokla who in the later portion of the game
มาจากไนฟ์ที่แบบได้ไป2คิว
can get a lot of value from this Void Grub.
It's still a scary early game. 9 minutes in, we're at just about a 2,000 gold lead because of plays like this.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting beautiful cinematics here as the arrow towards Saint. Incredible. Shun ready to follow up with the ultimate as well.
เห็นแอโร่นี่นึกถึงแบบมิลาน่าเนาะ
He has no flash, he has no way to get away from this, and BLG just bullying the line middle.
Yeah.
เอาน้ำขึ้นคิวเด็ดก่อนครับ
Control mage hit with a
T1
max
fighting.
range arrow. You're pretty done for as Isles coming down in here to the bottom lane trying to make the play onto Viper. Nice sidestep away from the stun. Flashes on the
รอดได้ยังไงครับเนี่ยโอ้ยต้องแฟดแล้วเวลาจะฆ่าพวกเนี้ยมันต้องแฟดเคเลียแบบเฮ้ยเคเลียไม่พลาดไปเกมพี่บอกเลย
Yeah, Knight going in after Saint here, continuing just put damage into that health bar here with the clockwork. Wind up, one more hit would have got him. Saint stays alive from drinking the potion as On is about to die down here in the bottom lane. Berserker takes him out as Inspired arrives. Viper down to 200 HP, but Shun is hanging around in case Lion goes too far.
เราเหมือนจะใช้สกิลโดนหน้าโดนชิวๆใช่ป่ะแต่แบบ
collides into Berserker.
มันไม่ชิวขนาดนั้น
shows up, but he's not going to fully commit for this. He does
มันต้องแบบ
have
แฟ
the
ด
hounds
แล้วก็เล่นเลย
but since Lion is still nearby and he used Call of the Pack for the extra speed and the extra distance, Shun does not want to overcommit.
Still though, Line make the play, they get the kill.
เอาจริงดกฆ่าก็เล่นไม่ได้แย่มากเลยแต่ว่าตัดภาพมาทีไรแบบโดนแบบบินเทรดแบบไม่หยุดอ่ะเพราะว่าบินมันซื้อของที่โกงที่สุดของนาเว้ยเป็นไอเทมที่แบบโกงที่สุดของนานั่นก็คือรองเท้าครับผมโดนแย่ง
He walks in, he's trapped in the Scorpion Sting, but it doesn't even matter. As soon as it expires, he smites it down, and it's Lion.
คือเวลานามันได้รองเท้ามันแบบเก่งมากอะ
Lion had basically made the call of, hey, we don't want to deal more
ดาเมจมาจากพาสซีฟอยู่แล้ว
We just try and kill Inspired, but not sure if it was just the AoE from Berserker or what it was, but the Dragon going low enough. Big win for Shun as he managed to get the steal.
Yep, and both of our junglers do have their first fully completed items now. Hextech Proto Belt for Inspired. Very cheap item, very powerful. As Isles does onto On here in the mid lane. Gravity Field's going to stun him off. A nice shockwave coming in from Knight to turn things right back around. Saint is down and Knight is on a killing spree. The golden left hand slams his fist into Lion's jaw, and BLG are running this second game.
Knight showing why he picks up Dark Seal early every game. 4 stacks, 4 kills, and bodies are hitting the floor in front of the BLG mid laner.
Beautifully played from BLG on buying enough time for Knight to get over there, save his support, get the 2 counter kills. We're going to go all the way back here in the rewind, see Shun steal the Drake.
Yeah, because there's obviously a lot of burn both from Skarner and the Neferi here. But, oh, it's actually, is it damage from On? That just sets it super low? Yeah, oh, must just be the bleed damage basically coming through from Shun. That ends up getting it low enough, but On... basically saying he meant to do this as he ends up getting caught. The charm is good, the shockwave even better. And at this stage, you've already used so much, and Isles just barely short of that level 6 as well. Means he doesn't have the execute damage. But Knight able to finish him off in the end.
You can see some frustration on the face of Saint. Knows that getting to play like that turned around. To 2 for nothing. It's a 3K gold.
But look at the experience on Isles. Like he's been so
ไหนแบบมหาภัยพิบัติแล้ว
kills that have nearly gone the way of Lion would have tipped him over the edge and really kind of changed
4 Dark Seal stack
plays. But unfortunately, needs to start picking up some of this experience so he can actually be more impactful on some of these plays.
Yeah, he needs the ulti. The ulti is the difference there, probably between making that work and what we saw just happen. It's now a 1,500 gold lead for Knight, largest individual gold lead on the map. 3K
มันรู้สึกแปลกๆไงไม่รู้นะแชทที่แบบมันเป็นทัวร์แบบ MSI แล้วอะแต่อาเซียไม่ถูกหยิบมาเลย
This is BLG dominating the early game here. Game number 2. Saint gets away for now. Does evade that last hit from the
TP
ball.
behind.
TP coming in. Lion trying to make some kind of a play. Mega
แอโร่มา
not a whole lot of value there.
โอ้เลยยกสวยมากโดคล่าแล้วตรงนี้บินพยายามจะฆ่าเซนก่อนอินสปายพยายามไล่บินอินสปายจับมา2ตัน2ว้าวเชียโอ้เป็นเลติกต้องแฟดออก
Lion just got 4 for 1 a massive play Saint what the hell what Saint takes a turret shot it's a 4 for 2 it still favors Lion
มันแบบมันอยากได้คำว่า ace
a 2,000 gold swing back for the LCS representative and
ถือว่าเซนตายตั้งแต่บินมาแล้วไม่เป็นไร
from Lion to try and get in behind them here. It's the immediate TP with a single creep on half HP before it dies. Dokla gets that teleport in. And then it's all hands on deck.
ไม่ใกล้เคียงเลยห่างไปหลายวิเลย
Actually no, just immediately goes for Knight. Knows that flash was burned.
แต่อินสปายเล่นสกายได้แบบนี้ถูกต้องนะคือมันต้องแบบนิ่งๆไม่ใช้อันตีแบบ
But watch this. Inspired with that setup.
โอ้ดูแบบตันจากไปต่อแล้วก็แบบ
so much work here.
โคตรมันอะตรงนี้
Get a ton of gold back, and then we cut the tape. And then we
don't watch this part. Don't watch this part. No, don't watch. Yeah. But everything up until that part was really good. everything up until that part was really good.
The side
That's the kind of move you got to make. And inspired that protoplasm harness that I was talking about earlier. That was actually really big in making it so he lived long enough for that impale to keep everybody in place and allow them to find their counterattack. Mega
คือวิกเตอร์มันฉีดตอนที่แบบป้อมมันยังไม่ได้ยิงเวฟ1ตัวคือมันสามารถทำได้ไหมแกถ้ามันเห็นแสงป้อมแต่แค่แสงป้อมแบบว่ามันยังไม่ทันยิงใส่มินเนี่ยนอ่ะมันกำลังโล่งๆอยู่อ่ะ
You know, I'd take that KDA.
Yeah, not bad. It would show up in big golden sparkly letters on OPGG.
And I think it's showing well here as well, right? Like the fact that you end up with that massive impale that sets up for the play, like Inspire looks comfortable. And what it started off as that 3K gold lead that you were talking about, down to 1K, significantly closer. Now it is like very shared across the board.
แต่ดกคล่าแบกเมื่อกี้
to that main lead. But that's also what we saw a lot in the last game, right?
ลงมาแบบโดนเซเลฟีนอันติแต่ว่าอันตีสวน
Now, Lion, want to try and contest.
Yep. Lion trying to move up, challenge BLG here at the Rift Herald. Mega
โอ้อันติไม่ดีเลยบนเซอร์เกอร์ตรงนี้แต่ว่าเป็นการไล่
The Herald is secured by Inspired. On gonna be careful. No, he's caught in the gravity field. On is about to die here to the arcade storm. Saint grabs the first kill. Isles looking to make it a second here.
พยายามที่จะตันไนท์แต่แบบ
It's a 1-for-1 trade.
ไม่ได้
Support. Battle Herald is already engaged.
เฮ้ยแล้วเนี่ยคอมโบนะฟิลลี่กับช็อคเวฟ
Lion Shun and now Knight
บ้าไปแล้วเขาคือสกาเดอร์
Protoplasm harness
ว้า
as Inspired is about to fall and Lion overplay their hand. BLG swift to punish with the Shun Knight combo.
The pack separated and BLG saw the weakness. They jump onto the remaining members of Lion. Has been whiffs on the Mega Nar, but
อย่างที่พี่บอกเลยคือแบบที่พี่ถามว่าแบบเฮ้ยเขาไม่กลัวไอ้นาฟิลี่กับ
Uses the hop to get
Shock wave
Dokla, but now Dokla could be in a little bit of danger. Isle still trying to find the kill here. Bin's 1v2ing. They gotta bring in a third man.
เกือบตายไป
They do manage to get their kill, but that was so sketchy.
It may still be as here comes Shun.
Yeah, Shun wants to try to clean up whatever's left down here.
Berserker แบบ TP ลงมาตายแทน
away, but now Berserker, that zigs that you were talking about, the point of power for Lion, shut down with kill credit over to Viper.
And showing that no good deed goes unpunished. Berserker TP's down, doesn't get the assist, ends up dying at the back of it as well. Lion, again, they found some moments, but BLG answering back, that gold lead growing, this terror in the bot lane going to fall, and Knight should be able to catch that wave in the top lane that Saint to teleport it to.
Man, oh man, what a crazy sequence. I'm sure once we get the replay, we're going to have to go all the way back to the topside river. Because it really was, it looked like Lion might have had a chance to maybe chase and punish something, but as soon as they separated, you just send in the dog bomb, the ball strapped to Shun. As soon as he collides with a target, the shockwave makes it happen. Now an arrow flying into the top side. Saint sidesteps it. Knight staying alive, but now he tried to flash behind the impale, but the AoE goes to the side. It still catches him, and Lion have the first kill here in the fight. Knight down. Dokla's also arrived here to teleport. Public execution 3 seconds away from being available.
ไอ้ตายข้างล่าง
Bar charged. Hits Meganar on that one, clears out the
นาฟิลี่
wave.
มีชัดดาวอยู่
Lion finding a nice pick and getting everybody
ไว
out.
เปอร์มีชัดดาว
Move across towards this mid lane as well, so you can see On and Shun trying to move here to protect Viper on the mid lane towers. Inspire goes in.
Yeah, Inspire tries to tunnel through the wall, but Shun's still okay for now. However, a lot of pressure still coming in. BLG bring Viper into the fight. Shun tries to get a bit more damage, but
โอ้ยกสวยมากดอกล่า
Now Viper dies too. Lion's finding even more as On tries to get away, but no! The power siphon.
ดับเบิลคิวของเซนส์
And Lion just
กลับมาเงินนำเลยเซนส์
Once again,
เพราะว่าไปดับเบิลคิว
picks they need to get the goal back into
พี่
their
ไม่มั่นใจว่าได้ชัดดาว2ตัวหรือเปล่า
play across the board, in particular when you look at how they set up the
แต่ได้มา2คิวอะ
zone control in that fight. Saints
มีชัดดาว1ตัวแน่นอน
much value from that gravity well. We'll see it here as we start to come in, because Shun on his camp, Inspired thinks, hang on, we know Bin is just clear top wave and Meganar, he can't come in. So Inspired immediately starts to set up. Dokla moves through here, but as Viper showed up, see this gravity well means that Viper can't actually follow up on a lot of this. He gets stunned, and then immediately Dokla is able to follow up as Shun try and goes for the re-engage.
แล้วก็สกาเนอร์ได้ชัดดาว
well around
แอ
the
ช
choke points in this area.
เซนค่านาฟิลี่ซึ่งชัดดาวประมาณ400ได้
BLG have had such an explosive early
เฮ้ย
game
BLG
here,
ก็
but I'm so impressed with Lion's ability to hang in
มี
there
เหงื่อแตกอยู่เหมือนกันเนี่ย
This is what they would do domestically in North America. I talked about it a bit in game number 1. Even when they're behind, it's their shot calling that brings them these opportunities for fights to get back into the game. And now they're overloading the top side. Saints still just trying to clear the waves in mid. Everybody else hanging around top, but the turret has already been destroyed up there in the top lane.
Yeah, we have a bit of a split map situation going on right now.
แต่ยังมีคอมโบอยู่ไงคอมโบช็อคเวฟกับนาฟิลี่มันเก่ง
Moving here, trying to get in on towards this mid lane.
Yeah, BLG wants to put pressure onto the turret. They'll at least take out that third plate. Isles coming around from the side means BLG does want to back up, not overcommit on anything. Inspired, just punches Shin. Not a whole lot more to do here as both sides, again, playing cautiously. BLG, they could afford to play a little crazy, a little scrappy earlier. They were up 3,000 gold 12 minutes into the game. Now it's dead even at 21 minutes. BLG are going to have to make sure they're giving Lion the respect they're due, but the Impale's already there. The Mega Inferno Bomb. He doesn't get hit by death from below. Isles critically misses the ulti, and now Lion's going to try to run, but Inspired's already been killed. The Baron's on the map. Lion tries to make the play, but a slight miscalculation. They don't get the kill, and instead now it's BLG moving over to Baron.
X marks the spot where Lion thought they had it, but instead it's BLG who are able to step away, find themselves in front of the Baron. So much is still available, including that arrow in a couple of seconds.
All right, On is very low with HP. Keep that one in mind, but he's got a lot of shields, a lot of healing. Lion trying to stop this. Berserker over the wall with the AoE damage. Arrow's not going to find a target here.
บิน
Bouncing bomb still
มี
looking.
แฟดบินมาแล้วเรียบร้อย
For a 3-man Megador. Tosses 3 of them back, but Dokla's already killed Viper. Saint falls now. Shun barely stays
แต่ว่า
alive. He is executed
นาฟิลิตาย
and Berserker.
แต่บาลอนได้ว่ะ
It's 2 dead on the BLG
แล้วแรก
side,
แค่
2 dead
2 นะ
on the Lion
2-2
side. A bloodbath in the river is an equal trade.
You'll take that as Lion. Denying the Baron as maybe
อุ๊ย
more
ไป
here. Oh, beautiful.
Oh my god
Impact. Lion find another one. Nicely done there to ultimately give themselves the advantage.
บาลอนได้ปะ
And they get Knight's teleport at the
ไม่
end
ได้
of it, or he would have been dead to rights too.
But look at the timer as well. Now you've got the opportunity with a Dragon in 50 seconds to move bot lane, push out waves, set up vision. And it's this start here where Bin trying so hard to try and play up into this position, Isles dodging away. But in fact, as Bin goes in, he actually exposes his backline because he goes forward. But Dokla is like, great, I've been pushed on to the backline with Saint. Immediately burst out Viper. You don't have the health bar to try and continue forward. So it is end up being in that 2-for-2 with Bin almost helping Line getting that reposition.
We've got ourselves another
22 ที
close
สูสี
one
จัด
here, Dagda.
คู่นี้
It was looking like the classic close first game, and then the second one ends up being a blowout here at the start. But no, the Coinbase gold grind
พลิกเหลือ
showing
dead
you
cap
this
ครับ
actually Saint up 300 gold overnight over the LPL's best mid laner. As Lion now
แต่ว่าโซลพอยต์แล้ว Hextech ด้วยซิกอยากได้นะ
things here in the future, so they've got to try to
ไอ้
find some sort of an angle as this Drake is about to spawn. Dokla
ตก
teleporting
คล่ามา
in,
ละ
has the
แต่
empowered
บินขวาง
shield
อยู่
ready to go.
หน้าต้องปล่อยหรือเปล่า
Drake is already begun by BLG.
ไม่ปล่อยเอา
They've
บิน
got
ก่อน
to have
อุ้ย
faith.
แรงจัด
It's about to die.
บินสเตอร์แลกเด้งเลยแบบนี้เข้าได้ครับเข้าไซส์มาอยู่ครับแล้วแย่งไม่ได้ครับโอ้โหอินสปายจับได้ไหม
Dokla's gonna be taken low by Bin. Meanwhile,
นาฬิกามาครับเซน
both on the front line, both down to about half
จับ
HP.
แฟดจับไวเปอร์ได้ว่ะโอ้ยอินสปายแต่ว่าโดนช็อคเวฟ
Shockwave coming back from Knight.
เซนไม่มีแฟดแล้วไม่มีอะไรเลยตัวระบินจัดการแนวหลังครับดกคล่าตายไปตอนไหนก็ไม่รู้
It's BLG.
วัดดกคล่ายังตะกี้ยังไล่แบบบินอยู่เลยแล้วตัดภาพไปที่ตายไปแล้ว
Isles is forced all the way
โอ้โห
home
มันแรง
as
เพราะว่ามันมี
BLG make their way on a soul point and head towards the Baron pit.
Again, Line trying to force their way in. It's a
มัน
nice job
ซื้อ
to
วัว
turn
ทา
on
อีก
towards
ไง
Bin,
มันเลย
but
แรง
keep your eyes on how Knight plays this fight. Ends up
ดูด
incredibly
กคราบ
slow
โด
on
น
the ult usage, which actually
โอ้
catches
โห
Line out.
คือเขาไปเปิดแล้วโดนไล่ยิงจนตายแชท
Expect the shockwave.
ใช่ปะ
That's why Saint
อ๋อ
goes
ไอ้
for that.
เหี้ย
And as they try to jump in here, that's
อ่า
where the
ดกคล่า
shockwave. Now you've got the damage from Shun, and it's the follow-up bit being just barely clipping onto Berserker there that really seals the deal for BLG.
And Bin winning out in that top laner battle at the very start of the fight too, eliminating Dokla, making sure it's a 5v4, guaranteed victory there for BLG. Now they've got Soul Point, now they've got the Baron, now they've got to get out of town because Lion's trying to find some sort of a punish, but BLG have already evacuated the area. Isles trying to look for some sort of a chance here at a Bone Skewer. Shun jumps back in.
อินสปายโดนล้อมอยู่
Inspired on the front line, but he's got to be careful. Taking a lot of damage there from
ไม่มี
Viper
โพล
and
พา
Phantom
ตาย
all inspired. He's too far forward. BLG have already
Okay,
found
GG
their first kill. Make Berserker number 2. Saints about
GG
to
ครับผม
be 3. Shun falls, but BLG will avenge him in style. Isles the only man left again. Knight with a flash forward. He wants the full ace, and by God, he's gonna get it. 25-17.
เตะบอลแบบหลับ
5,000
ตา
gold lead. That's BLG.
The Scorpion couldn't find a rock to hide under. BLG with the dog delivery system may have just brought themselves a Game 2 win off the back of that play.
This is, if nothing else, going to explode the gold lead as it rises now to above 7,000.
แล้วป่ามันแบบเป็นขึ้นมาของซับหมดด้วยก็คือถ้ายังชนะไม่ได้ก็จบเลย
But Inspired separated, and On and Viper doing a ton of work to keep the rest of Line out of the play. Inspired is overextended. On steps up again to try and set up alongside this arrow. And it's Shun flashing forward, the dog delivery system, catching Saint as well. Sure, Shun goes down, but it's BLG happy to take that trade.
Exactly. You send the dog all the way in. Yes, he's got to go up to dog heaven, but that's okay. He'll look down on the rest of the team with a big old smile because BLG are 7,000 gold up. You can see the frustration on Dokla's face. Knight on Orianna here in 2026. This entire year undefeated on the champion, 8-0. Another 40 KDA Dagda, and he's got 24 pages in his book. He is writing a death note full of Lion names, and he's not
เป็นเกมที่ฝรั่งสู้เอเชียไม่ได้เลย
And it looks like we've still got another 45
คือต้องบอกว่าลีกเกาหลีกับจีนมันเถื่อนมากเพราะว่ามันคือมันไม่ใช่แค่ลีกเกาหลีจีนเว้ยมันเป็นลีกมันเกาหลีจีนไต้หวันนะคือมันสกิมกันตลอดระดมสมองกันตลอดอ่ะการแข่งขันเข้มข้นการซ้อมเข้มข้น
Behind BLG, setting up for maybe a flank angle. Saint is still in the top lane, pushing the tier 2 of BLG, and he has no teleport. There's no way for the Victor to get here quickly. So BLG
อเมริกานี่โดดเดี่ยวเลย
the base. Mid lane inhibitor already down.
ส่วนยุโรปก็
Basically hoping that Saint can get back in time and inspire.
มันก็เข้มข้นแบบขนาดนี้ไม่พอ
Here he goes. Saint has reset and bought items.
Okay, Inspired is here. On Viper and Bin trying to get
out
safe. Bin forcing Inspired back to space for On and Viper, who are now regrouping behind their top laner.
มีแฟดมีแฟดแต่ว่ายังไม่เล่นฮึบไล่เฉยอ๋อ
BLG continues to retreat now as everybody from Lion
จะ make play ว่ะ
jumps in straight to his own demise. Inspired now trying to continue his retreat as On flashes away from the Arcane Storm. Bin already had to trigger his Sterax. So he's low, but he's continually getting healed up by On, and Shun has now rejoined the fray. The Darkened Daggers fly, and Lion's about to die. Shun and the rest of BLG continually charge forward. Saint has to try to get himself away, but the flash won't save him. Inspired dies next.
คือเกมอื่นมันยังพอถูๆถ่ายแบบว่าแบบไม่ได้จริงจังขนาดนี้แต่พอเป็นของลีกเอาเลเจนด์อะโอ้โหฝั่งโซนบ้านเราอะเอเชียมันแบบมันมีทีมหลักไม่พอเก่งไม่พอไม่ยังมีทีมรองที่เก่งมากๆแล้วระบบสปอนเซอร์ที่แบบแล้วแถมแบบว่ามันเก็บชัยชนะได้เรื่อยๆอ่ะมันก็สร้างอินสปิเรชันในรุ่นใหม่อีกเฟเกอร์เงี้ยที่เกาหลีก็คือเด็กแบบว่านักของก็อยากเป็นแบบเฟเกอร์กันอ่ะเหมือนอารมณ์แบบอยากเตะบอลเพราะว่ามีเมสซี่เป็นไอดอลอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
I have conflicting opinions about this game because it started horribly, then it got good, and then it went back to normal. And yeah,
I just want to follow up on what Dagda said. I think for a game where you gave Knight Orianna, absolutely illegal decision, by the way, should never be allowed, very questionable. That wasn't too bad. That was kind of like the best you could hope for.
There were windows.
I think
pushing BLG T1
positive for Lion is they made it competitive as they did game 1, but they're still 2-0 down in the series. That's the tough thing about.
It's weird.
BLG.
Look, I'm from North America, but I'm not any pundit. I feel weirdly proud of Lion. I don't know if that's reflected by my North American peers. Maybe it's getting too close now where it's like, okay guys, you can clearly win a game. Please just get it over the line. But I'm still just impressed with a lot of the good things that are going on. But there's obviously still a decent amount of room for criticism.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think the frustration for me, especially as someone who watches both, has watched all the games of both these teams, is how Lions still are able to get some of these setups and play patiently enough around their composition and then still manage to fumble it. Sometimes even in the team fights where, you know, you kind of do expect that to happen, a lot tougher opponent than their opponents in North America. I do want to go over, however, kind of a quintessential BLG play that combines the Viper Ashe and the Knight Orianna. So every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, BLG are going to make a really great play on this attempted gank by Isles. So the first thing that's going to happen, you want to pay attention to the Ashe. She's going to be firing an arrow and also firing a hawk shot this way. It's going to end up spotting out Isles on this roam. So as Knight feints towards the top side, they actually see him there. Isles thinks he's going to be able to go in for this. And then the Ashe arrow is going to go through. Knight rotates back, lands the shockwave. Again, this is why you really just, especially with this composition, do not want to give this champion not only because of the undefeatedness, but also just because of, again, the way that BLG combines stuff like the Ashe Orianna, using the vision, using the cross mapping with the arrow, and then also Knight rotating back down, landing the shockwave. This is just a play that we've seen from them, and we've seen how coordinated they can be, even if they're not even in the same place.
And it comes down to what Inspired was telling me ahead of this series, the fact that BLG is always going to be in your face, ready to fight back, and especially the fact that you have to be ready for that jungle mid lane duo, Shun and Knight running the show every time when it comes to re-engaging and finding those opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, look, we could have made this entire post-game segment just an endless roll of shockwave, dogwave combos, all to get over the wall. But we're going to belay that for a little bit to talk about this play specifically. Because, Ox, I know you had some beef.
Yeah, so Dokla goes for this initial play onto Bin, chunks him out, but doesn't commit the ult. He gets run down and killed. And even though this was initially good for Lion, they had them trapped in the pit with a Victor, with a Ziggs. This feels fantastic. Bin gets to walk back into the fight, and that puts so much pressure on Lion. And I think Dokla, if he just committed the ult, when Bin was jumping over the wall, when he's locked in that animation, taking him out of the fight, all 4 other members of BLG were trapped in the Dragon Pit, and I think it was much more playable, and there was an angle for them there.
Ultimately,
พี่ว่า BLG ไหวกับเฮาอะไรไหมครับตอนนี้
And I like what you highlight there. There's a moment where Bin is locked in that jump animation, where it is a free ult for Dokla. He doesn't feel like he can pull the trigger, and sadly, I think he had overall.
เอาจริงนะ
It was a nice kind of comeback, but the story that has been the case for the entire series thus far is like
ถ้าเกิดไม่ได้มาแบบเอาดาบจริงๆอ่ะพี่ว่าไม่ไหวเลยมันต้องดาบแบบเอาดาบให้ได้อะแบบที่ทีวันโดนอ่ะแบบเลือกมาก็คือแบบแค่เตะแบบเตะฝุ่นก็คือชนะแล้วอ่ะเล่นแบบเล่นไปเรื่อยๆก็ชนะแล้ว
Every single time there was an opportunity for them to push the game ahead, BLG take it, and if you make that little misstep,
คือพอแบบนั่งนึกว่าแบบนายแม่งเลนกลางก็ยังเถื่อนเลยแต่แบบพอเห็นเซกาก็แบบเซกาแต่ว่าอยากดูมากเพราะอยากเห็นแบบบินเจอกับซูดอีกรอบนึง
They're communicating very, very well around
in the top lane.
And I think that is kind of a bit of a level up for this BLG team. They are a bit more well coached than, you know, for example, last year's BLG, right? And it does come down to when they lock in a composition like this with so many answers, provided that they are all communicating on the same page, the quick ability to be able to coordinate is so massive.
Yeah, and again, I think the final fight this whole game.
คำพูดหมายความหมายชอบซูด
This feels a little rude to Isles to run this one particularly. He did not have
อะไรครับเนี่ย
But this is kind of just yet another reminder of how good BLG are in these team fight circumstances. Playing on the edge there, that Victor Alt could have done a lot more.
อยากเห็นท่านโดกลับมาสั่งสอนท่านบินมากกว่า
Replay, been really respectful of what Inspired could do, really outpacing him, make sure he doesn't get caught by the ult. So even when Lion managed to mount a bit of a defense here, they're just too far behind the fight overall. For once this entire series, the dogwave doesn't connect, but the fight.
สนใจมากครับ
Listen, we knew it wasn't gonna get easy for them, and I feel like from the first series they played into
ต้องทำยังไงบ้างครับผมต้องส่งใบสมัครที่ไหนครับ
Is it gonna be enough
ผม
for them to take
ไม่มี
again?
ประสบการณ์
I don't know, but
ไม่
I
รู้เลยว่า
love
ต้อง
the
ทำบ้าอะไร
resilience so far. BLG taking us to match point here. Let's see
แต่
if
ผมจะตั้งใจให้ผมทำอะไรผมก็จะทำพี่ไม่ติดสัญญาทีวันเหรอฮาวาไลท์ตอนนี้ระดับเจน GP ก่อนๆเลยปะครับที่ว่าเจน G ปีก่อนๆโหดกว่านี้ปีที่แล้วเจน G โหดกว่านี้มันเลือดไม่ไหลเลยอ่ะปีเจน G ปีที่แล้วอ่ะเลือดมันแบบแทบไม่เลือดไม่ตกอ่ะไม่มีใครแบบไปเจอแล้วรู้สึกว่าแบบโอ้สู้ได้เลยตึงกว่าพอสมควรเลยแต่พอตอนเวอร์ก็ไม่เข้าใจเหมือนกันกดดัน พี่ว่าเจนจีจะกลับมาได้ไหมปีนี้ยิงสตอรี่เจนจีนี่คล้ายๆทีวันเลยนะมันจะแย่กว่านี้เว้ยเจนจีกับทีวันอะถ้าสมมติว่าเอาว่าอะไรด้วยนะถ้าเกิดสมมติว่า MSI เนี่ยทีมเกาหลีไม่ได้ตั๋ว1 ใบอะแม่งจะแย่อยู่เพราะว่ามันก็จะทำให้ LCK มันแต่จริง LCK เขาเอามา3 ทีมนี่เวอร์
So players can focus on the game and fans can focus on the moment.
เดี๋ยวนะทำไมเวอร์ถึงมี2 อันน่ะมีตั๋ว MSI อันดับ1แล้วที่2 Best Performance Region at MSI Earn this extra World Spotอันดับ2 Performance Region คืออะไรวะแบบจีนปีที่แล้วไงMSI อันดับ1ทีวันมาเป็นอันดับ4ไอ้ทีมนี้แม่งเพื่อให้ LCK กับ LPL ครับทำไมปีที่แล้วมันก็ไม่เห็นจะมีแบบ MSI อะไรแบบอันดับ2เลยพี่จำได้หรือพี่ลืมพี่ทีมที่ได้ที่2 ลีกจะได้สล็อตเพิ่มป่ะถ้าผมจำไม่ผิดภูมิภาคที่ได้ดีสุดเป็นอันดับ2จะได้ซีดเพิ่มเดี๋ยวเราย้อนไปดูนิดนึงอันนี้เป็นทีวันเจอกับเจนจีใช่ไหมแล้วยังไงนะIG อ๋อก็คืออันดับ2จะได้ซีดเพิ่มรีเจียนให้ตัวเองปีนี้เพิ่งปีแรกปะหรือว่าปีที่แล้วมีเหมือนกันแต่นี่มันเหมือนได้เอ็กซ์ตร้าเลยนะอ๋อคือเอ็กซ์ตร้ารีเจียนคือเกาหลี3LPL 3เมกา3ก็คืออเมริกาใต้2อเมริกาเหนือ3EU 3เซาท์เอเชีย2 3หรือเปล่า
So far, I think they've put up a really good fight. We just got to be able to finish it. That's all we got to do.
ที่โดเนทมา100 บาทลีก LCPY การ์ดกำลังมาพี่สนใจโค้ชยังครับเริ่มงานจากการล้างจานก่อนได้ครับ
มึงไปโค้ชอะไรโค้ชล้างจานได้ยังไงมึงก็คือให้ทำอะไรก็ทำแต่แบบเฮ้ยให้ไปล้างจานผมก็
I love the energy there from Miss Chim Chim.
มันก็ไม่ได้หรือเปล่า
MSI
ปีนี้ใครหมดสัญญากับ T1 บ้างครับก็จะมีโดลานครับ
To our best of 5 between BLG and Lion, and despite the fact that
Dolan.
both games have been a close battle, despite the fact that I have been impressed by Lion being able to keep things really neck and neck with a contender like BLG, they haven't managed to get it across the finish line. It's BLG triumphant in the moments that matter most, and it's BLG now on match point.
And we were just talking in the break, like that seems to be the speciality of BLG. Just every single member can step up when it counts, and all you need is one of them to make that.
คือโดลานเขาต่อปีต่อปี
Still kind of waiting for that magic moment to happen. I think Inspired has had a great series thus far, like keeping control in the early stage.
ฮักหลอดคนหนึ่งถ้าจำไม่ผิด
spectacular, but he needs to
เฮ้ย
really
โอนเนอร์
try
อี
and
กคน
find that special
มีโอนเนอร์กับโดลานครับที่จะหมดปี2026
All right, let's see how our draft is going to look.
ส่วนเฟเกอร์กับเคเลียนี่ยาวเลย
And the Rumble. Meanwhile, over on the other side, it's Vayne, TF, and Poppy banned out by Lion.
Interesting. Okay. So very
ส่วน
much
เพส
top lane focus.
น่าจะหมดปีหน้า
Maybe saying once again, hey, look, we're just going to try and take something
2008
that's top side like the Scion for Dokla.
ก็จะมีโดลานกับโอเนอร์
Not give
ที่
anything in
จะ
the
หมด
early stages across that Bane can try and answer with, especially with the Rumble.
โอเนอร์ต่อแล้วเหรอ
in here as well. That I imagine would be the focus here.
All right, what do we got? Okay, the Akali going to be kept away from Saint. As let's see what we end up getting here. Lion wanting first pick this time. They have taken last pick in both of the previous matches. This time around, they want to have their choice.
And I think like they have done well with this, but when you're 2 games deep and it hasn't quite worked out, look, let's try
โอเนอร์
something a
ต่อ
little
ถึง
bit different, right? See if
2028
it's going to work. And the Nocturne for Inspired, definitely something that can be a playmaker here.
And this would explain why the bans in this first phase are
โอเนอ
also
ร์
different. Because remember, the
อ๋อนี่ไง
Nocturne
โอ
has
เนอ
been
ร์ต่อ
banned
สัญ
out
ญา
in
แล้วค
both
รับ
of the previous games.
ถึงปี
Now that they have
2028
the first pick, they want to prioritize it for themselves. Obviously, you don't have the knock wave combo with the Orianna since that's now removed through Fearless.
ก็คือจะมีโดลานคนเดียว
with it, but also Viper gets his Ezreal. This has been banned out so far in the first couple of games as well. And by the way, so has On's Bard. So if they can manage, yep, never mind. They're going to manage to lock it right there. Ezreal Bard for the bottom lane of BLG. That's some scary stuff.
That is definitely a comfort pick for BLG in that bottom lane. The push is there for them on the roams. The temper fates as well can try and slow down some of this pick potential from Lion with this Nocturne. We'll have to see how they pan this one out as we're still waiting. I imagine, the response to the bot lane will be the Nautilus. Try and grab that one early for Isles to ensure he's got that good matchup.
Yep, remember the Nautilus was banned out by BLG as responses to the potential Ashe and Seraphine bottom lane that they were running in the previous game. Not going to be banned out this time. So we have some strong engage options, particularly single target engage options for the Lion squad. Nautilus ulti plus Nocturne ulti. You can put somebody in a world of hurt with those, but what else do they want to pair with it?
Yeah, especially like looking at Knight in the mid lane, I imagine you want some sort of mobility here based on what you're seeing. Now with the Cassiopeia on the other side though, mobility may be at a premium when you look towards that mid lane.
เพราะฉะนั้น T1 ปีนี้ท็อปเลนต้องหาสัญญาต้องหาท็อปเลนใหม่พูดตรงๆต้องหาท็อปเลนใหม่คือเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดจะเอาโดลานก็ต้องเซ็นสัญญาต่อ
The TF, the Vayne, the Rumble gone. There's very few picks, including the MS, that are like left to go into that top lane. Varus gone as well.
Yep, 4 of the most standard top lane champions in Jace, Gnar, Cassante, and Ambessa, all already off the table just through Fearless, is going to do a lot. So I want to see how much BLG wants to pinch this top lane pool in the second half, or if they even care. Right now, they don't. It's going to be the Misfortune banned out. They don't want that being paired with the Nautilus for the powerful all-in potential. You hit a dredge line, you immediately drop the depth charge, bullet time over the top. They're trapped in a lot of that damage.
Kaisa probably the next one to go as well on BLG's side. Good into the Ezreal, plus adding to that dive potential that you already have on the Lion side.
EWC พี่ได้watch party แต่ว่าพี่ไปเกาหลีครับพอดีมันพี่ไปเกาหลี
Caps didn't look so good in
แล้วมันตรงกับ EWC พอดี โซแซนแมนอาจจะได้ดู1 วันเปิดตัวแล้วก็ไปเกาหลีอ่ะ
We have seen that before in this tournament, so I'm just going to put the little asterisk on that. You do expect to see
ส่วนจะดูที่เกาหลีได้ไหมอันนี้
We'll see if BLG wants to respect that, or if they want to just keep focusing towards the bottom lane instead here with the bans. No, okay, they are going to look towards the top side. Get rid of that Mundo that could be just a giant meatball that it's kind of hard to appropriately punish enough to stop him from becoming the
ก็ไลฟ์ที่ร้านเกมทีวันแม่งเลยถ้าสมมติว่าแบบแม่งอันนั้นได้ก็เดี๋ยวถือกล้องเว็บแคมไปด้วยแล้วก็ไลฟ์ที่เการ้านเกมทีวันแม่งเลย
You're going to just lose gracefully, and I think Takluz has been doing a good job of kind of doing just that. Like he hasn't gotten a huge amount of attention towards that top side of the map, but it has
ไปเที่ยวหรือไม่ได้ไปเที่ยวครับไป
trying to find some footholds in this game.
บอกไม่ได้ครับแต่ว่าไม่ได้ไปเที่ยวครับปีนี้ครับสัญญาหมดท็อปเลนนะครับที่สัญญาหมดจะมีโดรานทีวันครับเจนจีคินฮาวาไลท์ซูสเพอร์เฟกต์เคทีนงชิมคิงเอ็นดูดูซูเปอร์บลิชดีอาร์เอ็กแล้วก็เคลียร์โอ้ยท็อปเลนแต่ละคนตอนนี้นี่เอาจริงเถื่อนๆทั้งนั้นเลยอะเพอร์เฟกก็ได้แต่เพอร์เฟกกับพี่รู้สึกว่ามันน่าจะไปเจนจีเพราะว่าเคทีแบบเจนจีชอบดึงจากเคทีมาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยส่วนคิงเอ็นท็อปเลนคิงเอ็นอายุเท่าไหร่อ่ะสำหรับพี่ทีวันไม่น่าดึงแล้วสุดไม่น่าได้แล้ว
I always like on the hunt more when you have champions that do
น่า
not
จะ
have mobility built
ถ้า
into
เกิด
the kit
จะเป็นไปได้
because the less
น่า
mobility
จะ
you
เป็น
have, inherently the more valuable move speed
ก็โดรานต่อ
So yeah,
หรือ
Casio
ไม่
can
ก็
do
เพอร์
really
เฟก
nice on that one, and okay, we're not going to go with a
ส่วน
meteor meatball.
ส่วน
We
คิ
are
งเอ็น
going to
นี่
go with Zahen in the
ไม่
top lane.
ไม่น่าเพราะว่า
Shiny
คิงเอ็นมันเป็นเรื่องของนี่ด้วย
I don't think this is the best of matchups so far.
แกอาจจะเป็นคนแบบฉุนหรือเปล่าอะไรเงี้ยอาจจะงั้นกับเฟเกอร์หรือเปล่าอายุก็เท่าโดรานด้วยคิงเอ็นเพราะฉะนั้นไม่น่าอายุมากกว่าโดรานอีกโดราน25มาครับดับเสร็จเรียบร้อยฮะดกล่าไซเฮนไปเจอกับเลเนกตันครับY Ali
in the jungle, one of Ari's best friends in all of League of Legends. This is a scary mid-jungle combo, and these guys are clearly on the same wavelength. We remember the play in the previous game in the topside river where Lion lose track of how far they're splitting, and it's Shun and Knight immediately counterpunching for 2 kills. This Vi-Ari combo is a recipe for success.
Can also nullify a lot of that Nocturne presence in a team fight
What
as well.
T1 Takluz becoming?
You jump in as Nocturne, Ezreal dashes away, Ari dashes away, and then it's like, well, I'm on.
คือน่าจะไม่กลับบ้านเดิมเหมือนแกคงเซ็งๆที่แบบว่าทำไมต้องโดนโถมอะไรอย่างงี้ด้วยพี่ว่านะแล้วก็ตอนที่ไปเข้าห้องน้ำก็ได้ยินเขาเห็นซุดกับกุไมชิแบบตอนที่มาเจอในห้องน้ำ LCK ก็เกี่ยวก้อยกันแล้วครับเกี่ยวก้อยตอนฉี่ก็คือกินฉี่ด้วยกันในโถข้างๆกันแล้วกูมาก็ถามว่าเฮ้ยปีนี้อย่าเพิ่งย้ายไปนะก็เอามือที่แบบนั้นก็เกี่ยวก้อย
Maybe Nocturne is how you try to counter that. Maybe that's what gets it done because Lion has been close so far in this series.
ก็เลยตัดใจว่าซุดก็เลยแบบเดี๋ยวอยู่กับกูมาต่ออีกปีนึง
It's also very strong in these early levels if you want to look for the potential dueling.
โหสัญญาโถชี
If Inspired is able to get in the face of Shun, I think that should give him that advantage. And already, I think that's the game plan here for Lion, right? Inspired will be spotted thanks to that.
ชื่อสัญญามั้ง
They want to split the map. Shun immediately booking it to the other side of the jungle will also be spotted.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that he is not going to end up chickenless. So he will steal away that camp from Lion as his is stolen away. Of course, Inspired is the first to the camp, so he will have first.
พี่คิดว่าตอนนี้ให้ประมาณ 75% เป็นโดราน
Still trying to clear out these last chickens. Does hit his level 2. Saint is going to steal away.
Perfect พี่ว่า 20%
Shun still trying to make his escape here as Inspired and Saint both collapsing. Inspired wanting to get in the way of the Vault Breaker, but he can't do it. Shun nicely done to escape.
Okay, so one camp per one camp, and we kind of go back to even Stevens. So not too
แต่
bad
อาจจะ
on
โดดไป
either side,
แบบ
but you
เป็
can
น
kind of see
เค
already.
ลียร์ก็ได้นะ
This
เคลียร์ก็เล่น
I
ท็อป
imagine
เล
is
น
going to
เก่
be
ง
the continued game
เคลียร์
plan.
อายุเท่าไหร่
Because Inspire can now clear
เคลียร์
through his top
23
side, and actually with the push on bottom lane,
แล้วก็
potentially
มีประ
look
ส
for
บการณ์
another
ด้วยก็มี
invade
ตอนนี้มีว่า
with
มีเคลีย
Isles
ร์
having
กับ
support. So we'll have to see how BLG try and respond. At least Knight having pushed in the mid
ส่วน
lane for
คิ
the
นไม่
moment,
น่าละ
he should have some support.
แต่ก็ไม่แน่นะคินแต่แก27แล้วอ่ะแกก็แบบพี่ใหญ่ละถ้าจะดีสุดต้องเป็นเพอร์เฟกต์คินเป็นทหารด้วยเหรอ
in game number 2 was not what Lion would have wanted, so hopefully we'll have more success here on the Nautilus as Knight is forced to flash over the red wall to safety as just what I'm saying, Lion's support.
ถ้าเลดเกมยังไงก็ไลออน
This is what I was talking about, right? Because you
จะรียงตลอดเลยวะ
Shun where he goes in to try and invade. They now have full information on where Shun is going to be, so it's almost like a fake coming through from Saint and Isles, where they're like, we are going to look for that potential invade, and Knight has to respect it because Inspired might be there with the pathing that they saw. So now.
อีวันปั้นเด็กใหม่อย่างเดียว
with the Inspired having the quicker clear, where they could push this out and maybe look for something, but they should definitely be able to secure this bot lane crab for
เด็กปั้นอะคาเดมี่เหรอ
Doka shoved in, just like you were talking about. The early lane not going to be the most pleasant experience there for Zihen up against Renekton. Of course, this champion has very powerful scaling later on with the ability to fill the blood well up, have that resurrection in the big fights, but Renekton traditionally that dominant laner that will make that scaling
เอาจริงถ้าเกิดจะปั้นก็ได้แต่พี่ว่าเพอร์เฟกต์มันถูกกว่าเจรันไนแบบอย่างสวยงามแล้วดิอายุก็แบบว่าพร้อมสับอ่ะพร้อมเลยอ่ะแล้วคือถ้าเกิดจะมาปั้นมันควรจะปั้นพร้อมกันหลายๆคนเว้ยแล้วก็ให้เฟเกอร์เป็นแบบเหมือนโค้ดเลยเหมือนแบบปั้นก็เป็นแกก็เลนกลางปั้นไปไม่เป็นไรก็ปั้นกันทุกตำแหน่งแต่ถ้าเกิดตอนนี้มันมี4คนที่แม่งแบบว่าเหมือนแบบมะม่วงสุกแล้วจะมารอปั้น1คนมันก็ไม่ได้แล้วแหละพี่ว่ามันคนละแบบกันแหละคือถ้าเกิดจะปั้นมันต้องแบบก็ปั้น4ตำแหน่งอะเฟเกอร์บอกไม่เป็นไรกูชิวๆ
Shun moving into the enemy jungle.
มันจะมารอ1คนปั้นพี่ว่าไม่น่า
The only thing Shun can do is move back into his top side and clear bot, but Inspired has the faster clear, so able to clear his bottom side, get in to compete, and now gets the Raptor respawn. So Shun basically is nothing to do now for the next few minutes because he's no campsite.
เอทีไม่น่าปล่อยป่ะเพอร์เฟกต์ก็สัญญาเพอร์เฟกต์หมดปีนี้ก็ ถ้าหมดสัญญาแต่ว่าที่เกาหลีเขาจะมีกฎอยู่ก็คือแบบห้ามคุยกันก่อนต้องให้แบบนักแข่งตัดใจเองว่าแบบว่าจะเอายังไง
A very similar gold advantage up there in the top side for Bin's Renekton, who has just controlled the lane against Dokla.
Even opting in towards the early Bramble Vest is not what you really want for this Zihen either. He wants to be picking up those brooders or items, but Dokla massively struggling, and this is what we're talking about, right? Like the early presence from this Renekton is so strong as Saint.
Saint flashes forward, he wants to get the solo kill on tonight. The poison will not be. It is! The first blood goes over to Saint thanks to the poison from Noxious Blast plus the Deathfire touch. Saint just solo killed Knight's Ahri.
Huge play from Saint in the mid lane. I thought this was going to be one of the most one-sided matchups that we had on the Rift today, but Saint with the Cassiopeia getting the kill on the Ahri.
That was huge coming out from Saint, but now he has no flash to try to get away. He hangs around too long. Shun ends up taking the kill. As On goes on a magical journey through the wall, Inspired. That is such a rough one because the paranoia cooldown is so long early. When you don't get anything out of that ultimate, you're really not happy with it.
Still though, could actually look for a little bit
ต้อ
more.
งยอมตายไม่งั้นไม่ได้กลับบ้านแล้วก็แบบเวฟแม่งโดนฟีด
Try and invade on towards Shun, but with only the two of them, it will be the dragon. Still though, like the funny thing is,
คือเซนตะกี้มันไม่มีทางเลือกอะโดนฟีดเลนแล้วซัพพอร์ตอยู่อีกโคตรคือซัพพอร์ตอยู่โคตรไกลอ่ะมันคือแบบแล้วซัพพอร์ตไอออนก็มาตัดวาร์ป
Inspired has over the BLG jungler, so
แล้ววายก็มาแบบช่วยรับแกงอีกโอ้โห
Dragon of the series so far, not even 6.5 minutes into the game, and that one is already locked in for Lion, as Isles and On both still hanging around this mid lane. Saint no flash, Knight's flash also still on cooldown. Bin versus Dokla. Bin's just going to pop the Dominus to continue to maintain dominance here in this top lane. 70-44 in the farm count. You already mentioned it, but Dokla also having to spend that first big chunk of gold on an item he doesn't really want. And here's how Saint got the kill on Knight.
Yeah, Knight ends up stepping up, has the Q already connected, so there's a lot of damage and just not respecting it. Also, I didn't quite see where the charm went. So
he shot
just missed it, did he?
Saint sidestepped it.
I sidestepped it,
yeah. Knight fired it off. Saint managed to sidestep it, predicted it well, and then the follow-up is right there. He chases him down.
And Knight had no flash to try and get away from it, so nicely done by Saint there. And unfortunate for Saint in the follow-up after, because he had unlocked the ultimate but didn't have enough mana to actually use that to keep the rest of BLG away. So it did end up dying, but you can still see he pushed in that wave, still has the lead for himself in that mid lane. I think this now kind of opens up line a little bit more to try and fish for plays.
But it also was pretty critical from the BLG side that the counter kill onto Saint went to Shun, because Shun being so far behind in experience, being so far behind just in terms of his camps this game, he needed that kill to stay relevant. And you can see that even though he's down 20 farm right now, he's up a whopping 30 gold. But at least that's a state of parity with Inspired.
Yeah, I do want to highlight though just
ไมโครดิซิชันสู้ฝั่งเอเชียไม่ได้เลยล่าสุดที่เราคิดอย่างนี้เจนจีโดนไป 3-0 นะ
1, 2, 3, 4 wards to spot out if Inspired so much
as
blinks in that top side jungle. So you can already tell BLG hyper-focused on trying to keep track of Inspired, but have they lost them?
Yep, Inspired's already down here on the bottom side of the map. Viper's trying to get away. Plenty of damage, but not quite enough just yet. Viper's staying alive for now. You gotta be kidding me! BLG keep their AD carry alive. Inspired still on the hunt. Viper still on the run. As now they turn their attention over to On instead. Saint has made his way into the fight. Viper takes a kill though as he brings Inspired down with them. BLG playing this beautifully. They turn this multi-man dive from Lion on its head. They get kills on Isles and Inspired both.
ราคาอ่อนไม่ได้ไงวะ
So long. Lion fumbled it so badly on the play. Viper's arcane shift got away from the hook from Isles and honestly kept him alive for so long in the fight. We'll catch it on the replay. Because as this comes through, Inspired starts by tanking up the tower as he goes underneath. I don't mind this, but watch the arcane shift here. Isles tries to go under, but misses the arcane shift. So the hook goes into the wall. That's not the lockdown you need. Berserker ends up tanking the tower afterwards. He's not tanking enough to set this up, so they have to entirely back away. And Viper gets so much poke damage as he runs away here. Does end up falling in the end to Berserker, but they tried to turn on towards the support afterwards. Like, that was just messy stuff from Line.
And they are punished.
ตะกี้นอตคิวไม่โดนนะ
Magical journey through the wall, looking to lock up Saint. Good use of the miasma there to slow him down. Saint gets away, not a whole lot of damage there. True shot barrage to add insult to injury to this top lane deficit that Dokla is currently experiencing. At least he's finally building towards the items he actually wants now. But over on the other side, Bin has even gone for a cull. He recognizes this lane is no threat. There is nothing that's going to stop him from behaving however he wants in this lane. So he's just going to go ahead and accelerate his own economy with that one. Already got it down to 44 stacks. Berserker, his own call down to 24, and he's the lone gold lead on the Lion side, so cashing that in might be what... Okay, all right, now it's gone. Now it's gone, fair enough. But hey, the minions are walking up. Watch.
Yeah. Okay, 24.
Swing back. You don't get there, you just... 10. There we go.
Hey!
There we go. All right, cool. So he's the lone gold lead on the Lion side once that call cashes in. Berserker has had large individual leads in both games so far for himself, but they still haven't been able to deliver. And Berserker is going to have to put up strong individual performance if Lion wants to get one of these games across the finish line and prevent the clean sweep.
The thing is, though, Lion have phenomenal scaling when it comes to this composition, right? Like Saint, Berserker, Dokla, all going to be amazing when they get towards, you know, that
แข่งกันโถมกลางจริงๆมันโถมอันไหนก็ได้นะพี่ว่าอิสระมาก
I think they have done an okay job, but like Bin is massive.
แต่ว่าซัพพอร์ตก็จะโยกมาช่วยกลางเพื่อเอาแบบตีไอ้ของซับด้วยแล้วก็ดูว่าจะทำอะไรต่อ
And Inspired looking at a
คิด
potential
ว่า
move
แพท
to
เนี้ย
bot lane, but Viper respecting us as they see multi-members of Lion
มัน
here.
Importantly, On also still level 5. Needs just a little bit more experience, a couple more minions.
จะเรียกว่าไงดีวะ
level 6 and unlock the tempered fate.
คือมันก็ไม่ได้แย่เรื่องของการแบบโถมแบบว่าการเล่นเลนมันสามารถเลือกเลนเล่นได้แบบอิสระอยู่ไม่เหมือนตอนใน แพทที่แม่งสวาปเลนในสวาปเลนนี่แม่งมีแต่โถมท็อปเลนแม่งโดนกระทำแบบชำเราแบบหนักหน่วงจริงแต่พี่ว่า objective มันน้อยไปมันแบบมันได้มี objective เยอะกว่านี้อาตาคารอะไรเงี้ยชอบแล้วพี่ก็ชอบแบบไอ้นี่ด้วยไอ้ Feet of Sting พี่รู้สึกว่า Feet of Sting มันแบบมันสนุกดีส่วน Quest
get back to business as usual up here in this top lane as Knight will see if he can
มีไอ้โลเควสที่มันจำกัดเนี่ยแหละที่แบบมันทำให้สลับเลนไม่ได้การเล่นมันอิสระน้อยลงเยอะมากแต่ถ้าเกิดโลเควสมันไม่มีมันก็อาจจะมีการสลับเลนแบบเอา ADC มาเจอกับท็อปเลนแบบ1-1อ่ะเลือกเดเวนมาแล้วก็หวดใส่เล็กใส่
Lock of the Iron Solari completed 4 on the Bard for the extra shielding in the middle of these big fights. So Dokla, however, still, unfortunately, just a Phage and a longsword.
And it's also still with the vision control for on that top side. He's been doing a really good job of finding these moments to get vision for a bin, but
oh, there's your wombo combo. Shun and Knight going in after Saint. He tries to use the petrifying gaze,
ตอนที่ทุกคนโยกมาหาท็อปเลนแบบ3คนลุมฆ่าแม่งท็อปเลนเลเวลคือท็อปเลนเวลาแบบเลเวล2แม่งแบบดีใจมากตอนนั้นนะเห็นแล้วสมเพชมากๆแบบท็อปเลนแบบทำยังไงก็ได้ให้ตัวเองเลเวล2อ่ะคือใช้แฟดเพื่อให้ตัวเองเวล2อ่ะกูเห็นแล้วแบบงงเรื่องเควสอะแต่ละเลนเควสเป็นไงก็จริงๆแล้วมันแค่บังคับให้เราอยู่ในเลนครับไม่ต้องซีเลยมากคือแค่เราอยู่ในเลนเควสก็แบบเจนจนแบบเดี๋ยวเควสก็เสร็จเองคือมันไม่ต้องทำอะไรคือแค่ยืนเฉยๆมันจะเต็มมันจะเจนแต้มในเลนให้แต่ว่าถ้าเราอยากจะให้มันจบไวเราก็ต้องรัดมินเนี่ยนเยอะๆฆ่าให้ได้อะไรเงี้ยแต่ว่าแต้มมันน้อยมากถ้าเทียบกับแต้มที่มันเจนให้ต่อวิอะแค่อยู่ในเลนมันก็เจนแต้มละมันเลยเหมือนบังคับไกลๆว่าต้องอยู่ในเลนไหม
Yep, Dokla's in some danger. Already stunned up there with the Ruthless Predator. Has to use the Grim Deliverance defensively. Trying to get himself away. Inspired goes in for the dive here yet again, looking for the move on the Viper. Plenty of damage coming out. It was Knight, excuse me. As the kill comes through, Saint making sure they land that one. And it's Saint's revenge down here in the bottom lane. Knight gets knocked over.
ซัพพอร์ตเดินลมเควสก็เสร็จช้าแล้วครับซัพพอร์ตมันจะเป็นเควสของมันไม่เหมือนมันไม่คือที่พูดนี่คือหมายถึงว่าพวกแบบเลนแบบว่า ADC เลนกลางแล้วก็ท็อปเลนซัพพอร์ตมันจะมีเควสที่มันตีไอเนี่ยไอของซับอะที่มันจะมี3เม็ดฟ้าตีก็ได้หรือโป๊กศัตรูแล้วก็จะได้แต้มอะไรเงี้ย
to a 1.8k lead for a bin. He is massive on the map, so Lion needed to find something elsewhere.
Yep, Shun already starting up this Herald. He's got Bin walking towards him back from the base. Any fight that Bin is involved in, Lion either has to have just a supremely superior angle or they cannot do anything about it whatsoever. It's a 2,000 gold lead. Across the team, it's a 1.7k lead for Ben. It's just he is the difference in this game right now.
Yeah, the difference is Lion, both mid and bot lane actually having a little bit of a lead for themselves again. Does bode well for them. They are the late game insurance here.
ปรับเป็นเควสเนี่ยไม่มีเลย
The late game is looking awfully far
คือเควสเนี่ย
away. You're just getting so much pressure on the map.
แต่ทุกเลนก็จะได้เปรียบของมันเองอะไรเงี้ย ADC มันจะได้เงินตั้งแต่แบบคือได้เงินเร็วกว่าโลอื่นเลนท็อปเลนก็จะได้ EXP มากกว่าเลนอื่นเลนกลางก็จะได้รองเท้าหรอเลนกลางมันจะบล็อกไงดีวะ
It's 1-1 on those counts. Again, a more accelerated Drake game than what we've
seen
previous two in this series. And it's BLG moving in, shunning on the playmaking
ข้างบนก็มีไอแอนตี้เลนสวาปเหมือนเดิมคือให้ซัพพอร์ตมาช่วยไม่ได้หน้าดับก็จะเปลี่ยนด้วย
down on this bottom lane, trying to make sure they can cover in behind his top laner. So then if a play happens, they can actually be there. But it means that, you know, he can't get to the top side.
ให้บอสเขียนทีวันบนหน้าเหรอครับ
again in this 1v1 where he's actually just stealing away Krugs there as well. So it is just making it difficult for the follow-up. Actually, maybe he didn't. Maybe the Krugs hadn't spawned. Still, like, you can see just how difficult it is for a line to cover the map.
Inspired going in after Bin, though, trying to make the play on the BLG top laner who pops the dominance nice and early. They want to try to get Saint's Petrifying Gaze, but Bin had already turned around in time. He's chasing after Inspired. Who's hunting whom here in this play? As Bin has to continue his retreat. Now the Berserker has showed up. And Inspired working together with his team, setting the kill up for Berserker. Down in the bottom lane, Dokla's going to die here too. It's a requiem for top laners. 17 minutes into the game as they both fall to multi-man plays from the other team. Saint going to push the tier 1 turret top. Meanwhile, Knight is going to take the tier 1 turret bot.
Still been worth a little more in that trade, but unfortunately for Lion, they're not going to be able to get the tower off the back of it, so would have loved a little bit more, but it is BLG works in that early. The TP as Oz is moving bot lane. And honestly,
อาจจะแปลกๆแต่พี่คิดว่าเลนกลางจะได้บัฟจาก objective เยอะกว่าคนอื่นเรื่อยๆเช่นว่ามังกรเงี้ยมังกรไฟได้ 3% ดาเมจใช่ป่ะเลนกลางจะได้แบบมากขึ้นแบบ 50% ถ้าตอนเวล16อะไรเงี้ยหรือเวล18จะได้เพิ่มขึ้น 50% แล้วมันก็สเกลลิ่งไปเลยจากเวล1ไปถึง 50% ก็สเกลไป
This time it's inspired. They get the way push top. Dokla trying to reconnect with the lane.
Yeah, but he's caught in the
ทำให้เลนกลางมันก็แบบอยากจะได้ objective ไงซึ่งก็จะตรงกับความรู้สึกที่แบบว่าป่าอยากได้ objective แล้วเลนกลางไม่มาช่วยเลนกลางก็รู้สึกว่าเฮ้ยกูอยาก objective แล้วก็ได้รองเท้าจะอัปเกรดได้แบบเอารองเท้าจะสามารถซื้ออัปเกรดได้
The tier 2 turret up here in the top lane. 19 minutes on the clock means just about 1 more minute to go until Baron will be around. Again, BLG, we remember back to the first game, they got the first
ก็คือเลนบนให้มัน EXP เลนล่าง AD ได้โกเลนกลางมันก็ควรเกี่ยวกับ objective อะพี่ว่าก็น่าจะเป็นแบบได้บัฟจากการได้ objective นั่นแหละ
40 minutes in, and you've got the line.
ทุกคนก็ได้บัฟหมดเลนกลางมันควรจะแบบ
And that's why we're seeing BLG trying to kick it up a notch, right? Looking for the invades. They now have that Rift Herald, which I imagine they're going to try and throw down in mid soon once you get that push on bot lane for Bin, and then take mid tower, start to get the deep ward, start to limit access to the map for a line. Because at the moment,
หรือไม่เลนกลางก็ได้ช่องสเปลเพิ่มก็น่าสนใจก็คือรองเท้าสามารถเลือกสเปลได้
And that's, so I think this is where kind of having Shun and Nice collapse onto mid lane shows you they really want to put that threat down.
All right, Baron's about to spawn. Dragon still 2 minutes away. Rift Herald summoned up in mid lane by BLG.
เลือกสเปลได้1 อัน
Lion just trying to dogpile and kill it off before it charges. And they get it done. Nicely done from Lion.
Yeah, and good call from Lion, because we just said, look, you need to see BLG push out that bot lane with Bin before they try and make this play, so you draw members of Lion away, but BLG nearly trying to skip steps, and Lion collapse, stop the dive, and may catch a little more here.
Shortcuts can end up costing you sometimes, and Lion end up making BLG pay for a Herald that looked like it should have been a sure thing, but just couldn't quite complete the charge. Now that Bin's got the bottom wave shoved up, Dokla's down there ready to try to answer that one as Saint takes his recall, is not interrupted on that one with the True Shot Barrage. Saint at a very big power spike now for himself. 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages, fully evolved.
วันนี้คิวอันแพ้กลับบ้านเลยไหมครับเรียบร้อยครับถ้าวันนี้แพ้ก็กลับบ้านเลยครับแต่จริงๆไม่ต้องกลับก็คืออยู่บ้านอยู่แล้วเพราะว่าแข่งที่เกาหลีครับก็สบายๆ
And that's what I mean. Like I think
ไม่ต้องบินกลับบ้านนะ
these third items completed, I think you're in a good spot. Like especially for Berserker, the Mortal Reminder going to be doing a lot of work against people like Bin in these engagements. So I think it's a good shout. And as long as you can play this front to back, not give Shun and Knight access to say Berserker or say I think you've got a good chance. Even if you want to, like, give up this next dragon, like we've seen before, where sure they get to Soul Point, but I think Lion from their next position should be in a good spot. Although Berserker has just completed 3 items, so maybe they're feeling spicy.
3 items for Berserker. You've also got the experimental hex plate plus stride breaker combo for Nocturne that is just that core build that always feels so strong in this champion. Dokla still working towards his second.
พี่ว่าเควสแม่งไร้สาระไงไม่รู้คือเห็นป่ะตอนนี้คือแบบเขาก็ไม่โชว์แล้วว่าใครเสร็จเควสบ้างแบบไม่มีใครในที่สนใจเลยแบบนักพากย์คนวิเคราะห์อะไรว่าเฮ้ยเควสเสร็จแล้วแทบไม่มีเลยมันยังไงมันก็เสร็จมันเสร็จพอๆกันด้วยต่อให้คุณจะสตอมเลนมายังไงมันก็เสร็จพอๆกันมันขอแค่ยืนในเลนมันก็เจนแล้ว
up here in the top side, not really afraid of Dokla. They'll land the charm. A little bit of extra damage follow up, but Dokla
ถ้าเป็นแมคานิกที่แบบเดี๋ยวคือแมคานิกนี้เหมือนจะให้ตอนนาทีเท่านี้เลยมันฟิกไว้เลย
Shun in this top side jungle, so not really going to be looking for any sort of steal. Maybe look for a play in the mid tower as it is just Isles who's sticking around, but with the wave gone,
ปีบมันนำไปแล้วคัมแบ็กยากแต่ว่ามันพี่ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะแต่เขารู้สึกพี่นะทั้งคนเล่นแล้วคนดูนะตอนนี้พี่เล่นนะพี่รู้สึกว่าการที่มีฟีโรสเต็งอ่ะมันแบบมันสักใจมันสนุกอ่ะแบบเฮ้ยกราฟจะเกิดแล้วเชื่อเราต้องสู้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยแม้แต่ดูแข่งมันก็รู้สึกแบบเฮ้ยมันจะได้ฟีโรสเต็งแล้วว่ะแต่ว่าถ้าเป็นอย่างนั้นอ่ะพี่ว่า
up until you start to get towards those buffs of Lion, that's where their defensive vision is, trying to make sure they don't allow BLG.
ก็บอกว่ามันก็มีผล
The thing is, right? Like BLG, I think maybe a mistake giving up that dragon. Like you're the one who wants to try and force fights right now because I think you had like Spear Shojin just about to be completed for Viper.
มันอาจจะเป็นเพราะว่าเจนจีทำอะไรแบบนี้แล้วมันดีเกินไปด้วยแหละมันแบบทีมที่แบบเลนมันแข็งมันเลยแบบมันเลยได้อะไรแบบนี้ตลอดเจนจีมันชนะแบบไม่แพ้ใครเลยมันก็เป็นส่วนทำให้แบบทีมงานก็ต้องคิดด้วยนอนไม่เต็มอิ่มเลยยังไม่ได้กินอะไรเลยพี่เจจ๋าคือถ้าเกิดเจนจีไม่ได้ขนาดเนี้ยพี่ว่าอาจจะไม่ได้เอาฟีดออกคือถ้าเกิดระบบคือพอมันอันนี้ก็ต้องยอมรับว่าแบบมันมีผลจริง
You still have Bin trying to TP in, wants to hit that level 16 off the wave, but just hit it there as he TPs in.
Yep, he's got it.
ใช่มันเหมือนทีมที่คนเก่งกว่าได้เปรียบกว่าแม่งก็คือชนะเลยเกือบออนมาโอ้แฟดมันจะเข้าออกได้ไวเปอร์พยายามยิงต่อเพื่อทุกคนรอด
BLG stopping him here at the objective has been forces Dokla away as well.
The 3v5
ได้วายแต่ว่าไม่ได้บอลลอน
No one goes down. Flash is blown across the board.
แต่เจนจีแพ้นะแต่พี่ว่าเขามาร์กตั้งแต่แบบช่วงควอเตอร์2แล้วว่าแบบเฮ้ยมันระบบนี้มันโอเคไหมวะเนี่ยทำไมมันแบบคือเหมือนมันเป็นสูตรเลยทำอย่างนี้แล้วก็ชนะแน่นอนแล้วพอแบบว่าเลนดีมันก็ได้ฟิโลสเต็งมันก็มีพื้นที่เยอะขึ้นแข็งแกร่งแม่งก็เก็บดอกไม้แม่งก็ดาเมจอีกแม่งก็คือได้อุปกรณ์ทุกอย่างในการที่จะชนะเกม
Shun and Bin over the wall, going right in after Big Dokes. He does not have the flash. He does not have his determination meter filled. He does not have a chance. 0-2 and 0 now on the Zahin dead.
แล้วสั่งให้ทีวันเล่นสายล่างเพื่อเอาแอร์ทาวจริงป่ะครับ
BLG push out this bot wave and maybe look for the tier 2 in the bottom lane. And suddenly this lone tower, this tier 1 in the mid lane may be looking significantly
ไอเกมสุดท้ายของทีวัน BLG นี่แม่งดูแล้วแบบโคตรหูจริง
But you still have to try and cover something on this bottom lane.
มันเหมือนกับว่าทำไมกูสู้ไม่ได้เลยวะ
As Inspire jumps in after Bin, he's got help on the way, but Bin's trying to turn this one around real quick. Slice and dice back over the wall as Berserker now going to get ulted by Shun, but a nice spell shield from Berserker makes sure that it's not going to save Bin's life. Shun has to flash over the wall to complete the Vault Breaker so he doesn't get body blocked. Lion doing a good job there. It got a little scary. It did cost the flash from Inspired to stay alive, but they get the pick on Bin.
Viper trying to stick around though. There's
เฮ้ย
the
ปองแปง
ultimate.
ปองแปงปองแปงปองแปง
Miasma right on top of the Ezreal. Tempered Fate's not going to do it.
อุ้ยไอ้บ่อเนี่ยแม่ง
Viper right on back as Viper's down to 10% HP. On trying to get away now.
เสียดายนะบ่อแม่ง
Trapped in the ball there with the Cosmic Binding, and Shun shows up in the flank. Saint staying alive here thanks to the stasis. Mystic Shot isn't going to collide with him. Stays at enough health to take another shot or two. Very, very scrappy engagement here in the mid lane leads to no deaths.
Lion really wanted a bit more off the back of that, but couldn't quite find it. So mid lane tower goes down. They get the pick on bottom lane for Lion.
รูปทอมไปไหนล่ะพี่
BLG a
อยู่
4,000 gold lead now for themselves.
แต่ว่ามีคนโดมา500เขาจะได้บอกว่าพี่ไม่เอารูปขึ้นทอมขึ้นได้ไหมแล้วพอไม่ได้เอาขึ้นแล้วไม่ชนะเว้ยก็เลยกลายเป็นว่าแบบกูไม่กล้าเอารูปทอมแบบมาแขวนละ
Coming through for Saint as he just burnt that Seeker's arm guard.
Exactly.
คือทีวันก็ฟอร์มดีขึ้นมาเลยพอเอารูปทอมออกอะ
Get value out of your Seekers immediately. You've got the next one ready to go. BLG going to go ahead and start up the Baron now with just Viper and Shun. Meanwhile, Inspired making the play over here in the mid lane. Flash over the wall comes out from Knight, keeping himself safe and alive for now, but On can't say the same. Tempered Fate was not back off a cooldown. Lion with a full send, the 5-man dive here in the mid lane to take out the enemy support, take out the enemy tier 1 turret. Meanwhile, BLG, they secure the Baron with the Viper and Shun 2-man play. True Shot Barrage going to get fired towards the Dragon Pit.
อันนี้สูสีนะถึงจะไม่ได้สนใจเกมเลย
Are already on the objective. It's going to be Lion first.
So point
as Bin takes the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. Viper applies pressure to the tier 3 turret up here on the top side, getting value out of the Baron immediately.
But basically saying, yeah, we don't care about this dragon. So 2 dragons in a row,
ลก
they
ฆ่าเหมือน
disappear.
เมื่อไหร่จะได้เล่นวะเนี่ย
Who has to use that Grim Deliverance to get over the wall. The TP now in behind from Lion.
Yup, Inspired face checking the brush here with a spell shield. Inspired taking out immediately.
เฮ้ย
But
ได้ป่ะได้ป่ะได้ป่ะ
beside him. Depth charge on
ฉกเข้าไป
Twin Fangs landing. And that's both of them sinking into
แต่เสีย
Knight's
อินฮิบิเตอร์
throat.
ไวเปอร์แบบ
Meanwhile, Viper's still in the enemy base. Gonna go ahead and take his empowered recall. Get out of town. Because Lion are finding these picks, but it is still BLG who managed to stay ahead in gold. It's not like this whole
ที่ต้องแขวนก่อนถ้าไม่ดีค่อยเอาลงอารมณ์ปิดผนึกพลังไว้อะไรอย่างงี้
Because BLG got so much money from the Baron, from the turret push up there in the top lane. They took the inhibitor as well. Now Berserker has to try to deal with Bin, but the Ruthless Predator finds the stun. Berserker still running, has to flash to escape the croc.
And now with that turret down on the top side and the inhibitor
ดูจริง
down,
ถ้ามี
you've
สไต
got
ล์เบ
that
เกอ
point
ร์
of
ฆ่าได้
pressure
นะ
with the super creeps into the top lane. Saint will spot out that On is there, but that now opens up BLG to just use their champions in 2 lanes versus 3 and create
แต่โดรานอะ
4 points of
คือ
pressure. So for
แก
Lion, it's 2 picks. The goal
ตอนแกอยู่เฮาอะไรอะ
but I don't think their position
แก
is
เมน
any
แจ็คเลยนะ
stronger.
เว้ยอยู่กับทีวันแบบมีเลือกแจ็คแบบแต่ว่าน้อยอะแล้วแจ็คแม่งแบกเลยนะแต่ว่าก็ไปต่อก็ไม่ค่อยได้มีอ่ะคือทีวันเหมือนต้องการท็อปเลนแบบว่ากึ่งแบบว่าโดนอ่ะ
Infinity Edge,
That's the
Flicker
one for
Blades,
Berserker.
Mortal Reminder. We've got
มือเป็น
100%
วิกไซ
crit
ด์แล้วแบบ
chance
เล่น
against
แจ็คมันไม่
Infinity
ได้อะ
and
ก็เลยต้องเล่นแบบ
on the
ตัว
Lion
แบบ
side.
Sivir just
กากัด
needs
เนี่ย
more
ชอบเลย
time. If she can find it,
ไซออนอะไร
that's
เงี้ย
where she'll be able to take over a fight. But BLG haven't been giving her that time. They've been playing through multiple lanes. They've been playing for the maps. They're playing to take down these towers. And again, I think that's what we're going to see BLG do now. Lion trying to clear out this wave in mid, use the last dregs of this Red Bull Baron power play. As Shun sitting in behind them, but there's double super creeps in that top wave. So Lion have to respond as the wave crashes in mid lane.
All right, how are they going to do these lane assignments? How do they handle it? Red Bull Baron power play still active for another 30 seconds. As Lion moves to defend, Ben pushing the bottom side.
ถ้าเกิดจะเอาถ้าสมมติว่าปีนี้โดรานต้องไปใช่ป่ะที่ว่าคนที่เหมาะสุดคือน่าจะเป็นเพอร์เฟกต์เพราะน้องมันฝึกปลือมากับ KT แล้วสุดๆเลยเป็นวีคไซด์อ่ะมีช่วงหนึ่งอ่ะแกไม่เล่นอะไรในดาร์ฟเลยนอกจากจระเข้กับไอเคซันเต้แกเล่นอยู่แบบจระเข้เคซันเต้แถบๆเนี้ยแล้วแกก็โดนแบบ0-3จระเข้อย่างเงี้ยแต่แกก็ยังเฟิร์สพิกจระเข้แบบ
Baron, as you say, is now gone, so this siege not going to be quite as strong anymore. So BLG will go back, spend their money, and see what else they can now find.
ไม่เอาซุดหรอถ้าเกิดจะเป็นแผนแบบเนี้ย
I don't think there's much more that
ที่วัน
BLG can really
ต้อง
get
ปรับเยอะเลย
unless they find a pick. But this is where
ถ้าจะเอาซุดต้องเปล่ากูมาชิกลับมาด้วย
You count onto most of your
อันนั้นคือเทพเจ้า ADC แบบไม่ต้องเลี้ยง
You have a potential Ocean Soul available.
เป็น ADC weak side
are fully online. Saint and Berserker hit like a truck. Like
คือ
you saw how much
มัน
damage Saint
ต้อง
did
แบบ
tonight
ลูกอม
when
ต้อง
that
เลือก
depth charge
ได้แค่รส
landed.
เดียวอะ
So if you can
สตรอเบอรี่
get
หรือ
those fights
ช็อกโกแลต
in
อะ
your favor, this could be
คือต้องเลือกว่าแบบ
pushing us to game
โอเค
But I feel like for a lot of
ADC เกิด
TNA
หรือ
fans
ท็อป
watching
เลน
right now,
เกิด
the flashbacks to game 1 are palpable. Berserker set up to potentially carry in a big team fight, but the lines collapse. He doesn't deal the damage.
ไล่เพสไอ้ไล่โดรานยังไล่เพสด้วย
This time around, he has a chance at redemption. He's got that 100% crit. He's got that infinity edge. He's got the armor penetration. If Berserker's positioning, like you said earlier, leads him to be able to free fire, he can cut through BLG.
ทำไมทีวันถึงการเงินสู้ฮาวาไลไม่ได้วะ
But it's been Berserker, you guys have been telling me, is the man that Lion have been able to rely on in these fights, the man who stepped up for them time and again.
เข้าใจว่าฮาวาไลมันรวยมากอะ
trudged on for them in playoffs.
สู้ไม่ได้เลยเหรอ
On an international stage, has to show that he can do it once more, going up against his Korean AD carry himself in the bottom lane, with Viper having the home crown of Dejan behind him.
แต่อยากให้ชัดเห็นจริงตึกฮาวาไลอะ
Now is time for Berserker to try and push Lion forward once more.
คือมันสูงเด่นเป็นสง่าตึกสีทองแบบตึกมันแบบคือเขาใช้กระจกแบบไอ้ฟิล์มกระจกแบบสะท้อนสีทองแล้วมันแล้วเขาก็แบบทำฟาซาดแบบบอกไม่ถูกมันแต่งอาคารแบบมันทองอ่ะแล้วแบบมันเด่นมากอ่ะเวลาเราข้ามสะพานตรงแม่น้ำฮัน
Back at 20 minutes, I said if you get to 40 minutes into the game and you're 3,000 gold apart, you're going to feel pretty comfortable. It's getting closer and closer, my friend, but it is control over the map still in BLG's hands as the Drake is about to spawn.
So they've sent Saint to the top lane. They want to try and get that tower, get him his Void Staff, and then call it a day. It looks like the reset coming through. That dragon is gone, though.
เอาวันแรกขายประกันกับธนาคาร
We'll kill the tower. So it looks like that's the call for Flowers. Like, look, we don't need to take this right now. If we lost this, maybe that's a potential Baron immediately afterwards. So get these items completed. There's 5 items for Saint. And if you can get that death stance for Dokla as well, level 18. Yeah. Like, you are having these moments here.
Dokla, with the death stance, I feel like the Zahin will be relevant in the team fight, right? For a game that Dokla has not been able to find any footing in thus far. Over on the other side, though, Knight, with the death cap fully completed on his Ahri, this is very scary as well. Viper, also with 4 fully completed items, working on his next, trying to head towards that Guardian Angel. This is a another one of those games that I feel like it's just going to come down to one big fight, because although it's not dead even like game number 1, the scaling that we've been talking about for Lion makes it feel like it could go either way.
ไม่มีทางดึงอะไรในทีมกูได้เว้ย
Like, you've so much damage on towards these turrets, you can rip through the structures. But Lion are playing this very patiently. Like, you can see they spotted on, but wait a second.
They're going Inspired pulls the trigger on the paranoia as Bindon has to flash away from a potential follow-up dredge line from Isles. Lions see the chance to maybe make the pick. Instead, they're just going to get the flash from Bin's Renekton. That's a big Sutter spell, though. That removes so much of Renekton's threat in an upcoming team fight.
ตอนนี้ก็คืออยากจะได้เคเลียเอาพูดตามตรงนะอย่าได้เคเลีย
So Lion not feeling as confident to just step up into this one. BLG using Nice with that mobility to face check the Baron and make sure Lion haven't turned over towards us. Because both teams know that this game is standing on a nice edge. One false move could make everything crumble down around you. And I was about to say, Lion have been playing it patient. They spotted on in River. They don't go for the immediate all-in because they know that BLG probably have numerous members there.
ก็อยากได้เคเลีย
Lion are taking it slow. They spotted Bin on bot lane. Now they're taking position.
Critically, Guardian Angel now purchased 4
ที่มันต้องยึดเคเลียไว้ให้มั่นต่อสัญญาไปไกลแล้วอันนี้ชิลแล้ว
both with that ability to resurrect. Triple GA, excuse me, as Bin has also purchased his. Guardian Angel now also available for Berserker. It's 4 GAs on the map. It's Lion starting up the Baron. Dokla inspired, both down to about half HP. Dokla goes over the wall, trying to interfere with Shun.
อันนี้ก็ตึงแล้วผมเฮ้ยได้บ้านเอาชุดนี้ชุนตายแต่ว่าอย่างนี้แพ้ไหมไฟอ้าวไหนตายวะเฮ้ยบาตาย
He's cut down with a slice and dice, but it costs Bin's life. Inspired has lost his own life alongside Dokla, but they've killed 3 on BLG. It's only Viper and Shun still alive. Shun losing his own guardian angel in that fight
แล้วเลดเกมเมื่อไหร่เจอนะเจอไลออนนะเลดเกมเมื่อไหร่อะเลดแบบมันๆนะคุณเจอนะ
All you need to know is that if Shun doesn't have one and that's the TP they want to try and find Shun in his own jungle.
Saint trying to cut him off here. The twin fangs do so much damage. Shun wants to try to sidestep it. The ball breaker over the wall, but Saint's ready here with a flash. A little more damage does it. Saint goes with the man.
โยนคิวไม่โดนไอ้แคสซิลเปียแม่งปัญหาแม่งคือท่าคิวจริง
These waves are in the worst possible
คือ
position.
แม่งฉกยังไงแม่งก็แบบถ้าไม่มีคิวมันไม่ได้เลย
over the wall to interrupt any sort of Shun entrance. Shun has to flash in, but they turn and burn onto the buy. As soon as she's in the GA, there is no smite available. But the position here for BLG is so difficult.
วินคือเอาตัวไปทับชุนแล้วว่าเพื่อให้แบบว่าอย่างน้อยๆแบบกดพลาดมาโดนบ้างแต่ว่าก็ไม่รอด
It's Line who can then turn on towards Bin. Shun gets over the wall. Knight tries to go in to help out his counterpart in the solo lane. But there's just not enough in the tank, and this was the damage we talked about. This was the late game that was promised, and it's Lion who go 3 for 2 with Baron in the fight.
And Berserker is all smiles, so let's go ahead and take stock. No Guardian Angel on Bin, no Guardian Angel on Shun. Guardian Angel still up on both carries, no Guardian Angel on Inspired. Okay.
แล้วงูเดี๋ยวนี้มันไม่ใช่งูแบบว่ามีคองเคอร์เลอร์ด้วยมันเป็นงูแบบไม่ได้ทำไมไม่ได้คือมึงกะให้แบบกำลังชุบชีวิตอยู่แล้วมึงสบายได้ด้วยเหรอโกงเกินแต่ว่าตอนนาฬิกาก็น่าจะไม่ได้เพราะใช้สเปลไม่ได้นาฬิกามันปิดสเปลอย่าบอกนะว่าจะมี
in a great spot for the front to
แต่ไม่เป็นไรครับยิ่งยื้อยิ่งทำให้ทีวันได้มีโอกาสแบบเขาได้พักหน่อยตอนนี้เฟเกอร์ก็น่าจะเอ็นหลังแล้วกินข้าวแล้วก็ฟังโมซาดูอาจจะได้โซะตรงนี้ดกล่าแทงแบบดกล่าตายไหมเคลือบมาดกล่าจะตายดกล่าตาย
for the objective, they take the soul, but BLG still looking to take the fight. Inspire's already fallen, digging himself away just barely, and yet again, it is BLG
คำถามเดียวนะมึงออกมาได้ยังไงอะ
The ace for nothing. Billy Gaming will take this.
ไนท์ออกมาได้ยังไงไม่ใช่ไนท์ปะไอคนแรกที่ลงไปอ่ะมึงออกมาได้ยังไงอ่ะ
when it all seemed in favor of Line, and they will just rush through the base.
When it comes down to it, when all the chips are on the table, when it all comes down to one final fight, it's BLG
เพียงแค่เจิมเพียงเสี้ยววินาที
and now for a third time again, proving their superiority. They will clean sweep Lion 3-0.
3-0 ครับ BLG เข้าไปเจอกับภาวะไรครับในรอบ3ทีมสุดท้ายครับ
They found the Baron. They found the fight. But somehow
เดือดจัดแข่งอีกทีวันที่9นู่นน่ะ
And it's BLG who find the key members in the fight.
พรุ่งนี้จะหยุดแล้ววันที่8จะเป็นน้องๆแข่งกันครับส่วนรุ่นพี่ก็จะ
Take it away.
Oh man, it's just a story of small details. Game after game after game for Lion. It's BLG taking the 3-0. Expectedly so, I want to say. But what a fight! What a statement for Lion, especially after the first series they played earlier.
วันที่8ก็ให้น้องๆเขาแข่งกันนะ
I love their resilience here.
I know no
ส่วนพี่ใหญ่ก็ไปรอวันที่9นู่นนะ
and look at this series. They're just going to see the scoreline and be like, oh, this was a 3-0. Especially in this game, after they got that late Baron, I was like, okay, it's Berserker time. Like, he knows this Sivir. We've got this. We did not have it. We lost it.
Okay, what happened here? What happened? Because we get the soul, but then what?
Yeah, so I think a lot of effort was spent on trying to stall out the soul. Dokla ends up getting picked off here by Knight, doesn't get a chance to do anything else. And then here, Berserker ends up getting caught out, goes to the GA, and the response after he resurrects just doesn't give him a chance to do anything. That Bard's done just ends his life.
โอเคจบแล้วคู่แรกเดี๋ยวคู่2เตรียมตัวเลยฮะวันนี้นะครับขออนุญาตก็คือฮัลโหลทอมช่วยหน่อยนะ
At the score lines, at one point he was 3K up, despite the fact that I think he was 1-2-0, and then Dokla was 0-2-1.
Yeah.
He was absolutely monstrous in lane, and in that fight, he was just unkillable.
And that's the thing, and that's what I appreciate from LYON is the fact that with this Renekton as Bin, you want to be looking for those flanks, and I do appreciate the fact that LYON didn't let BLG get in their face. This is the thing that they identified the most coming into this series. But at the end of the day, when you have to defend either the soul or track the Renekton and the fact that BLG is going to collapse onto you, you cannot be everywhere at once.
The most frustrating part and the most impressive part for me is we had a fight where the Bard ulti was a little early, where they weren't quite able to get value from. We had a fight where Doke was kind of able to keep Bin out of the fight. The next fight, instant adaptation for BLG. Bin is exactly where he needs to be. The Bard play is even better than it was in the previous fight, and there's no corner, there's no chance for any kind of response. And that's like 5 minutes of gameplay. The Sivir is as scary as she can possibly be.
แบนซินดราหรือกินเด็ดดีถ้าเจอแบบวันนั้นมันโยนให้ป่ากินรัวๆเลย
It just sometimes feels like it's impossible to beat this team. It just feels like they're a level above, and despite the fact the games are competitive within them, still wasn't a Nexus take for LYON. I think that the positive is that they're still in the tournament, so they can kind of reflect to this and make adjustments. But BLG just looks so scary. Even when you think you have an edge, you have an advantage, you have a way to challenge, they still win the game.
Yeah, and we saw this from them in the LPL as well, right? Where even despite the
แต่ฝั่งของทีวันจะ
I would say WE snafu
เลือกป่าให้โดนเคาน์เตอร์
putting that aside, I think their in-game adaptations, and again, they're just their coordination. They're always talking through how they want to.
คือพี่กำลังจะบอกว่าถ้าเกิดสมมติว่ามันเขาเลือกคินเด็ดมาจริงแต่ว่าถ้าเขาโดนคาซิกมันก็สู้ไม่ได้
might be a little bit shaky as the game goes on.
ถ้าโดนคาซิกกับซัพพอร์ตที่มันที่ไม่ใช่ซัพพอร์ตแบบเป็นซัพพอร์ตแบบเอนแชนเตอร์เป็นซัพพอร์ตแบบไม่ใช่ซัพพอร์ตซับอะเป็นซัพพอร์ตที่มันกึ่งตัวเปิดหน่อยก็คือไปเดินกับคาซิกได้คินเน็ตก็คือจืดเลย
Like, if they can get, I was on the same page as the rest of the team. Sorry, bro, but it was a bad day for you. Like, this is a team that can actually contest. Those were games of League of Legends.
Yeah.
Remember, we saw a slaughter yesterday. That was not a slaughter.
Player of the series
อ๋อทันเดลอีกนะวันนี้ไอ้ทันเดลอ่ะจริงๆแล้วมันไม่ใช่พิกที่ไม่ดีเว้ยแต่ว่ามันอาจจะต้องพิกกับออนอ่ะคือปกติเขาจะถ้าเขาเจอลัมโบอ่ะเขาจะพิกแบบทันเดลกับออนอะไรเงี้ยเพื่อแบบว่าให้ออนแบบได้เคาน์เตอร์พิกแบบลัมโบด้วยแล้วไม่โดนแบบว่าในไฟไม่โดนทันเดลเก็บด้วยคือมันเป็นการตัดทันเดลเว้ยก็คือเลือกออนมาเคาน์เตอร์ลัมโบใช่ป่ะแล้วก็แบบไม่โดนอีกฝั่งเลือกทันเดลมาฆ่าออนก็คือออนก็จะแบบชิลละเลนผ่านก็ในไฟก็ผ่านแน่นอนแต่ว่าเขาเลือกทันเดลมาแล้วแบบเหมือนกับไม่ได้เลือกออนต่อมันก็เลยไปเลือกนาแทนมันก็เลยกลายว่าทันเดลเป็นพิกที่แบบไม่มีประโยชน์เท่าไหร่
defending his team here at his hometown in Daejeon, but the better news is that LCS is not out.
ใช่ทันเดลมันคือพิกที่เลือกมาเพื่อป้องกันให้ท็อปเลนเราไม่โดน
versus BLG, but just not enough. And it seemed like you guys often had the right idea. You definitely had the fight in you. So where do you think you left it on the Rift today?
Well, we left it all out on the Rift today, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. It feels really hard to process. Like game one,
ผมว่าถ้าทันเดลหยิบมาควรเอาตัวละครแอสเซลฟินต่อเลยมันไม่ได้เลยมันลัมโบแล้วคืออันดับแรกนะแอสไม่ชอบลัมโบเว้ยไม่มีใครอยากเล่น ADC แล้วมีลัมโบอยู่ฝั่งตรงข้ามอ่ะเวลาจะยิงแป้งแบบต้องยิงผ่านไฟเป็นไฟไปด้วยมันไม่ค่อยอยากเล่นเท่าไหร่แบบที่2คือถ้าเลือกทันเดลแล้วก็ต้องเลือกแบบแทงเลยถ้าเลือกแทงก็ต้องเลือกทันเดลไม่งั้นโดนเคาน์เตอร์มีมาแล้วที่แบบว่าไม่ได้เลือกทันเดลแล้วแบบเลือกไซออนให้โดรานไปเจอลัมเบิลแล้วก็โดรานก็โดน
3-0
Well, we know today was gonna be hard.
แล้วคือเลือกไซออนไปเจอลัมโบแล้วปรากฏว่าแม่งอีกฝั่งเลือกทันเดลมาเคาน์เตอร์ออนเคาน์เตอร์ไซออนแล้วก็โยกโดรานไม่หยุดนะคาป้อมอ่ะเดินมาถึงก็แบบโดรานจะขับรถหนีแม่งก็บางเสาแล้วแม่งก็กดอันติแล้วฆ่าโดรานจนเกมนั้นแพ้ไปเลย
Just need to get back to that, and then I think it could go either way. I mean, if we get out team fought, then well played, but we just need to give ourselves a fighting chance for sure.
Yeah, we do see sometimes videos from the Lion Camp that you guys are very honest with each other. You really tell it the way it is. So how, in your experience, have you bounced back from things like this, knowing that Team Secret Wales is up next? And
มันเสียดายที่มันไม่มีวูคองเว้ยถ้าตอนนั้นมีวูคองอ่ะมันเอาไปเลือกได้เลยพิกแบบมันไปเลือกวูคองไปแล้วอาจจะเลือกเป็นชินเฉากับสักตัวกูล่าง
I mean, yeah, you don't know, but we'll take our chances.
แล้วลัมโบก็ปล่อยไปลัมโบก็ปล่อยแบบมันมีลัมโบใช่ปะล่ะมันมีลัมโบ
Okay, I'm looking forward to your video for today.
ก็ปล่อยให้เฟสแรกมันเป็นแบบก็คือเลือกแบบว่าชินเฉาอะไรอย่างงี้ไปมันอาจจะเป็นลัมโบลัมโบอะไรอีกวะมันก็มีสิทธิ์เป็นลัมโบทันเดลฝั่งนู้นอะอาจจะเป็นลัมโบแล้วก็แบบทันเดลพลิก2แต่ถ้ามันเป็นทันเดลจริงก็เลือกนาถูกไหมในลาสพิกมันก็อาจจะเป็นไปได้แต่พี่ว่าถ้าวันนั้นถ้าจะให้เดาวันนั้นมันคือแบบว่าเลือกทันเดลมาปุ๊บแล้วแบบพอบอกโดรานเล่นออนหรือเล่นออนไหมแล้วโดรานก็แบบนาคือมั่นใจนาก็เลยเลือกนามาแล้วนากดแบบอย่างยับเลยกดแบบกดบินจนยับอะแต่ว่ามันก็ทำอะไรกับคินเด็ดไม่ได้อะมันแบบหมายถึงพี่น่าจะบอกว่าดาร์มันอาจจะแบบเรื่องมันอาจต้องคุยนักแข่งด้วยอะไรเงี้ยเพราะปิดตัวลายอีกแล้วเหรอ เราเป็นคนที่สรุปได้เก่งมากๆนะพี่ชื่นชมในการสรุปแบบข้อความของที่พี่สื่อออกไปได้อย่างครบถ้วนแล้วก็ตัวของฝั่ง BLG วันนั้นเลือกออนมาเปิดง่ายกว่าเปลี่ยนโดราไม่ยอมเล่นออนคือปกติแล้วพี่ว่านะถ้าสมมติเราจะแข่งน่าจะแบบโค้ชน่าจะบอกว่ามี2ตัวนี้เอาตัวไหนหรือ3ตัวนี้เอาตัวไหนเอาตัวที่มั่นใจ
Welcome to Arcane. Now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the real Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow an immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
บินท้าซุด11บอกป่าอย่ามาแจมเมื่อกี้โอ้โหบินเอาเรื่องจัดถ้าที่วันตกรอบจะไม่เชื่อในความรักอีกเลย มันเกี่ยวอะไรวะเนี่ยที่คอนโดพี่กิฟมีขายพวงมาลัยไหมคะน่าจะเพิ่มความศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้ โอเคคุณผู้ชมมันถึงเวลาแล้วว่ะที่เราต้องเข้ามาพบความจริงครับผมอีก1 นาทีครึ่งก็จะเข้าสู่หน้าดราฟต์ละวันนี้มีฮาร์ดเลยเหรอครับสักหน่อย นาฬิกาผมบอกตอนนี้คุณกำลังเครียดหายใจเข้าลึกๆเฮ้ยอย่าไปเครียดครับผมมันเป็นคือเอาง่ายๆนะคุณจะแพ้วันนี้หรือคุณไปแพ้รอบชิงก็เหมือนกันไว้แล้วที่วันเป็นทีมที่แบบถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คือมันไปเวอร์โดยที่มันไม่มันแบบในรอบแบบไอ้นี่มันก็ไม่สนุกอ่ะมันต้องแบบไปลุ้นแบบจนวินาทีสุดท้ายด้วยตั๋วใบสุดท้ายอะไรเงี้ยถ้าจะไปเวอร์ก็ต้องไปด้วยซี4อ่ะแบบเอามันเลยอ่ะมันจะเป็นอย่างนั้นนะ
กสิกรติ้ง 3,000
พี่กี้อย่าเจอมาแล้วครับผม
Furious Tattoo ahead of an epic clash versus T1. Now Tattoo, you are in the lower bracket, so it's a very important match. But how does the team
แต่ว่าวันนี้บราซิลเพิ่งตกรอบฟุตบอลโลกมาแต่ทำให้แบบเสียกำลังใจหรือเปล่าแต่เกาหลีตกรอบมาตั้งนานแล้วนะ
Expectations?
About the match against LYON. So in the game, every time that like something goes wrong, we were like super mad with each other, and like everyone was feeling so nervous. So that's not how we did it. Like in the last MSI, in the entire tournament in Brazil, like we enjoy a lot playing the game together. We're a team that like we joke a lot in the game. So
ใครจะได้เข้าไปเจอกับ G2 จะเป็นเพื่อนรัก T1 หรือว่าฟูเรีย
Because that's the way that we play better. We know that like T1 is a super strong team, and we need to play like a 9 or 10 to win. But you're looking for that 9 and looking for that 10, so we're gonna enjoy a lot.
Yeah. What is it like for you as a competitor to play a team of the stature of T1, right? Because I feel like on the one hand it's
แต่ไม่ว่าอะไรจะเกิดขึ้นครับ
but on the other hand it's
the
hardest thing ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Always wins.
It goes both ways. For me, it's a dream to play against Faker, like Nabil 5 and MSI. It's amazing. So if I win against him, we'll be like, woo.
Life complete.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm really excited.
Okay, obrigada e boa sorte.
Exactly, muito obrigado.
Oh, so lovely talking to Tattoo. Good vibes.
Excellent,
yeah. Good
excellent vibes.
Yeah.
I love it. But I like that he says, hey, we need the 9 or a 10 today.
ผมหมดศรัทธาฮานแล้วเล่นไม่เอาอะไรเลยเอาแต่สาว
It's a tall task for these guys. But there's a lot we saw in that series, despite the fact that it was an 0-3, that kind of gives hope for this team as we look ahead.
Yeah, and I also like what he told you about just being able to play loose and be a lot more vibes.
ถ้าเป็นฟุตบอล
right? Because he was like,
เกาหลีโดน
we
ยับ
start getting
แต่
angry
เป็น
with
L
each other. That's not usually what happens.
บราซิล
That's what
เฮ้ย
so we want
บรา
to
ซิล
have
นี่
like,
ผม
a better
ไม่เห็น
performance by playing freer.
คือลีกเขานี่คือแบบโอ้โห
showed in that match versus Lion was that they have some of the right ideas, but then when it comes to the Barons, the most important moments in the game, they looked a little disheveled. There was a comment from Tut saying there that, yeah, well, in the scrims, we never get to those times, Ox. So yeah, honestly, how are you supposed to practice it?
I think it's so difficult as well going up against T1, not being practiced in the area, because they're a team where you can win early. You can win mid-game, but it'll come down to those big moments around those neutral objectives. We call it T1 Baron for a reason.
Yeah.
And if you misstep there, the game is theirs.
Yeah, and late game has always been the hardest part of League of Legends to practice because people are so quick to FF scrims. Whether you're scrimming internationally against the LPL, domestically, whatever, it is a really tricky nut to crack. And you're already behind in terms of the arm race of late game preparation against a team like T1, who all 5 players know exactly where they need to be. But I'm optimistic that as they've had more time to scrim, as they've had more time to see what everyone else is doing, that they are going to be able to level up a bit today.
Emily, what have we learned about this match versus BLG from T1? Because T1
แพ้
came
ต
out
กรอบเลยไหมครับวันนี้ ไม่เหลือ
everything going great, right? How do you view them now?
I mean, I think they should still be considered like one of the favorites at this tournament, especially for all of the stuff we said Furious could have trouble with, like the late game team fights, like the Baron. I think a few draft adjustments for them would go a long way. I'm sure they already know this as well. But yeah, like I think for this particular matchup, just make sure you're getting on the same page, right? Your expected favorites. play stuff you're familiar with. I think they should be coming into this with more than enough confidence.
What I've always found really impressive with T1 is their ability, because things haven't always been smooth sailing. They'll go away and go, okay, this wasn't working, this was wrong, our draft approach wasn't really correct, and they'll adjust. We've often seen that favor them at Worlds, and they often ramp up over the course of the tournament. So, you know, even though they had a great run at play-ins, they lost against BLG, and the expectation is they will learn from that, take away from it, and next time they face them, they'll have leveled up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all kind of expect that of them because this is the lower bracket, but it almost feels like for them it's just business as usual because they're gonna come back. They haven't really played a Brazilian team that often, only one other time, and so it is really also about pride for the Brazilian side, and I don't want to devaluate to that because I want to give them a fighting chance. We're gonna have to see a lot from them.
We absolutely are. And look, for T1, the perfect situation is you've refined your bread and butters, you don't have to show anything new, and no matter what you draft, it's all going to be smooth sailing. But as we've seen across the entirety of this tournament, you cannot underestimate a team, no matter what their region says, no matter what their nameplates say. You can drop games to anybody here. It's been a very close bracket stage, even in some of these 3-0s. And so I think, yeah, pride on the line for the side of Furia, because you might be able to do it.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how the jungle matchup goes, because this year so far we've seen Ona struggle a little bit, especially when his lanes have been in a weak spot, but Tatu has been the engine for this team. Even in that loss that they had, he was trying to make plays happen and get them into a favorable position.
All eyes on the jungle and some on the cast, because for the first time at MSI 2026, we've got Jat. He's with Medic.
Woo, Jat!
Yeah, woo, Jat!
Hey, thanks for the welcome, Shocks. I am so excited to be out of my hotel room.
Yes.
I got off the plane and I died faster than K-Corp did. Like, it was insane. Instantly out of the tournament. But luckily for me, it is also double elimination. So I have recovered the one time. Hopefully I don't get sick again.
Casey unfortunately didn't have that ability to recover. Yes. Welcome everyone to Mind the Gap with Medic and Jat. We are here for the 50th episode of the podcast. I don't know what number you're on right
28.
now. It's great to be here for T1 versus Furia, and it's likely to be a banger of a series because although I think a lot of people will count Furia out going into this best of 5, there's still a lot we haven't seen from this team in my estimation.
There really is. The expectations for this team were the highest expectations have been for a Brazilian team since I don't even know how long. The Brazilian fans would be better at telling me that, but it's as long as I can remember. And then with how they then got swept by LYON, there was a lot of immediate community blowback. And then as their lower bracket opponent, they face the back-to-back-to-back defending world champion who has already 3-0'd Team Liquid twice, 3-0'd KC once, went to 5 games against BLG. It's kind of hard to be in this situation, so we'll see how they respond.
It is hard, but this is what MSI is all about. At Worlds, I think sometimes you get a slightly easier route through. You know, you're playing those best of 3s. It's not quite as challenging. MSI is the do-or-die tournament. It is the, you either show up or you shut up and you go home. And for Furia, today is the day to show up. T1 are not infallible, and Furia did manage to gain some leads versus LYON in the early games, in the first couple of games of that series. It was just their mid game that really let them down. And worry when you play
หลุดมาคุณผู้ชม
Absolutely, and I do believe
โอเลน่าต้องเลือกนะ
a lot of what Furia said for the reasons that their mid game seemed so strange against LYON. A lot of it was just getting a little bit too excited, pressuring themselves a little bit too much because the expectations were so high. So in a weird way, I'm going to see how good their mental game is because on one hand, when you walk out on stage against T1 in Korea, the aura is incredible and a lot of teams just wilt her away. But on the other hand, you're such remarkable underdogs. Sometimes you can use that to take the pressure off yourself.
Yeah, Furia obviously under cats rather than underdogs with the Panther as their logo. But I agree with the sentiment there, Jat. T1. They get rid of Vi, Poppy, and Akali, and Furia removed Bard, Nocturne, and Zig. Some targeted bans towards the T1 players there, as Casio is the lock in response for the CBLOL representatives.
And then immediately Lee Sin locked in as well for Tatu. It's his second. He only played Lee Sin twice in the entire spring split, but it's also just an incredibly powerful meta pick. And the Casio, even though we did see them flex it to the bot lane, I think it's a good matchup into the Orianna, so I'm pretty sure it's going to stay mid.
I agree with you, and I think getting the lead early, getting Tatu something he has agency on is so important for this team. They talked about it on the desk. He is the engine. He's the wheelhouse. He is the conductor. Whatever other superlatives you want to use to describe him, he's the guy that makes this team tick, and he needs to be the player in the early game that really stops T1 from exploding out of the gates. T1 alongside the Orianna are going to lock in a Jace and a Camille.
Man, this Camille support for I'd say the top teams of the tournament just seems like such
a
powerful card in draft. Like we were talking a little bit about this earlier today in terms of mage bot lanes, which I think Furia should definitely ban Mel, and then we'll see what Paze ends up trying to pair with this Camille. I don't know, it just feels like such a weapon for them because it's so hard for supports to just pick up Camille, but it's so lethal in the hands of a player like Keria.
And Keria has shown us over the years that he is very good at picking up a new style of support very quickly. Like think about the Ashe, even played Kalista support for a while, right? MS support.
น่าจะแบนเมลอยู่แล้วแบนนาฟิลี่
moving into playing things like the Shen, like the Camille, that can have that more impact around the map. You say they should get rid of some of those mages on the bot side. They've already removed the Ziggs, but they'll put the Neferi on the bench.
ไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวคามิวไปอยู่ฝั่งของฟูเรียแล้วมันสร้างปัญหา
Depends on how scared they are of Guigo, because like Guigo as well, although he used to play a little bit more aggressively, has been more of a tank player for this Furia lineup recently.
Definitely, and it's pretty interesting to me if they end up letting Mel
ไม่แบนลัมโบ้
Agreed.
But that would also mean that they have something prepared, which would then make me kind of confident that they're playing into it, because at least they would have thought it. It's such an obvious angle for one of their bans.
I mean, I think Tristana is the obvious pick.
แต่ถ้าแบนเวนก็ต้องแบนวาลัสต้องแบนทิสตาน่าโอ้มันเยอะเกินเนาะ
But we're going to close that gap immediately. The Rel is there for the follow-up or even the initial engage as well. And Rebuttal isn't doing a huge amount of work for Mel in that matchup. If you're on top of Mel, she is incredibly squishy and very easy to kill. The problem is when she can stand at range and stop your initiation.
I mean, Pace just looks so absolutely unstoppable on it. But instead they throw 2 bans towards Owner's champion pool. So another thing that I think, one of the reasons that these teams have been playing mage bot lanes so early in Fearless is I think the things you want to put with it are rather specific. Since you're going, generally speaking, double AP for your mid-bot carries, you need a lot of AD damage from your other positions. That's why it's almost always played with Jace in an ideal situation. They already have the Jace. The other thing they need is a high-damage AD jungler, which maybe they think they're denying a bit with the Wukong and the Neferi bans, but to me, they like Xin is still open. So, I don't know. They're clearly letting it through. And Tristana is probably the pick that they're going to play into Mel, if I had to guess.
Yeah,
and that's even if Paze goes for it. Now that it's like it's almost too obvious that they would pick it, that they might go a different direction.
I mean, Syndra kind of does what Tristana wants to do in the bot lane, but also has the scatter the
weak,
forward from the Trist. And so I wouldn't be surprised, as you say, if T1 just flex a little bit, say, okay, we still want a mage bot, but
Syndra ที่เพสเล่นครับผมมาผมซินด้าบอทเลนครับผมซินด้าบอทเลนนะ
And alongside that, a trundle. So another physical damage, not the highest output, but can still do quite a lot of work, and especially into the Sion.
But specifically, it's because of the Sion.
ไม่น้องเพสเล่นพี่ไปดูมาแล้วน้องเพสแกเล่นซินด้าบอทเลนอยู่พี่ไปเช็คว่าเขาเล่นแบบว่าไอ้นี่หรือเปล่าแบบไอ้ตัวเมลอะแล้วมันไปเจอซินด้าแทนเป็นเทคโนโลยีของเพสเขา
Which is just get it. They like the Casio bot.
เล่นซินด้าเล่นล่างไป9ครั้งครับวินเลจอยู่ที่ 22% ครับ
against T1. I don't really think that Rise is a good matchup.
5 เกมล่าสุดแพ้ไปแล้ว
Play well in side lanes if it gets ahead, but Faker should be able to get pushed.
แต่ว่ามันโค้ดดูแล้วมันเป็นเพราะว่าทีมไม่แบกน้องมันก็เลยมันเป็นเพราะว่าพอไปดูรายละเอียดดีเทลในเกมแล้วมันทีมดีป่ะน้องแล้วทันเดิลมาครับในการเคาน์เตอร์พิกไซออน
You're trusting your own style, which I think is a good idea, but we're not seeing anything from those counter picks that I look at and say, oh, they've actually really got a winning bot, or oh, they've really got a winning mid. And when you're giving Faker his Orianna,
แต่เห็นนะครับว่าเลนล่างสามารถเล่นเมดได้นะครับเลนล่างคุณสามารถเล่นซินด้าแคสซี่ได้เล่นไลท์เลนล่างได้นะครับอันนี้จริงๆแล้วมันไม่ได้ผิดกฎอะไรครับเล่นได้เนาะสรุปให้เลยนะ
I would imagine he'd be very proficient on the Syndra. It is going to be the most vulnerable
never mind,
of the
never
three
mind.
mages.
Oh no, I'm looking at Faker now. Sorry, Chad, touched you in the face.
It's it's going to be the most vulnerable of the three mages, but I have confidence he'll be able to do it just
มา
because of
เกม
his
ที่1 ครับ
skill that's already been
เป็น
displayed.
เมดเลนล่างทั้ง2ทีมครับแล้วก็เมดเลนกลางเหมือนกัน
Otherwise, the teeth of that Panther will very quickly be taken out of your attack.
ฟูเรียนี่ก็เล่นตัวหัวโล้นมาแล้ว3ตัวนะครับผม
For both, Vision placed down. Tatu able to clear it out with that passive from the Lee Sin. Fury will just have that ward around their Razor Beaks to make sure a delayed invade can't come down from Ona.
Yeah, definitely not. We'll see if Tatu can get anything going early game here, because as we mentioned before, Furia very dependent on their mid jungle to see if they can get things rolling. This is very much the style of team composition that they would have played throughout their split in the CBLOL to qualify here for MSI.
Jojo trading aftershock
อุ้ยอยากได้เจดอ่ะอยากเล่นเจลิบอลอ่ะอยากเล่นเจฟิโอล่าว่ะแต่ว่าเข้าวงการนี้มันเท่าไหร่วะน่ะ
even out that damage a little bit, so sometimes you get a physical damage shield, and actually you wanted a magic damage shield, but I don't expect to see Carrier and Jojo actually spending a huge amount of time down towards this bottom lane in the early game. It looks like Tatu's going to do a 3-camp reset, get himself a long sword. Carrier goes in, hits 2 in the air, and pays. Oh, he took a Noxious Blast, and because of that can't go any further forward. Jojo is going to get 2 off a minion dying just out of range of the camera. And in the end, it was a good engagement. Too much.
Dude, is crazy. This is like such a classic mage matchup that you would see mid lane. A Syndra versus Cassio, and they're just in the bottom lane now. And with these Camille lanes, they kind of lane until level
เฟเกอร์ชอบมากตัวนี้
2 or 3. And then
ไม่รู้ว่าเฟเกอร์หรือทอมชอบกันแน่
I think what we just saw in the bot lane, until a jungler goes bot, will be the last actual true laning that we see.
I see also a chasm of experience differential between these players. Faker with 333 international games to Tuts only having 13. It's to be expected. T1 so often have been a dominant force.
ที่ไทยเขามีจัดแบบว่าแข่งเล่นกันทุกแบบสัปดาห์เลยมั้ง
organization. We'll see if they can do better than a 0-6 here, which I think is where everyone expects them to sit after their loss to Lion.
333 international games is such an unfathomably large number.
Yeah. He could play one every day for a year, taking a month's worth of holiday.
ได้ไหมเฟิร์สบัตตรงนี้
Massive engage down towards the bottom side. Jojo having to flash away. The pillar not catching him out on the wrong side.
ได้อยู่ว่าเฟิร์สบัตโอเนอร์แต่ว่าตายไหมตรงนี้
Tower shot though as Tadu looks for the trade.
โอเนอร์ไอ้นี่ไม่ค่อยสวยวะ
Trying to retreat. A Noxious
เสาไม่ค่อยสวย
catches him out as Ayu low on
คุยเคเลียบิวเบรกด้านด้วยไอ้เชี่ยเดี๋ยว
follows up for the double.
Huge play there for Furia and a very aggressive invade there by T1. So the thing with Syndra, if you're comparing it to Cassiopeia, the cooldowns are just very long. So once they got that first kill, they had nothing left, and Tatu could just continue to chase and pick up extra kills.
Great Sonic Wave from Tatu to find that connection, be in the right place at the right time. Now has the lead, and we talked about how he needed to be the catalyst for this team. Him off to a 200 gold lead, almost 300 gold lead.
ของศูนย์บริซินแต่ว่าโอเนอร์ได้เฟิร์สบัตก็เลยเงินยังไม่ดิฟเท่าไหร่ครับ
Looking to see if mid lane perhaps is their next point of
ใช่พิลล่าไม่ดี
between these two teams.
พิลล่าเหมือนต้องลงมาข้างล่างอีกนิดนึง
Go back and get himself a pickaxe and another longsword to just the phage coming out from Ona.
Yeah, so Owner will be set back a little bit, and here comes Carrier just swooping into the bot lane.
You has to flash, but Carrier precision protocol into a dark spheres.
Wow, nice อันนี้ nice.
You just assumed he was safe with the flash.
แล้วเป็น treasure hunter ด้วยถ้าแบบดูจากเงินที่เด้งเมื่อกี้นะ
Really slim margins there.
เฮ้ยเคลียร์
just getting that wave shoved in
ไม่ถึง
before retreating. Had his teleport up as well. We're going to see this original play one more time. And Jojo being level 2, Carry is very confident taking this, and then they chain it. But now, Pace is completely out of spells. So, Owner flashes in, takes down Jojo, essentially sacrifices his own life, and we're going to come out to another fight.
Jordan getting hit here by Tatu with the flash in from Guigo.
2 แฟตครับผมเผาแฟตไปได้
3-0 now, being top, being bot, being everywhere on the map. 5-1 all time on this pick.
Just insane start for Tatu, but I think more crucially, getting Doran dead while he has no TP is going to set up Guigo for a lot of success on the Scion. If this lane stays even and Jace isn't able to stack up those incremental advantages, then the Scion can become rather unstoppable.
อุ้ยสวยๆแค่เนี้ยแบบมีแบบไม่เข้าบ้างแบบเล่นช้าบ้างไม่ต้องรีบไม่ต้องรีบช้าๆ
Even between the two teams in terms of gold, laning leads have been built for Pays.
ก็บอกน้องหน่อยเกอร์ว่าเล่นแบบเจนเย็น
because of that extra wave that he's managed to pick up. Tuts now though, with the Realm Warp, can start to move around the map. The risk of Pays and Kerry using those double flashes bot means they are a little bit more susceptible to a long-range gank from the Rise. Ona coming around the side here. Tuts might have to burn a flash of his own as Shockwave is going to pull him back. A good pillar. Tuts tries to flash the wall, manages to escape, and even with Kerry coming in, the tactical sweep does not clear up Tuts.
Little plays like that seem somewhat inconsequential in the moment, but the fact that he was able to stay alive, very important in terms of not falling behind the game too much against this Orianna. Faker already accumulated small advantages in that lane. If Toots would have died there and the kill would have gone over to Faker, it might have put the lane out of reach, but flashless Cassio under the turret.
เลดเกมจะเอาไซออนลงไหมเนี่ยโอ้โหถ้ามีทันเดิลอยู่ไม่น่าเป็นห่วงเลยไซออนสำหรับพี่อะ
Tatu about 5 seconds ahead of his support has started up the Drake.
เรียนโดนปิดล้อม
Twin Fangs starting to put their venom into the back of that Camille support who jumps away. Miasma grounding not for time, but he's got no flash and no place to go, nowhere to call home as Carrier feels the sting of the Twin Fangs.
This is another one of those games for T1.
ใครตะโกนในหอเมื่อกี้
I'm going to generalize a little bit here, Medius.
Wow, I know we both miss him, man, but come on.
Yeah. He's not even going to watch this
มาละหน่วยจัดการ Sion.com ไม่มีทางรอด
Subjugate here is going to do a huge amount of work. Grigo tries with the decimating smash, but gets knocked out of it. Great play by T1.
ไม่มีภาพรอดเลยคือแค่ทันเดอร์แม่งกด R แม่งก็คือแบบไซออนแม่งก็แบบเอาเลย
Likely Grigo to just give the turret away there. Tatu getting pushed off Raptors by Carry as well. That's the thing. You're trying to cross map against T1, but they're so knowledgeable about all the possible plays you can make that Carry is just always going to be there to at least make it difficult for you.
And timing-wise, it's really bad.
ถ้าพี่จำผิดน่าจะ 20% แม็กเลือดมันเป็นพลังแบบเป็นเวท
trying to come across to make sure that Ona can't take all of that topside jungle. Tatu was hoping he could sneak in and steal a couple of camps because you know Ona, after getting the kill in top, is going to be doing the same. Thankfully, Jojo able to save that red buff for his jungler, but lane leads now being garnered for T1 across the map.
But I think the point I was making
เลือด
Tatu's
ใช่
actually looking to maybe contest this
แล้วก็25แล้วก็30
because Tatu is on a cliff, so Tatu would love to fight.
เข้ามาเลยว่ะเพราะว่าโอเนอร์ไม่มีอันติตรงนี้ทำไมถึงกล้าเข้าโดนช็อคเวฟโอ้โหรำสวยครับตรงนี้ทีวันโดรานสักหน่อยจัดการต่ออีกฮะโอ้โหมาอย่างนี้ถือว่าพลาดมากครับบูเรียเกม2เลยก็ได้ครับอันนี้เกมแรกเราถือว่าข้ามไปเลยก็ได้เดี๋ยวฮัลโหลแคปนี่เกอร์นะเดี๋ยวหายตีเหล่าวันนี้พรุ่งนี้หยุดทุกคนหยุดหมดไงพรุ่งนี้หายตีเหล่าด้วยวันนี้ไปปะแล้วเดี๋ยวลิฟต์บาวต่อเดี๋ยวเอาเซตไปให้เซตที่วันไม่ให้
The game is close for against T1 until it's not. The game is no longer close. Look at the way they lock up both Jojo and Tatu with the shockwave, and just like that, T1 have 5 people there before the fight starts.
It's a numbers fight. Right? You have 3, they have 5 immediately, and then Grigo comes in.
เฮ้ยโดรานโดนชน
Rise isn't able to join either effectively as Grigo is looking.
ทันเดอร์อยู่มีอันติตายแน่มึงกุยโก้ไปไหนครับผมอุ้ยต้องแฟด
T1's kind of off to the races right now. I see Pays down bot lane with 3 kills on the Syndra.
จริงๆอ่ะมันอยู่ในหัวพี่ตลอดเลยว่าไอ้ทันเดลถ้าเล่นเวทเป็นยังไงวะแบบอยู่ในหัวมาแบบตั้งแต่แบบรู้จักทันเดลคือมันแบบมัน 2% เพอแบบ100ใช่ป่ะ2% เพอ100 AP อ่ะถ้าเรา100 AP ถ้าเรา1,000 AP มันก็ 20% แล้วไม่ 40% เลยนะเว้ย
enemy infestation.
Yeah, it's true. We also haven't seen Swain bot yet, which is we did see that a little bit. I think that was
as well. อันตีทีเดียวคือแบบใครก็สู้ไม่ได้
I think part of the thing with the mage bot is you need someone that after level 3 is just
อุ้ยเลนล่างซินด้ามันเก็บสแต็กได้เร็วมากๆเลยนะจาก50แล้ว10 นาทีเอง
safely protect Pays and Carrier
แต่ก็ไม่เร็วไม่เท่าแคปน่าจะประมาณแบบ70อะไรแบบเนี้ย
There's a couple of things. It's the fact that they can be self-sufficient because of their insane wave clear.
ตรงนี้เซตอัพได้ครับมีแฟลช
then have kill threat when they come bot because of the burst reliant kits. But then also like the 2-item power spike just comes so fast with the proto belt and the increased income from the roll quest that even if you're going even, you're going to have windows where you're stronger than the other lane.
Yeah. You also scale incredibly well. 7 items.
เราในอารามยังทำอะไรไม่ได้
Even for a mage.
Yeah, even for a
gold
mage.
is good.
Yeah, gold is always good. Used to be when you talked about mages, it was all they scale off levels most effectively, but obviously an extra item in your inventory is never anything to be sniffed at. As T1 have garnered about a 2.6k gold lead, which means
ลองนึ
they
ก
are
ภาพว่า
starting
แบบ
to pick up
ทันเดิล
some
อ่ะ
of those extra
เม
items in
ใจ
their inventory.
25 สแต็ก
For the Serpent's Fang first hit
เดดแคป
on the Jace, not something we too commonly see, but it does make sense. Into the Sign, into the Lee, into the Rise, all of them gonna have those shields as carry.
แล้วก็มันนิกแลนล่าอันตีได้บ่อยๆ
Hayes has to flash away from the Notch's
เพราะ
blast.
โดนแฟลชเตะว่ะเคเลียตรงนี้เคลียร์วอล์กมาเคเลียแฟลชออก
Owner there to try and protect his support, but he can't do it. And now Owner's on the wrong side of the wall, and those bangs are sinking in.
Oh my god.
He takes it 2-0 in favor of Furia.
Furia's got hands, but you can see they know how dire the game state actually is, even after picking those 2 kills up. The very passionate Furia still a little bit subdued. So nice play there. Outplayed them for sure, but if you look at the map state, it's still very much...
Yeah, still 1,000 gold lead for Doran on the top side, which is not where you want to be if you're Furia. That Jace poke is going to do a lot of work later on. It's something we haven't talked too
คือที่บอกรีบไม่ได้หมายความว่าแบบ
as of yet is the amount of poke
คือเหมือนไปทำวิชั่นในจังหวะที่แบบ
from quite long range do a lot of damage around these objectives.
เพื่อนยังลำบากอยู่ข้างล่างก็สู้กันอยู่
Tatu gets behind him, kicks him back straight into the Rel stun and the Rise Realm Warp. So not many places for Carrier to run, and then very timely war jump from Tatu, which prevents Owner from getting the extra health from the kill.
เอาไปปักหวาดดูบัฟแล้วก็ ไม่เป็นไร
But it's called unstoppable onslaught for a reason, my dude. Can't get in front of that one in time. And Tatu will start up the Drake knowing the enemy jungle is on the top side. Tatu, such a decorated player from the CL. Twice champion, twice finals MVP. Has won the Rookie of the Year as well.
Yeah. I mean, he is really the hope of this region for now and for the foreseeable future because he's already this good and he's still 20 years old. That Rookie of the Year was last year in the LTA South before they renamed back to
มังกรตัวที่2แต่ไม่เป็นไร
Even in situations like this where the team
มังกรน้ำด้วยเสียไม่ได้เนี่ยมังกรน้ำให้ไซออนน่ะ
Power spike, but he's having a great game against one of the best teams in the world. So really impressive.
I think that's the thing with Furia. Like you do see these really impressive moments. Hands-wise, they are up there. Not quite at the level of the best, but they can definitely hold their own. It's just the mid-game macro that can often struggle. And when you're against a team of the caliber of T1, as another Dragon's Rage comes in, but a great buffer from Carrier with that hookshot wall dive. When you're against the caliber of T1, like you do just start to see this slow drain of resources. Like Faker is 1,000 gold up with 3 assists, but he's got 30 more farm. Top lane is 1,300 gold ahead because he's got 24 more CS and a couple of kills and the plates. And it just becomes so hard for you to find ways back into the game. Your chances move from 50% to 40 to 30.
โดรานรวยอยู่ครับมีชัตดาวน์
You're looking for desperation plays rather than something that you can premeditate.
For sure, and everything has to be defensive right now. So T1's completely pushed them out of their own jungle, and they're kind of corralled under this turret. T1's threatening to die if they get a stun or have the right
ไม่ได้มาคอนเนคกับเพสสตัน
on Tuts there, takes him down to about half HP, but doesn't find as much of an advantage as T1 wanted. Furia will all back away. None of them with effective health bars as Doran is able to take that top lane tier 1. First tower of the game going over to T1. For Furia, at least they've got 2 dragons, but it feels like we've transitioned from the point of the game where T1 play for gold into the point of the game where they're willing to take a fight at any neutral objective you want to take a fight at.
For sure, once they have the right items that they're really confident they're going to be able to win a fight. I feel like 3 minutes from now, since they're also already taking control of the jungle and they're moving Jace bot lane to get even more pressure, they're just going to continue to stack these small advantages
ไม่เร็วเท่าไหร่เนาะถ้าจะเอาแบบตามคำนวณเวลามันก็จะประมาณแบบครึ่งชั่วโมงอะสแต็กเริ่มเก็บไม่ได้แล้ววะอันตีเลยครับเคเลียได้เพสมีอันตีอยู่เคเลียโดนขับรถชนเฟกเกอร์รับหน่อยโอ้โหแล้วโดรานมารับให้เฟกเกอร์โอ้โหสวยมากโดรานเมื่อกี้โซนิกเวฟมาที่เฟกเกอร์แต่ว่าโดรานไปรับให้ครับทำให้รีซินไม่เข้าไปโดนโดรานแต่ถ้าโดนก็ไม่น่าเข้าปะเพราะว่าไม่มีอันติแต่สวยเพสยังไม่ได้อันติเลยอ่ะมีชัดดาวน์500แล้วเพสเงินนำ 5,000 ทีวันนาทีที่ 15
amongst all the other things they're good at, the true strength of T1's game.
Yeah, agreed. We'll have another look at it. It's Jojo just getting a little bit caught out. The willingness of Kerio and Ona just to immediately go in for the engage as well.
Absolutely. Once Jojo's down, it's probably time to retreat, but then Tatu does get a good amount of damage down. And then, honestly, there's a decent angle on the Faker here. They get the stun, and watch Doran, though. He just steps right in front of him, catches that Lee Sin Q, guarantees that Faker has no chance of dying. Then they can very
อย่างน้อยก็เผื่อไว้ครับเผื่อเขาจะเข้ามา
Even if
ให้เขาไม่เข้าดีกว่าครับ
I think he's dead before he lands or after taking down Faker. There's too much gold on the rest of the map. Pays at 2 items.
แต่คุณเห็นไหมว่าเวลาที่คุณเล่นพวกไซออนหรือว่าออนน่ะแล้วมันแบบมีทันเดิลอยู่อ่ะคุณจะรู้สึกแบบตัวคุณจะบางมากเหมือนไม่ได้เล่นในเกมนั้นอ่ะ
You can kind of plan out how T1 want to play these next few moments. Get the waves pushed in. Use Rift Herald for pressure around the Drake. You don't even have to do that because you're so far ahead that you can just use the Rift Herald as a 5-man push.
ชมดีนะแต่ก็ไล่อยู่ดีเอ้ยคือเรา
T1 wants to flex or not.
Sure.
Because I think
เราสรุปได้แบบนั้นนะ
win this game whether or not they flex and like no in T1. I do think that there's an element of kind of wanting to put on a show. So
I agree with you. I think game 2 is T1's flex.
หรือมันมาเป็นแก๊งวะแก๊งหนึ่งถามว่าปีนี้ทีวันใครสัญญาหมดบ้างเราก็ตอบคำถามไปแล้วโดนสรุปเลยทีนี้ในใจมีแต่ซูสอ้าวเป็นเรื่องอีกแล้วเป็นเรื่องจริงไหมพี่เอ้าผมไม่ใช่เรื่องจริงครับเขาถามผมว่าปีนี้ทีวันมีใครหมดสัญญาผมก็บอกว่าโดรานสัญญาหมดปีนี้แล้วมันก็ถามต่อว่าแล้วมีใครสัญญาหมดบ้างอ่ะก็ตอบอีกก็ซูดคีนคิงเงินเพอร์เฟกต์เคลียร์แล้วมันก็สรุปว่าเนี่ยไล่โดรานแล้วจะเอาซูดใช่ไหม
more finicky composition like the thing that T1 has here where you have that Jace to really pump physical damage in the top lane.
I think you can also AD mid if you're going to tank top, right? If you grab a Yone or you bring out the Tristana mid or something, then I think that's a possibility, but then you only have 2 damage sources or 2 big damage sources as opposed to the 3 that you do really like. We're not going to contest the dragon, which means we don't have to see that Rift Herald play for the pressure in any of the lanes. T1 will just secure it. Their first dragon of the game.A long way before we see the soul, and I doubt we'll get to that point of the game if we continue on
ปีนี้ปีสุดท้ายใช่เอ้ยคินปีหน้าเขาบอกว่าไปเป็นทหารอ่ะเอาอะไรไม่น่าปล่อยนะชุดนี้ทุกอย่างมันเกิดขึ้นได้หมดแบบว่าสัญญามันปีต่อปีอ่ะเคยพี่ตอนจบเบอร์ปีนั้นพี่ก็แบบไม่น่าปล่อยเซตนี้ทีวันแล้วสุดก็ไปครับผม
an additional 481 gold. That's like an 800 gold kill. I'm actually a little surprised that objective bounties aren't on. That's probably because of the value the system gives to Drakes and the fact that Furia has 2 Drakes already. But one good fight, a good pick with a numbers advantage could bring them back in this game. So Furia needs to remain vigilant and look for their opportunities.
Yeah, they'll be searching for them, and they have the tools at their disposal to do it. A good leasing kick into
โดรานเซ็นสัญญาต่อโฮมกาวสิงหาเชื่อน้อง
flank possibilities for the realm warp as well. So there are still ways for Furia to get back into the game. They are becoming increasingly rarer.I would say, and T1, as you say, a team that have shown us consistently at international level that they can close out.
ตอนนี้ที่พี่บอกคือตอนนี้ที่พี่สรุปก็คือโดรานน่าจะต่อมาสัก 70% เป็น perfect 20% สุด 5% โดรานต่อน่าจะ 75 โดรานต่อน่าจะ 75เป็นโอกาสเป็น perfect 20 แล้วก็ซุด 5% แล้วมันก็สรุปว่าพี่อยากไล่โดราน 25%
There we go. Onto Doran, decimating smash not going to connect with the knock-up at least. And Ona is coming in from the side, and now with the pillar, Doran able to walk away. Pays charging in the Herald.
Pays.
Rid of the decimating smash. Started to have HP. Guigo the same as he passes away. The other power won't be enough to kill him off.
รอบไปได้ไงไม่รู้โดรานมันง้างตันไม่โดนไซออนเมื่อกี้
Forced to be slightly more on the back foot than they expected with Doran getting caught out first, but can still step forward as Furia have backed away slightly.
เหลือให้ที่หนึ่งยังให้เธอยังเหลือที่หนึ่งให้ซุด
Anytime you can trade 50-50 like that as a team that's down 6,000 gold, you're going to take it. So I like the looks that they got onto Doran there. Unfortunate for Fury that they couldn't quite get enough damage to finish him off.
It's a bit of a struggle for them to find that.
เคลียร์2028หรือ29ไม่รู้เคลียร์อีกนานแล้วถ้าเฮาอะไรอยากได้เคลียร์ก็ต้องแบบฉีกสัญญาแต่ปกติมันฉีกสัญญามันจะทำไม่ได้เลยมั้งถ้าสมมติว่าคือพี่ไม่รู้ว่าทำได้หรือเปล่าคือมันต้องเป็นสังกัดคุยกับสังกัดเลยแล้วทีวันน่าจะไม่อยากคุยกับฮาวาไลอยู่แล้วและฮาวาไลก็ไม่อยากคุยกับทีวันอยู่แล้ว
If I'm wrong, I'm going to get ripped apart here. I hope Chad is spamming the correct name for this, as they're going for Keria, actually.
Yeah, but Keria's sidestep's good enough just to walk away from this. Not much for Furia to play around. The shockwave goes down. Faker trying to chase out Toots. Good. Flashing kick back onto Pays, and with the fans coming in, Pays will fall. Tadu trying to survive, but Keria and Ona take him out. A 1-for-1 exchange. Guigo does use his teleport to join the fight a little bit too late.
That was the biggest shutdown in the entire game, though, so they do get a large chunk of gold over themselves, and the map is just going to reset after that one. We did mention Syndra's lower mobility, able to punish it a little bit right there.
แคสซี่มันก็ไม่ได้จนนะ
Yes, but it's also a very uncommon thing for casters to say, especially in Europe.
That's why I was confused.
Yeah, you just call them like big purchases.
Just the first major item.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So we see, so great play. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, back. Gets the kick onto Pays, and then there's not much Pays can do in that situation with the miasma already down.
Yeah, really nice alley-oop right there into the Casio. You can still see that they need a bigger play as he ended up trading his life back. And you know, he's got his second legendary item completed right now in the Centered Sky. He'd love to have that before 22 minutes with the pace that he was on, considering Pays has 3 already with the Crypt Bloom completed.
Yeah, one of the benefits that Pays gets is the fact that there are always minions in his wave. Whereas for Tatu,
คือในดราฟเลนล่างที่ดีที่สุดณตอนนี้ที่หมายถึงว่าถ้าจะเล่นกับคามิวมันคือซิกเว้ยแต่ซิกโดนแบนมีคนบอกว่าเพสเล่นซินด้ามันอาจจะแบบไม่ค่อยดีแต่ว่าดราฟดีสุดตรงนี้คือซิกแล้วมันโดนแบนส่วนถ้าเลือกเมลมาเจองูกูบอกเลยว่าลำบากแน่นอนงูมันแบบมันสะท้อนอะไรมันทำอะไรงูไม่ได้เลย
Sonic Wave from Tatu. This is just for the disengage. Goes back in. Looks for the
แล้วเขารู้เหมือนทอมรู้ว่าเหมือนโค้ชรู้อยู่แล้วว่าแบบน่าจะเป็นแคสซี่บอทเลนเฮ้ยกดตีมาโอเนอร์ถึกมากแต่ว่าโดนทุกอย่างอยู่อะโอเนอร์ถูกสัตว์กด R ใส่ไซออนทีเดียวคือแม่งกลายเป็นแบบบ้าไปเลยอะ
And they're just buying time. Doran this entire
กด R แล้วระวางพื้น W มันคิวแบบ
even more gold.
โคตรถึก
I thought he was done for. I thought he was dead.
ทั้งได้เกาะต้านเวทแถมได้ดูดเลือด
Before this fight, I was looking to see if anyone on the side of Furia had any type of healing reduction, because if the Trundle with the Spirit Visage is able to ult the Scion, he's nearly unkillable. And that
ไม่ชมโดเลยตีนบ้านขนาดนี้
Maybe 5 members of Furia wailing on him, and they still couldn't kill him through the healing from that Scion subjugate he had. So that really hurts Furia, because it's a good look to try and get that kill, but they just didn't have the tools to take down the Trundle.
Proactivity, 10 out of 10.
เนี่ยพี่จะไล่ท่านโดราน่ะดิ
Not enough out of 10. It wasn't 0 out of 10. There was some DPS there.
Damages per second, especially pre-mitigation damage per second, was really high.
Really high.
Yeah.
Sadly, mitigation exists, as does healing for Ona. For Furia,
I like it. You've got
to try and make the plays. We talked about the vanishingly rare opportunities for them to get back into this
ไม่ได้ครับ
game.
เฟรนดับ เฟเลสดาร์ถ้าเกิดเลือกซินด้าเลนล่างแล้วเลือกเลนกลางไม่ได้แล้วอุ้ยเคเลียสวยอุ้ยทัสตายครับผมโดนไฟจากเคเลียครับผมแล้วเหมือนเคเลียเพิ่งได้ไอตัว Treasure Hunter จากไลฟ์เป็นครั้งแรกแต่ทีวันไม่เข้าบาลอนนะเพราะว่าไม่ใช่คอมที่เอาบาลอนได้เร็วครับเป็นคอมที่ผู้ตามตรงบาลอนนี่ไม่ค่อยอยากเอาด้วยซ้ำแล้วก็เพสขออีกเพียง6สแต็กเท่านั้นครับ6สแต็กแล้วก็ถ้าเป็นไปได้อยากได้เดดแคปก่อนเงินนำเกือบหมื่นแล้วทีวัน25 นาที
I think they worked really hard on their barons, and I think they're a lot more controlled into when they take them, which is why we see, as you very well mentioned, them not just going to force it. They're like, we have low DPS, the jungle is up, we're not going to go for it. I think.
แต่ตาเดียวครับตัดเรียกว่าจริงๆตัดมันเป็นแชมเปี้ยนเลนกลาง4ตัวเลยนะก็คือตัดแชมเปี้ยนเลนกลางไป4ตัวเลยซินด้ากับแคสซิมจริงๆมันเล่นเลนกลางกันแบบนี้อาจจะได้เห็นโยเนะของเฟเกอร์หรือเปล่าในเมื่อเมดมันเริ่มจะล่อยหลอก็ถึงเวลาที่ท่านต้องลำแล้วหลายๆคนก็ขนลุก
Okay, Tatu is still around. Now they spot the vision. Okay. Ona's going to continue clubbing that Baron as quickly as he can. 12,000 on it. Tatu low. 800 HP for him to play with here. Doran trying to keep Jojo from poking his nose into the pit. Tuts is coming from a top side flank, whereas Grigo is coming from the bottom side.
ไม่ค่อยจะดีเท่าไหร่เราต้องฆ่าก่อนครับแล้วนี่ทีวันดูดิกดอัลติทีเดียวดูทันเดอร์มันแต่ว่ากุยโก้ไม่ตายแบบนี้โดนล้อมด้วยโดรานแต่ว่าออกมาได้โดรานท่านครับผม
Really nice delay there by Furia.
เกือบตายแต่ไม่ตายท่านโดราน
Trundle being able to eat the subjugate and not die with the amount of CC
แต่ไซออนมันรอดได้ไงวะ
is pretty impressive.
Not burn summoners either. He just walked out. They didn't need to flash. It was well done all round. Still a 9,000 gold lead 41.
ถึงแม้ว่าคามิลจะเงินนำ 1,400 นะแต่ว่าในแง่ของเป็นชิ้นอะโจโจ้มันได้2ชิ้นแล้วนะหรือว่าเคเลียไม่กลับไปเอาเองของมันแพงกว่าของเคเลีย
But it's still T1, so it's always a good time.
It is.
ควรจบไหมแพทปัจจุบันมันจะต้องได้บาลอนถึงจะจบได้มันเหนื่อยไหมก็ต้องทีมไฟแบบชนะเยอะๆแล้วชนะเยอะๆถ้าไม่มีบาลอนก็จบไม่ได้
Hey, we can take this fight a little bit slower because as soon as the subjugate's used, we do need to get out, and we'll position in a way that allows us to get our tank out. They do still make mistakes, obviously, and they've made quite a few this game, but they don't go down without a fight.
They really don't. They're doing what they need to do. They're making this game hard.
เคเลียติดหลูนะใช้ของแพง
and hoping that they can catch T1 in a mistake. But this could be a Furia mistake.
เฟเกอร์โอ้โหมันเตะทิ้งนะ
Nicely done.
Yeah, no shockwave, no hexagol made him left. Shadowing strike from Jojo. He'll look just to dash out with the crash down if he needs that shield. That's 2 ultimates down for 1.
Yeah, doesn't panic in that situation. Knows he has to kick the Camille away so that he can escape. Does that. They're getting pushed in the bottom lane as well with TP up. So they're
ถ้าปีนี้ทีวันชนะเวิร์ดปู่จะเลือกสกินออโรราไหมโอ้โห
Some pays damage though. 3 items on Ayu.
Yeah.
On the Casio will heal up through those twin fangs as well if he's allowed time to use them in a fight. But often snakes are one bite wonders, and I wonder if Ayu might be the same if T1 decide that he should be deceased.
พี่ว่าปู่ควรเลือกไซออนจริงๆอันนี้แบบพูดแบบตรงๆเลยนะแบบจากใจเลยปู่ควรเลือกไซออนเลย
If he can get to that actualizer, might have a little bit of power in the team fights, and interesting that they're the ones teleporting into the Baron.
Well, Faker has no TP, and he showed on the bot wave, so I think Furia is just saying, hey, we'll take a 4v5 if we have to.
เงินตามก็จริงนะฟูเรียแต่ว่าเขาก็มีงูฉกอยู่นะแรงนะ
Faker's already on his way towards that mid lane tier 2, so he's almost there. Shadowing strike onto Ona. Good accelerated.
โดรานสวยมาก
Doran hits Tatu, and I think because of that, Furia will realize that a sneaky Baron play might not
เกือบครึ่งรอด
at least for the moment.
โดรามีโวทาอีกเหรอครับทำไมมันแรงจังอะไม่มีโวทาอีกด้วยกำลังจะขึ้นไงกำลังจะขึ้นหรือเปล่าวะนะเอ๊ะทำไมมีเดิร์ดกับ
perhaps was wondering, you know, an unstoppable onslaught into a safeguard Dragon's Rage would put him in the back of the enemy team. Not where you want to be. Drake is up to T1's third. Ocean Soul on the horizon now. The LCK number 2 seed as Jojo steps forward. The heal comes out, but look at the damage from T1. Shockwave and unleashed.
อย่าบอกว่าท่านโดจะขึ้นไอ้บาชันเบรกเกอร์ท่านโดท่านคุกกิ้งเหรอ
Full power on Pays. He's probably going.
ท่านโดจะจบบ้านแล้วโพเฟเกอร์นัดไถที่เหล่าไว้ตอนทุ่มหนึ่งไงถ้าสมมติว่าตอนนี้มันคือบ่าย2 ครึ่งเฮ้ยตอนนี้มันคือบ่าย3 ครึ่งท่านโดรีบจบนะ
Which it is, but it's what we've got left. Like
exactly.
There's a chance, and I'm a little early on this story, but I'm kind of excited about it.
มาแล้วครับผม Bastion Breaker อันนี้ก็จะทำดาเมจเป็นเพียวโดยมีคูลดาวน์45 วินาที
They would then beat Furia. They then play G2, and then if they win that, they play the winner of Team Secret.
แล้วก็หลักๆน่าจะเป็นเรื่องของเวลาฆ่าแชมเปี้ยนได้จะทำให้ได้ดาเมจในการไปตีเทอร์เลตได้
It's not good.
No, it's not good for us. Very good for T1.
แล้วก็อีพิกมอนสเตอร์ด้วย
who does have his flashback and will utilize it to get away. Sonic Wave does hit Doran as he walks away, but Tatu not in range to follow up on it.
วันนี้พี่กินน้ำเงี้ยวอีกป่ะ
Are you having to flash
เฮ้ยพูดแล้วอยากกินเลยว่ะ
in your middle of your very depressing story to listen to, isn't it?
มันกินง่ายและอร่อยเว้ยมันจบอุ้ยโดนอยู่เมื่อกี้โดนแคสซี่อยู่โดรานอุ้ยคอมโบขอสักตัวอุ้ยไม่ได้สักตัวเลยโดรานต้องซื้อเพราะว่าอย่างที่ผมเป็นนัดป้อมนี่ระเบิดเลยนะถ้าได้เก็บไว้แล้วไปตีบาลอนได้ด้วยนะมันจะเยอะดาเมจเยอะแต่ไม่รู้เท่าไหร่
If that is their key objective, TP coming behind. Guigo.
คุยโก้มาด้านหลังนะคุยโก้มาด้านหลังเพสมาช่วยไม่ได้นะเฟเกอร์โดนอยู่ทัสแป๊บนึงช่วยก่อนตรงนี้ได้ครับโดรานอย่างนี้โดรานมาตีล่างปลอมไซออนมันหายเลยปะอ๋อไม่นับ
Just easily escapes the clutches of Jojo.
เหมือนจะจบแล้วว่าไกลๆ
Faker's going to TP in. It's all on Tatu and Ayu to try and defend, but I think that hope has long since passed. A 12,000 gold lead. T1 don't even need the Baron to close it out. Tatu comes out, hits the Sonic Wave onto Faker. Ayu gets locked against the pillar.
อุ้ยโดรานหันหน้าหลังโคตรเอาแต่มาหน้าหมดแล้วเมอร์คิวรีได้ปะไม่ต้องสนแล้วโดรานบอกไม่เอาครับไม่เอาแล้วนะตัวนี้ตีบ้านดีกว่าครับ 1-0 ครับผมลุกทีเดียวลุกเร็วกว่าปกติมากนะ
That Furia was able to make it so difficult for them, but
ปกติโดรานจะลุกเร็ว
What do you think?
แต่นี่เคเลียนลุกก่อน
I think I saw a little bit of T1 playing with their food, perhaps a little bit, because the gold lead was big, and I know that Furia put up a little bit of a fight. But yeah, sovereign, right? Like,
เพราะว่าแกต้องปิดจัมคิง
I think Tatu tried really
แก
hard.
ต้องปิดจัมคิงแกต้องปิดไอโอลิอัพรวมถึงเชสที่เปิดไปในหน้าอีกหน้าหนึ่ง
pretty much all the game.
ตอนแกแข่งแกก็สลับจอต้องปิดหลายเกม
Playing with your food. I think also just being careful, dotting your I's,
มัน
crossing
เลย
your
แบบ
T's,
ลูก
taking
ช้า
their
กว่าคน
time.
อื่น
Could it have been faster? Maybe.
ฟอร์ตไนท์ด้วย
They just really felt like they didn't want to risk anything.
It's MSI after all. But I want to talk about the mages in the ball lane. I want to show hands who loves them, who loves them.
ซ่อนแอบอยู่
Oh,
Nice.
Wow. I'm not sure because, you know, we played HLE and whatever. But so tell me, why do you love it? And tell me when it works, when it doesn't work, using examples from this game.
So I'll say, I remember when this happened in 2018.
Yeah.
And I loved it. Some of my favorite AD carry players actually Song Yoon on Freak of Freaks. I loved him because he played like Rise and all this other stuff. But so many AD carries are like, no, I don't want to play Mage's bot. But I think they're really, really strong. And I also think, especially with itemization, with how frequently we see AD pretty much perma in the jungle, it's so strong right now.
I think my concern for this game, both teams had Mage's bot, but I think it was very different because on the side of T1, you have that AD carry, sort of not AD carry like a marksman, but a carry threat who does AD damage to the top side. You also have great setup with the Camille in the lane match.
ผมเอาไปเขียนข่าวได้เลย
Keep the catch
เทคนิคได้เลย
with a Syndra Stun. On the other side, though, you have a
เรา
tank in the
สามารถ
top
ทำ
lane.
ไป
The
ใน
only
ส่วนของ
AD is
ว
that
ง
they
ใน
say
ได้นะ
both
สาว
Rise
วง
and
ใน
Cassiopeia don't build their
แล้ว
magic
ตั้ง
defense
ชื่อหัวข้อว่าอะไรดี
full
แชท
item. You're into a Trundle who built Spirit Visage early and then drains the Scion stats. It felt so hard.
อย่าลืมเอาเรื่องของไยชื่อที่มาของไยแล้วก็ที่มาของคันน่า
Dealing with Trundle Pillar, with the Syndra Stun, with the Shockwave, it felt even if this game was even, Fury would be on the back foot in team fights, and obviously it wasn't even.
Yeah, I think mages are incredibly strong right now. To your point, I don't think you get to undermine the fundamental rules of drafting. You still need some split damage, but on average, they're stronger on one item. Much more important point in the game. And 80 carries, yeah, they'll outclass. Most of them have to wait till 4 items.
Exactly.
And in that in-between time, they're doing absolutely nothing. So quite frankly, while not
อย่างลิฟ
all
บอ
of
ล
the mages I'm
ลิฟ
excited
บอล
about, even
เว
the
ลาแบบ
Cassio I'm a
เวลา
little
เด็กหนึ่ง
skeptical
มัน
about.
โกงเกินไป
Seraphine did
แล้ว
look
เขา
good.
เนิร์ฟเป็นยังไง
The
อะ
Ziggs, the Mel, the Syndra, even the Vel'Koz, we saw
ใต้
the
เตียง
Viper,
LOL
all look like fantastic options.
I also think it's easier to slot in defensive items for mages. In AD carry, you want your 4 core crit. With
ผม
a mage,
แฟนคลับ
you
โด
cover
รานนะ
zones,
แต่ก็แอบเห็น
split
ด้วย
item.
ที่พี่กิฟต์อยากให้ดึงซุดกลับมาแทนที่โดราน
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
โดเนท
ไม่คือพี่อยากรู้เราสรุปเป็นอย่างนี้ได้
ทำไมตะกี้โทรไปหาโดรานแกไม่รับสายเลยทะเลาะอะไรกันหรือเปล่า
Wow.
He's 89 and 33 on
ไม่น่า
it.
มีครับ
73%
แต่เราสรุปเป็นอย่างนี้ได้ยังไงอะ
So he's now 90 and 33 on
Okay,
it.
okay.
I added up every single most played champion of all of Furia. It's at 187.
That's one champion?
The most played champion that even comes close is JoJo because he's been playing for longer, 55 on the Rakan. But that's just how many games this man has on this champion. You do not give him this champion.
We already knew it was
ฮัลโหลแคปไม่ต้องห่วงนะเดี๋ยว
Don't add the numbers and
ใครที่เราวันนี้
ruthless.
เดี๋ยวสั่งแบบว่า
So they're like, we want to see
ไอ้
him
นี่
at
เลย
his best because then
แบ
if
บ
we
หม้อ
beat
ใหญ่
him,
หม้อใหญ่
we've beaten him at his best, right?
น้ำซุปหม่าล่าหนึ่ง
At least
น้ำดำหนึ่ง
Don't give
So at least they get value. It's now gone for the
They're playing
series.
the long card.
That is very true. One thing on the mages bot lane,
Yes.
because a lot of people are going to ask, why don't we see them more? And this is a great opportunity to remind the world.
แล้วก็ต้องขออนุญาตสั่งในส่วนของขนมจีนน้ำเงี้ยว
carries are pound for pound the biggest crybabies on the face of the planet.
Yes.
Just calling me
2018, legendary EU 80 carry Reckless. When it was time to play mages, did he rise to the challenge? Yes, right off of the playing roster and right back onto the
อีกแล้วเหรอ
bench.
พี่
Literally benched himself. And Pays, this is why I love
Again.
Pays, has been so proactive in playing mages in solo queue. Even if we didn't see them on stage,
สรุปแค่
80
แข่งกันไม่กิน
carries
หมาล่า
need to shut up and play what's good. Riot has gift wrapped a win for you, and you're saying no because they didn't go, woo, here comes the airplane, before they did it.
All right. Moving on from the
No, I don't want to move on. Does anybody else have something to say about ADCs?
I mean,
I have a lot. I don't think we have time.
I'm an ADC main, and I started by playing LeBlanc bot lane with
Good.
my friend Leona.
I also don't think people should play LeBlanc bot lane, but I respect that you were innovative.
It was season 2. She was OP, and one of my close friends
เอา
was a
LeBlanc bot
Leona.
lane เหรอ
Shout out to Morgan if she's listening.
เอาไปเคาน์เตอร์อีกที
Shout out Morgan.
Tatu.
น้ำเงี้ยวที่กทมกับของเหนือแทนมันต่างกันไหมอะแชทเห็นคุณบอกถ้าของแท้มันจะเผ็ดคนมองคนกรุงเทพไม่เคยกินไม่ชอบอันนี้จริงไหมครับพี่เจเจชอบกินแบบเปรี้ยวๆอ่ะแบบมีแบบมะเขือเทศแบบเยอะๆเปรี้ยวๆ
I know some of it is just
ส่วน
coming
พี่
from
ชอบกินแบบรสชาติแบบ
consistently
เค็ม
sustained damage
ๆเปรี้ยว
and
หน่อยๆแล้วก็กระดูกหมู
And we've seen a lot of times.
ลิปบาวน่าจะเนื้อแบบยูกิ
where
แบน
Sam
เล
goes
ย
up
แม่ก็
against
จะกัดใบ
Jace, just weathers the storm,
อ๋อ
is more useful in team
เป็นอย่างนั้น
fights, or can just outscale, or sometimes even solo kill the Jace. But I think T1 did a good job picking up the Trundle to make Sound's life, Guigo's life uncomfortable, and also getting Doran to the point where he can just fire these shock blasts out on repeat and do so much damage.
And when it comes to drafting, it was one of the points that we were a little worried, not worried really, but we saw some tendencies in the BLG series that didn't land that well, so this was a good showing.
Much better Trundle angle.
Yeah.
Kind of the picture perfect. They lock Sion, you get Trundle. I will say, I think no matter what happens in this series, no matter how good the drafts look from T1, we're going to come back to this question next time they play one of the favorites at this tournament. This does not absolve the sins. This does not leave those question marks answered, but it is good that we did see some much more stable drafting from them today.
So when they play G2. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. Anyways, yeah, for T1 versus Furia, there we see the selection for match 2 as well, for game 2 as well. Any adaptations you can see from the Furia side, Emily?
I mean, it's
เฮ้ย
tough.
มีแดงๆอันนี้รู้เลย
I was gonna say one interesting thing is how
พี่ว่ามีใช่
look at it. T1 do
Monte
actually prioritize blue side.
Montenegro.
And because of those barons, right, it gives you that kind of baron control. So I'm not surprised to see that they picked blue side. And sometimes I see teams, if they think they're in a deficit, go for counter pick. So maybe Furia just want to get first pick instead of finding something to counter what T1 has.
Sounds logical to me. Let's see if the Panther can roar a little louder when we come back.
เบลเยียม
Takluz goes in. Jojo here as well. TP from Guigo as well as Carrier looks great. The shockwave's going to land on 2 though, and you just can't give Faker this Orianna. The shockwave pulls them back and pays. Secures the second. Guigo now in for a world of hurt. Takluz goes in with Dragon's kick. Knocks Carrier back, who flashes the wall. Takluz trying to flash the chase.
แย่แล้วว่ะแชท
Try and protect his support, but he
ป้าย
can't
เหลื
do
อง
it.
เลยว่ะโคลัม
And
เบีย
now
ป่ะวะ
Owners on the wrong side of the wall, and those bangs are
ไม่ใช่อ่ะ
sinking in off HP.
แย่ละพี่โดนละ
Away by the enemy support, and Owners there to help out
ญี่ปุ่นแพ้เลยไปเจอป้ายเหลืองไม่เห็นป้ายเหลืองแล้วแบบพี่ไม่รู้ว่าญี่ปุ่นมีป้ายเหลืองพี่โอเคพี่คิดว่าแบบโคลัมเบียแบบในเมืองที่มันดีๆฝรั่งเศสเฮ้ยอิตาลีป้ายเล็กอิตาลีหรือปาเลโมออเรนจ์แอฟริกาใต้อเมริกาใต้ป่ะวะบราซิลแบบแถบแบบโอ้อุ้ยพี่โดนเยอะมากเลยอ่ะแอบใช้ฝั่งอ่ะแต่ว่าไม่ใช่อ่ะไอแลนด์ว่ะ Come on man Come on man อเมริกาแม่แคนาดาปะไม่รู้จริงเหรออเมริกาปะวะออสเตรเลีย Beat you ว่าจะทนไว้มันโหดจังวะ อังกฤษตรงไหนเมืองอะไรเนี่ยเอ็กซ์เทอร์เล่นไวหรือบังกลาเทศวะไม่น่าจะโคลัมเบียมุมไบหรอยุโรปตึกแบบนี้นี่พี่มั่นใจเลยออสเตรียบราซิลได้ไงวะนะมันมีธงบราซิลอยู่แล้วมาตอบบราซิลเชี่ยอย่างฮามาผมเกมที่2ครับ
And the good news for the traditionalist 80 carries and probably for Dracos as well is that 4 mages were actually played in that first game. So that's 4 champions that can't go bot lane in this game too of Fearless.
And how many mages are there on the roster of League of Legends?
45.
Yeah, probably a few. Yeah. I think we could go through all of Fearless with everyone playing a mage, and we'd probably get back to the top of it. As Vi and Poppy once again banned away by T1. Fury are going to remove the Nocturne, the Nautilus, and the Pike.
หายไปไหนบาทหายไปไหนอะ
It will be Furia's first pick though, as they had right of first selection.
Yep, and then T1.
อ๋อเขาจะเลือกก่อน
Blue side after that. The Pike ban is looking to just slightly disrupt the Mel Pike if that's something that T1 was going to play later. And because they were first pick, they now get to permanently ban Bard from Keria this series. So can never be mad at that strategy against T1.
True. And Jojo has 100% win rate on it in spring. So it's not something that he's just picking to get it away from Keria. Yeah, I will say Keria probably has the most experience of everyone in the world of being good at Bard as a skin for a reason. Looks like T1 just going to lock in a safe, stable early jungler. Jarvan so good at being out on the map early doors. Does want a little bit more CC alongside him, maybe a bit of dive. Can be a bit of a struggle if you're EQ ulting and then everyone else is on 3 screens away or in a different lane.
True. Yeah, I'm curious to see the strategy that T1 takes for draft for the rest of this series, because on one hand, you do just want to practice optimally drafting and trying to pick the right matches, but on the other hand, you do want to
ลัมโบยังมีนาอยู่นะมีนามีออนเจนาออนกาลิโอท็อปเลน
In fact, if they are to win this MSI, it'll mean they play 9 best of 5s, which would be more best of 5s than anyone's ever played at an international tournament ever, and it would also be the most games that anyone has had to play to ever win an MSI. Current record break would be RNG back in 2021. We had double group stages. Just insanity. And T1 would still play more games than that. But my point being is they want to vary draft as much as possible to remain unpredictable despite playing nearly every day.
I guess the other one is do exactly the same every game for the first best of 3. And then you have your pocket picks left after that, right? And you're just showing the same thing over and over again. But teams obviously will try and stop you from showing the things you've already shown because they know that you're good at those. When you are beating everyone 3-0, apart from BLG, people tend to get a whiff of what your priorities are.
Super standard so far, though, for T1. Jarvan Rumble already locked in. And Aatrox flex here. But good chance it does go to the top lane here.
Yeah, Gigo can play it. We have seen it a couple of times from Tatu as well. In fact, more recently we've seen it from Tatu. So still the option of putting it into the jungle. I think the flexibility of it, obviously, right now, very beneficial for Furia.
I mean, I guess if Tachi wants to just take the ball, though, Aatrox would be a champ that he
would be able to put that on. Ban Galio, please.
Like CC. You've only got the Bard so far.
Ban Galio, please, sir.
Chains on Aatrox, to be honest,
Ban Galio.
Upon further reflection, I do think it's going to be Thunder. I don't feel like you want to play that into Doran.
Rumble.
To Doran Rumble.
Because you could look for something like Galio top into the Rumble. You could also go Ornn. Gigo has brought that out.
Yeah.
You could go really aggressive and try and play the Ambessa, which is something Gigo has played quite a lot this split. But for now, we'll move into our second phase of bans after Faker has locked in Annie, most likely for himself. For Kali and Lucian taken off the board.
คือคงไม่อยากให้ J4 เข้าไปเปิดแล้วกาลิโอลงหลอกใช่ไหมกาลิโอแบนไม่เหอะ
I don't know, man. This champ select music is also a vibe. That was a beat that was just going during the second ban phase. This is how it feels to draft against T1, even in Game 2 of a best of 5. Reminder that the loser of this series is eliminated from MSI. I saw a rather clever yet mean-spirited comment that T1 is making sure to give Furia the play-in experience.
มันอาจจะแชนตีตอนที่บาดเซตอัพเทเบเซได้
all throughout play-in. So.
แต่พี่ว่าโดนกาลิโอแน่เลยวะ
Further into tournaments. But yes, it's not been the easiest of experiences to face up against T1 unless you are from the LPL or the LCK. As Jin, the second ban from Furia. Caitlyn going to get locked in.
Caitlyn.
Elise, obviously a tried and true combination. We also looked at things like the Lux.
Yeah, I'm thinking Caitlyn Lux here for pace carry. Have a little bit of fun with it. If they'd like to. And now we're going to get to see if they go with the Ornn in the top lane. I think it makes the most sense with T1 already being locked in.
ไม่โดนกาลิโอนะ
It also puts Guigo right where he has been for most of the split, kind of side top with the jungle. There it is.
Carry a 100% win rate on this Lux, this split.
ขออนุญาตกดแอดครับผมเดี๋ยวขอไปเข้าห้องน้ำแป๊บนึงครับ
100% win rate for T1. 7 games on it for Paze. It's just deadly. It's just a deadly bot side. It's a deadly top side. This Rumble is going to be able to print money as well. If he goes for the first strike into an Ornn, you just walk up to him, you flame spit, and it's like, aha! Usually burning money is a bad thing, but in this case, beneficial. And the owner really has the rule of the roost. Can go to any lane and there's crowd control for him. And alongside that, you have great burst, especially from bot side and from mid. Owner... He has a lot of options this game.
Yeah, they're not particularly easy to gank champions, but he has a lot of assistance from his laners to help the ganks happen.
Yeah.
I will say he's probably going to more likely play around the pressure of the bot lane. So I really want to look early on where the early wards fall and if Furia is able to prevent like a very early turret dive or getting pushed off turret. Because I do not think that the Ezreal Bard can really... stand against the Caitlyn Lux.
How do you outpush that?
Early.
You have so much that you have to struggle with. Lucent Singularity, you have the pulled over piece of wave clear, you have the range advantage as well, and then you're always under threat of a light binding. Like, if you get caught with a light binding, it's an immediate snap trap underneath you. It's probably a snap trap just behind you as well.
Yep.
So as you try and walk away, you're going to get caught in that. You put down a magical journey as the bard, well, there's a cupcake at the front of it, so you're going to take a magical journey back to the fountain quicker than you would have intended. Bot lane, definitely the key focus in our eyes, at least. Good vision placed, though, towards the Razorbeak. Spots out owner on that side of the map. Looks like he is going to clear it from top to bot. Tut's trading with Faker, stunned up by the disintegration. In the end, they will both walk away from this one. Slightly less healthy than they were as they walked into
it. I'm
not sure if Faker
got a glimpse of the Aatrox. On up light อะ slow enemy heal your nearest most ไม่เห็นดีเลยอะ
He is, he really is. And
ไอ้ on up light อะ
incredibly excited for the T1
on อรุณ on up light มา
You can grab your signature collection from T1 Faker's Galio serialized
มาไม่ทันดับโดนแย่งบาทหรอใช่เอาไว้ฮิวเพื่อน
Lolly Sports or League of Legends fan with Riftbound, I actually feel like it's very high.
พี่คิดว่าออนอะเดโมลิชดีสุดเพราะว่าไม่ว่าจะเงื่อนไขไหนมันดีกว่ามันแบบเวลามันได้ดันเข้าป้อมมันได้เพจมันเก่งกว่าแล้วก็เวลาแบบชนะไฟมันตีป้อมไม่ได้มันตีด้วยเดโมลิชมันแรงเพราะว่าเลือดมันเยอะ
the transition from say Magic the Gathering
ไม่ว่าเงื่อนไขไหนแม่งก็ดีกว่าแบบทั้ง defensive แล้วก็ aggressive
road of MSI for T1
ส่วนฮิวนี่แม่งเอาง่ายว่าเป็นรูนที่แบบอยู่ในเลนไม่ได้ใช้เลย1 อัน
which meant they got to beat Team Liquid and KC and play in just for fun and then lost first round of the knockouts barely to BLG, which now puts them here in Fury. But this also means since they are now in the lower bracket, they have to win a flurry of best of fives if they want to win their first MSI since
แน่ป่ะเห็นออนป่ะถ้าเกิดสมมติมันสามารถได้ดันเวฟเข้าได้อะซึ่งปกติแล้วมันเจอกับคือมันดันเข้ามันก็แล้วออนตีผ้าคลุมแล้ววาร์ปกลับบ้านด้วยโอ้โหตีผ้าคลุมวาร์ปกลับบ้านแล้วกลับไปซื้อกวดน้ำผิดสเต็ปเลยแต่เกี้รีเซ็ตได้วะกลับบ้านใช่ป่ะแล้วก็ซื้อกดน้ำ150แล้วกลับมาตีผ้าคลุมดีกว่า
And we talked about push as possible dives, we talked about the pressure that Caitlyn Lux can put on, but it also just means you get camps a lot easier as the jungler. This Scuttle Crab, I doubt there will be a contest for Furia. In fact, the recall's already happened from TUS.
Yeah, but I will say, I think Furia is actually completely okay with how this early game played out. It wasn't one of those 3 or 4 camp from Jarvan into invading Gromp and Blue because the potential actually would have been Aatrox started top side, Path bot side. They could have tried to force some stuff in the jungle early, but instead they just kind of both full cleared away. Although, I mean, that's really going to mess up the tempo of Owner. He's still yet to base or buy.
Yeah, I mean, the other option is it means that Owner just ganks you.
It could, but
He's not going to do it. He's going to reset. I think that's smart. Might lose his Gromp for it. It was well played by Tatu, waiting for the recall from Jojo, sorry, waiting for the recall almost to have finished, but the Gromp not quite up yet means that Tatu will just get the vision in and then go back towards his Krugs to go for his second clear.
Yeah, can't really risk it based on where the Rumble Ornn is.
เลนล่างนี่คือแบบสนุกสนานมาก
but then he'd be worried about getting chased down. So Tatu makes the conservative play on Aatrox, knows he has the full clear, knows his camps are up, is just going to continue to cycle this.
It's also the opposite for Tatu, right? His wave is pushed up in topside, his wave is pushed up in mid. The reaction speed for T1 is so much more rapid than Furia can develop for him, so he would prefer just to be like, okay, you can have all of your camps, I'll have all of my camps, that's fine by me. As Tuts once again is below half HP in the mid lane.
Faker playing this Annie very aggressively, not wanting Toots to have any ability to roam and bail out any of the side lanes that are getting permanently pushed in. So even though the score is still 0-0 and the game hasn't broken, T1 is pressuring very heavily in lanes.
Yeah, you can see that from the gold leads. 250 in the mid lane, 360 in the bot lane, and even another 140 for carrier. So it's a collective 500.
โก้หน้าเหมือนเซียนหลังเลยเอาจริงนะ
Owner out on it. Jojo here as well. Cosmic Binding doesn't connect as Tatu. I mean, I really doubt he's going to start this. Probably just looking for a little bit of vision, but he might just start it up straight away. He's
เหมือนนะเว้ยดูดิคือถอดแว่นออกอ่ะ
Now he dashes the wall.
Okay. See if he can try and make something happen bot lane. So difficult to do anything.
แต่ว่าคู่ล่างมีแฟดครับ
Unless they step too far forward.
ไม่ได้ว่ะ
With Tuts coming down as well, like I think
เฟเกอร์รู้แล้วว่าหายอ่ะแล้วก็เลยรีบดัน
realize there's a possibility they're going to get ganked.
เห็นไหมเหมือน
as well from Doran, who did go for the Deathfire
touch
instead of the
เหมือนเซียนหลังจริง
on this rumble. Yeah, it still has his red potion from his masteries as well. So anytime you try to all in him, he's going to have a very powerful punch. So T1 playing with a lot of respect, but also a lot of efficiency right now. They don't need to make anything crazy happen because they are organically winning all of their matchups pretty substantially 6 minutes in.
Yeah, and if you take this Drake, if Furia take a fight, you believe you can win it because you have push in the lanes and you have been able to garner these small advantages. And then in a minute 50, you go to Grubs. You already have push in all the lanes. If you have Grubs on top of that, it's just going to accelerate that push forward. It looks like T1 have backed away from the Dragon as Jojo comes in with a magical journey. Cosmic Binding doesn't hit onto carrier. Jojo forced to walk away. And unable to find any connection there on the Bard. Not using the carrier skin either. We've seen a lot of players into carrier when they play the Bard use that T1 skin.
I can respect it. It's a good skin. Hopefully you
เฟเกอร์เวล7เยอะสุด
his game by reminding him that he's
Yeah, but I wonder if you bolster him by reminding him that he has a skin. Like he can look at it and be like, "Yes, that day when I won that skin."
until we have data that using the skin doesn't just result in a T1
อุ้ย
win
ออน
or
ก็
not
เล่น
using the skin
ไม่ใช่ไรนะ
doesn't just result in a T1 win. I don't think we can make any conclusions. He's just winning too much.
There's a statistician out there that can compare all of the bards against carrier win percentage with the carrier system without carrier. And we can draw some insubstantial conclusions off that. You know, lies, damn lies, and statistics, I believe, is the quote. As Toots gets a little bit of vision around the Infernal Drake and T1 just continue the pressure that they have across the map. Ego here, forced slow by Duran. Has gone for the Swifties first.
เลียมาละ
Can get the chase, build over piece.
เลียมาตรงกลางละแล้วเดี๋ยวน่าจะทำวิชั่นตรงแถบท็อปเลนตรงนี้แล้วเดี๋ยวน่าจะเข้าไปเอากลับปะไม่ว่าเคเลียพูดจบพูดเคเลียเดินไปล่างเลยเอามังกรเหรอมังกรไฟลืมคิดว่ามังกรไฟคือมังกรที่ทีวันชอบที่สุดครับ
quickly Pays and Carrier are getting plates down in the bot lane, so the more they can just hold
เล่นล่างว่ะอย่างนี้เอทรอปก็ไปที่กราฟเลยครับเบเกอร์โดนแต่ว่าน้องๆไม่สนนะน้องๆเวทบูแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเข้ามังกร
Carrier and Owner teaming up to steal away this blue buff. True shot barrage will come out. Owner there with the smite. Jojo
มี
just short of
เมจิคอล
being
เจ
hit
นี่
by a flag and
ไป
drag
มังกร
combination, but still objectives going over to T1. Not playing for the grubs though. Instead, just playing for the towers and those tower plates.
ไม่ฮะ
Tatu has actually started up the grubs
ไม่เอาเลย
There's got to be. We need to make a turn.
ทำไมไม่เปิดมังกรสักที
Grubs when your team has
ตัวเอทออกแบ็กเสร็จแล้วเนี่ย
hitting a turret.
Sure.
Like there's got to be a name for that. Like are they?
ตัวมันเดินกลับมารอบละ
It's like there's no benefit to taking the grubs, but people do it anyway.
It's true. It's more to deny the other team from getting the grubs.
Final spike onto RU. It's going to flash away from the Calyx.
โอเนอร์ตายไปเนี่ยเสียงมังกรนะโอเนอร์ตาย
Behind him, Furia with the world ender. Tatu looking to clip Owner's wings and will do so. T1 making aggressive
What the
move and Furia very
fuck?
willing to pounce.
Okay, I mean, Andy's got the grubs, so he's got experience for himself for that level 7 versus level 6 collapse, but they should be able to get the Drake as well. Will be a little tricky. Ayu is in base, so Carrier Pays are going to think about fighting this.
Maker trying to step forward, flashes away from the Spirit Rush and the Charm. Jojo forcing Carrier away, but Tatu is able to take that Drake. Uses the Blast Cone. Now Faker without flash in the mid lane could be susceptible to a gank. That Spirit Rush obviously a much shorter cooldown. Charm does connect, but no more follow-up for Furia.
We'll get a replay of that to see how Furia was able to get such a nice angle onto Owner. It didn't really feel like there was any way the T1 could have retaliated.
ตะกี้ฝืนเล่นเพราะว่าพอโอเนอร์เริ่มตีมังกรตอนที่แบบพอเห็นว่าแบบเอทอกอยู่บนอ่ะคือเขาน่าจะไปเวทแล้วคือเวลาแต่จริงมันเวลากราฟมันเกิดมันแล้วปักหวัดล่างขนาดนั้นอะมันน่าจะรู้นะจริงๆเนาะคือกราฟเกิดเพิ่งเกิดเลยแล้วไม่เจอเอทอกข้างล่างอินเวดบูได้โดยที่ไม่โดนคอนเทสเลยอะมันก็น่าจะไกลๆหรือเปล่าไกลๆว่าเอทอกมันปล่อยบูว่ะ
A minor blip as Owner looks to make Jojo a bit of a minor blip on the chart of this game as well. A small increase in gold, but instead he just backs away. Call to the Forge God from Gigo. We'll get the knock-up, looking for the Brittle as well, but with the Flame Spitter coming out, he has to flash away. Doran just dies to the tower. I think he had vision on Tatu coming around the corner and knew there was no way out for him.
So he just makes sure to not give over.
โค้ชทอมไม่ได้เหมือนดูเกมเหมือนดูหนังผีอะเมื่อกี้หน้าโค้ชทอมกับเมตาแล้วก็อีซี่วูนอะมาต้าหรือเมตาคือเหมือนดูหนังผีอยู่อะเหมือนแบบดูอะไรอยู่วะดูหนังผีแต่เป็นแบบหนังผีแบบล็อกแบบไอ้นี่นะแบบช็อตอะตัดแบบแนวตั้งมาแบบเว็บเถื่อนตัดมา
Yeah, it's just a perversion of math. It's like, well, I needed to die, otherwise they'd get more gold.
Oh, we call it bounce math.
Yeah, bounce math.
Yeah, because you can get gold from the towers and such as well.
Carrier
and Fake Carrier flashes it wisely so.
เงินนำอยู่ 2,000 ครับที่วัน
Gold lead for Tatu once again, but he's the only one with one alongside Gigo. But I mean, an Orn being 200 gold up isn't too substantial. The advantage for T1 though, a little bit more sizable. 1.7 thousand the lead for Pace, who already has Snakes Optics. And Carrier already has his Shrouders.
Currently, the number for the gold difference of T1 is the same as the number of the gold
แบบนี้ออน
which is
ไม่มีวาร์ปอยู่ดี
considering the champion and the player
แล้วออนเริ่มกดได้แล้วแต่ว่าไม่มี demolish อุ้ยเคเลียโดนแต่ว่าล็อกขาไปที่เอช็อกได้แล้วแรงจัดเพสเฮ้ยน้องน้องไหนครับผมแต่เคเลียตายครับผมตรงนี้พยายามจะจัดการอาริเฟเกอร์ออนวาร์ปมาแล้วว่ะแต่ว่าไม่มีอันตีครับไม่มีคอร์ดฟอร์กอสตรงนี้เอช็อกน่าจะออกได้ลำมาออกได้
Okay, could have actually been a lot worse for Furia there. It did feel like Faker might have missed his stun on his Tibbers again. We'll have to see it one more time. Thought for sure he'd be able to secure the kill on the Ahri, but that 1800 gold lead does grow to a 2100 gold lead for Paze as he continues to pelt Guigo under the turret.
Like hailstones just constantly on the rocky exterior of the Orn, who went for the Kainic Rukun first. So doesn't have a huge amount of armor to be dealing with this Caitlyn. And because they've already got the bot lane tower, having Caitlyn up in top makes sense. There's a Rift Herald up in a minute 40, likely to move Paze into mid lane because the next objective you want to play around is that dragon. Jojo goes for the engage, knowing Keria has no flash.
True, so they're really trying to lock him down. Can't get the angle for the stun, and Paze just is doing a lot more damage than they'd expect so far. No way to dodge. Perfectly angled. Lux ultimate right there up against the wall. And then they actually end up. Watch how low they get him. I'm trying to pay attention to Faker. I think it was perfectly flashed there by the Ahri. So couldn't get the stun.
And then Gigo comes in and just has to walk away immediately afterwards. Still that 2,000 gold lead, still all of it sitting in the pockets of Paze as Jojo with a good magical Jenny manages to get himself away. Paze 13-1 on this Caitlyn, undefeated in spring, 7-0, almost 1,000 DPM damage per minute. That is very high. Usually you see those numbers sitting around the 500 to 700 range.
เพราะว่าได้เปรียบจากการที่ป้อมล่างระเบิดไปแล้วก็เลยสามารถจะดันเข้ามาลึกได้ตอนนี้ปัญหาของฟูเรียคือทั้งทีมเนี่ยได้เพจแค่1เพจนะครับผมแต่เคเลียตายว่ะ
Straight through Carrier's heart, dies for the second time this game.
Nicely played there by Furia.
ก็เสียมังกรอีกแล้วว่าดูไกลๆแต่ว่าคอร์ดฟอร์สกอสไปแล้วอ่ะออนแชนติไปแล้ว
mouse and keyboard to this game,
they
have a much higher chance of winning. But I mean, because they've killed Carrier, they're going to get their second Drake here.
And the gold lead between IU and Pace
แล้วปักหวาดอันใหม่หรือเปล่า
is down to only 1.3k as Tuts forced out by Tibbers and Co. And we'll continue to chase. Faker flashes.
เฟเกอร์แฟดไปใส่มินเนี่ยนติกไปใส่มินเนี่ยนตัวนี้เมื่อกี้เห็นปะให้เปล่าขอดูรีเพลย์อีกรอบน่าจะไม่ใช่น่าจะมองผิดเฟเกอร์เหมือนจะแฟดไปคิวใส่มินเนี่ยน
I've been glazing Paze a lot here.
ไม่น่าใช่
This is a great
ที่
start
ว่าพี่มองผิด
like a 1,000
เราก็มองกันพลาด
with
ได้
an Orn composition
ต้องรอ
and
รี
2
เพลย์ครับ
Drakes is
โอ้
a
โดน
very
เอ็กซอ
good
ร์แล้ว
game state
โดน
to
เข้าด้านหลังด้วยว่ะ โอ้อาลีมาว่ะ
Just wide on the
อาลี
temp
มา
with fate, but Tuts is
หนี
here.
แฟ
The
ดอยู่
charm flashed by Paze, and this is what Furia has been doing really
โอ
well.
เนอร์ เลเจนด์เนี่ย
Find ways to burn those summoners to get
เลเจนด์
to look for the engage, and here's
มาจากไหนไม่รู้เอช็อกเทพเจ้าดาคินโอเนอร์ตายครับผมตายไหมโอเนอร์
They're all so low, Furia can taste it, but they just can't quite get it down.
ช่วยเคลียร์เวฟเสียลิฟต์อีกแล้วออบเจกทีฟทุกอย่างเป็นของฟูเรียหมดเลย
pushing him out of the fight, and then also making everyone on T1 reset, giving them time to push out their own mid lane, move top, like they're setting up the map in a good state to continue to make these plays, and now with no flash on Paze, they might be able to get him on the next attempt.
อันนี้พี่ดิสเครดิตเฟเกอร์นะขอโทษด้วยครับเมื่อกี้ผมมองพลาดครับมันไม่ใช่ครับมันไม่มีทางเกิดขึ้นครับผมขอโทษด้วยครับจะไม่ทำอีกแล้วครับไอ้หมินเฟเกอร์มันไม่มีทางไม่ใช่แน่นอน
Doran has teleport currently in the bot side. Gigo has his as well. TP in from the Orn. He started to put those masterworked items at least into his own inventory at level 13. Can't put them into others. A run out from Doran. he's not going to invest the
ดา
summer
เมจเหมือ
spell
นจะเริ่ม
TP
ค่อย
to
ๆขาด
get
ป่ะ
hit
เพราะมัน
very
ต้องมีตัดฮิว
rapidly,
อ่ะ
but
โดรา
still
นต้อง
will
ขึ้
be
นตัด
here
ฮิ
in
ว
time.
We'll see who decides to pull the trigger on this fight because it feels like when Owner has gone in, the fights have been turned fairly well by Furia, but if they find the right angle, this orange, like at
ทีม
this
ไฟ
stage
แม่
of
น
the
ดี
game,
มากเลยดำเนี่ย
Guigo's really difficult to move off of space because the Rumble Annie can't really threaten him with burst, and I don't feel like the Caitlyn has that level of damage yet.
อีโคไลเซอร์ไม่ค่อยได้ประโยชน์เท่าไหร่เพราะมันแต่ละตัวแม่งมีออนได้เฉยเลยครับโอเนอร์ได้ไงอ่ะโอเนอร์ระยะสมัยถึงเหรอถึงโอเนอร์สมัยได้โอ้โหแล้วเพจของฟูเรียได้แค่แบบอันนี้ได้2อันนี้ได้2อันนี้0แต่ทีวันได้ป้อมอันนี้เลยอันนี้4เพจแล้วตรงกลางนี้ก็ระเบิดคือได้เยอะมากจากเงินป้อมแล้วเงินที่ได้มาเนี่ยก็มาอยู่ที่เงินนำเนี่ยแหละ 1,800 ซึ่งก็ถ้าทีวันให้ไฟแล้วโดนตัวป้อมคืนก็เงินคืนเลยนะ
It's one of those tough ones where like you're looking at Q3 Darkin Blade 3 smite for the Aatrox or you're looking at Dragon Strike smite for the Jarvan, right? Both of them do a relatively equivalent amount of damage as we see Carrier's record on this Lux. 17 wins on it. Currently undefeated this split and in the Coinbase gold grind as well as Tatu and Jojo try and grind out some kills. Very even between the two junglers. A 700 gold lead for Tatu as Carrier does step forward. Caught out with the Cosmic Binding just on the edge of the wall and Carrier flashes Shirelius gets himself out of the forge gun. Two-shot barrage as well. Steps to the side. Nicely done from Carrier to survive.
Not even close, guys.
Seeing some signs of life from Furia too.
Yeah, it's all the defense that T1 has to play here. Carrier really on the back foot, which means he's not then looking to pressure the mid lane with the Lux, forcing flashes of his own. So he's really having to play on the back foot as Tatu is looking top lane onto Faker.
Tatu's on his way across, as you say.
หรือว่าคือมินเนี่ยนตอนนั้นมันเลือดลด
Tibbers doesn't connect. Spirit Rush away from it. Tuts the charm, the flash away. TP coming in as T1 trying to defend.
อีโคไลเซอร์
Enigmatic mid laner, equalizer down, flash. Flame Spitter not enough, but the final spot again won't quite take him. It's the upgraded chairman. Oh, a far side alteration finds the ace. And the Ari in the hole, a cataclysm down from Ono as Jojo tries to get out with the Mikhails. The heal not enough. Jojo goes down, a double in the end for Pays. From mid to top, back to mid, T1 find fights across the rift.
What a beautiful sequence there by T1, and if that's not just indicative of how things are just set up on a silver platter for Pays.
ให้ความรู้สึกเหมือนเล่น Helldiver เลยเมื่อกี้แบบว่า
Faker up top lane
แล้วก็ลงนี่ลงมาลงแบบฝาซ้ายลงมา
What does Pays do? Press R 300 gold. Congratulations.
He also pressed his fast alteration.
True.
It could have been Jordan's fast.
ตัวแรกของ T1
There's two of them. We'll see where Pays begins to move because at the start Faker has to burn this flash. Furia then begin to realize they don't want to take an extended play.
Yeah, and I mean it is definitely
a part of a longer play.
Like the fact that they have mid lane push already, like Pays can move up here because they've been able to push the lane early, and then he obviously just pops down his trinket, presses R. A really insane play would have been Jojo flashing in front of Pays to catch the bullet and dying.
กดยังไงก็ไม่น่าทันป่ะถ้าไม่ได้เห็นวิชั่นเลย
It would have looked really cool, man.
And would have denied a little bit of gold.
Get down, Mr. Ari.
เหล่า people ก็เรียกว่าส่งเสียงเชียร์ครับผม
Sometimes things just go that way. Like Tuts, you have the chainmailed laces, gives you that magic damage shield. You survive through the final spark, and you think you're out, but the positioning, as you say, from Pays enough. And now with 3,500 gold lead.
เดี๋ยวจบเกมนี้เดี๋ยวจบซีรีส์นี้เดี๋ยวเซียนหลังก็จะบินกลับไทยต่อเลยนะมันก็จะ
Is the Baron. If T1 want to play around it, they're already trying to garner control towards this top side. They did also manage to get a Drake, so there's a long time until we see a possible soul for Furia. They've been delayed at least.
กุยโก้หน้าเหมือนเซียนหลังเลย
What are are the chances
จริง
Pace gets a pentakill in this game? I feel like it's kind of lining up that way with how accelerated he is.
He is the Penta Prince as well. I think he's at 50 so far throughout his career. If I remember the numbers correctly, is the call of the Forge God praying.
Did he just?
The gods to try and
ผิว
find
ครับ
their mark, but
ซ้ายขวาที่ร่ำเรียนมาขวาซ้ายขวา
He will fall, but Doran delays, and now Ona and Paze want to make this play. Instead, now Paze backs away. The rest of Fury are on their way across.
ยืนนานจริงถ้ามีนาฬิกาได้ด้วย
T1 is still getting something out of the time spent bots.
Sometimes League's just not fair. You can
พอเป็น
dodge
ท่านโด
so
ไม่
many
โดนชม
point-blank
แถม
skill
หัวเราะ
shots
ใส่
and still die and still have your team not be able to get a meaningful cross map. The timing just wasn't quite there for T1. They half shifted everyone over after this, but I mean, it's the strangest Doran highlight because he literally dies and T1 gets nothing. But like, just look at this, man. He completely dodges the Q, gets charmed, sidesteps the Oran Horn, completely dodges the EQ dash from Guigo, and then the charm comes up again, is able to just sidestep that too, and then he dies. So
yeah, I mean, but you see it, and it just
คนเรามันจะหลบอะไรได้เยอะขนาดนี้ได้ไงวะ
The problem is it's pretty hard to get away from that combination of
T1 Baron, Infinity Edge completed. With the trap line.
ถึงชอบแอลมากมันแบบเท่หลบสกิลอย่างเงี้ย โดนแย่งไปเนี่ย50ไม่ควรทำนะโดนลาโดนชามว่ะจะเคม
Tempered fate goes between the uprights, but Gigo goes forward, Pays backing away, and now with the equalizer dying, the battle lines have been drawn.
โอเนอร์เข้าไป
over them, the call of the Forge
เฮ้ย
coming out as
มงพลาดเหมือนกันกุยโก้
Owner down to half HP.
แต่ยังฆ่าใครไม่ได้ซูมได้ไหมซูมได้แต่มันบังแน่นอนพิชเมเกอร์มาไม่โดนเมื่อกี้เพรสแฟดยิงแล้วออกมาว่ะหุ่นนึกว่าจะแบบอีเข้าไปซูมแต่ว่าไม่สนนะผมแล้วยิงจากด้านหลังเลยครับเพสยิงโจโจ้จะพยายามทำอะไรครับไม่มีสมัยโจโจ้มันไม่ใช่แพทนั้นแล้วโจโจ้แล้วซูมมาแต่ว่าบังให้ฮะแล้ว3 ชิ้นแล้วของเพสดุจริงแถมมีพีดีด้วยยิงเร็วจัด
Control by T1 right here. They're doing this fight because Pays completed his Infinity Edge, and they're going to win an extended fight with Lethal Tempo Caitlyn. It gets a little bit scary right here when they're able to land the knockup, but you can see the Mikhails comes through immediately for Keria. He can just reposition Pays' Caitlyn, and that gives Owner the ability to just go for the re-engage, and at this point, all the engage has been spent. Pays is still at
ตรงนี้
3
มง
quarters
ไปโด
health.
น
He can kind of just walk up
คาตาลิซึม
and
พอดี
hit whoever he wants. Everyone gets caught in the pit. T1 is able to do a re-engage. Just a really beautiful fight for T1. I don't see much more that Furia could do
มัวมากเมื่อกี้ฝั่ง
to
ของ
make
ฟูเรีย
that a positive
พอ
situation.
มานั่ง
So
ดู
a
แบบ
really
สโล
good
ว์
idea
แบ
for
บ
T1 to just start that Baron.
Yeah, I think the only way Furia
แบบช้า
really win out there is by being 5,000 gold further into this game, right? Like if their damage sticks a little bit more, if Ego is a little tanky,
เอสเเงินตาม 3,000 ครับมันก็เลยลำบากหน่อยฮะ
up through the bottom lane. Owner trying to make sure that Furia don't have 2 lanes to play through because Tuts is currently playing through 2. Conflict binding as he cataclysms, but should be able to get to his defensive line. Tempered Tuts coming across as well.
Owner
a few little skirmishes.
วางคัพเค้กหน่อยดักไว้ก่อนอุ้ยสวยเพชรแม่งยิงเอทอกดาคินคือระเบิดเลยโดรานพยายามจัดการได้อยู่ครับโดรานทำให้เอสเรียลตายครับช็อตนี้อุ้ยเพชรยิงแบบแรงมากคี90%
They definitely got to try something, but Owner was just able to buy so much time, and against T1, every second counts. So Pays also went for a little bit of extra gold.
ไม่มียังไม่มีเจาะหรือไม่มีเจาะเกาะโอ้เดี๋ยว
He's gonna walk away.
There's the brittle, little bit of a slow, but the cosmic binding already used to stop the rest of T1 getting here as quickly as they could.
อุ้ย
Damages Absolutely absurd. 3 items complete with the Phantom Dancer Hex Optics in the
มาช่วยครับ
Now can back away. They've broken the inhibitor line. It's
เดี๋ยว
a
เข้ามังกร
7k
ก็ได้
lead
ฮะ
in 26 minutes.
ช่วยน้องก่อนน้องมีชัดดาวน์700แล้วกลับไปได้อะไรเลยเป็นหรือเปล่าเพสยังไม่ได้ได้แค่ลาสวิสเปอร์มา
700 gold lead now for T1 but that is almost
LDR
all concentrated
พี่คิดว่าตานี้
on this Caitlyn working towards his last whisper now potentially soul point for Furia if they can kill this fast enough but Owner would be able to just fly in with his Cataclysm. Pays is the man to watch.
Traps going down. As you say, Pays the man to watch on the back line. Equalizer on
ไปได้
that
ปะ
front line.
ยังไม่ได้ครับไม่เป็นไรครับขอไฟออนไปแล้วโอเนอร์มี GA ปะไม่มี
is just burned to a crisp. Jojo takes the kill, but T1 now can
หาปูนให้โดนหน่อยโดรานหาปูน
the bot lane of Furia down
ไม่โดน
towards their usual
มึง
home.
จะไปน้อย
And they will make it into a tomb. Jojo able to escape. RU does not do the same. An ace in the hole for Jojo. No stand to save him as T1 clean up the fight.
I mean, Pays gets the 2 auto attacks onto Jojo, says, I'm going to put you away, deal with you later, walks up the lane, finishes off the Ezreal, ults the Bard in the back, picks up both kills for himself, and they might just walk it in.
And although Furia have shown signs of life at this series, you've got to do more than that to take a game off the champs. T1 just ripping through the base of Furia. Tuts and Tatu back up for what would be a final stand, but so far their final stands perhaps not needed as of yet. A Atiba behind.
Oh, here it goes.
Here we go. What can you pull? What magic you got?
ทำอะไรครับผม
What rabbit coming out of that hat? At the moment, Gigo just running away more. Rabbit like than the rest. Call to the Forge God coming in. Carrier, Faker and Pays. They land the knock of the Molten Shield onto Pace.
เพสวางโอ้โหพอโดนล็อกขาผมก็โดนคอมโบแต่ว่ากิโก้ครับออกมาได้ได้ไหมแฟดออกเฟเกอร์แฟดไปที่โจโจแต่ยังข้ามไม่ได้ข้ามไม่ได้จริงไหมข้ามได้แน่นอน
As Tuts, IU, and Tatu can do nothing while T1 push through bot side.
That would have been the pentakill angle, but Doran took the kill on the Bard. So now I feel like
ช่วยด้วยครับอย่าเพิ่งครับอย่าเพิ่งกดอย่าเพิ่งดีใจกันโหรอบเพราะว่าคีเลียกดไอ้มิคาเอลให้นะเนี่ยโดราเมื่อกี้ได้เลือด
As although Furia raised the hopes of the CB law for a little while, T1 put them back into the ground.
คือเหมือนเพสมาบัมแต้มไอ้พิกเอ็มเฮ้ยไปครับผมน้อง
down at the end to end his perfect score line, but that's just a formality. It didn't look fair.
ทุกครั้งนะ
Caitlyn Lux just doesn't look fair. Analyst
คนสุดท้ายอะเฟเกอร์พี่ใหญ่ของเรา
I don't think you do, Jad. It's really difficult. Let's dive straight into it, right? We've got some all-stars here with Carry
Game point แล้วครับ T1 อีกเกมเดียวก็จะไปเจอกับเพื่อนรักครับผม G2
when Lux was locked in, right, Ox?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen different flavors of T1 with the major spot, the engage supports, but this has been the classic during the regular season of playing hard, strong 2v2s, playing Kate Lux, and even before Pays was on the roster.
ผู้มาอย่างเล่นไม่ได้ครับในแข่ง
I think Lux is a champion that is hard to execute on in pro play, very skill strip reliant, but also so squishy.
แต่พี่คิดว่าถ้าเกิดมันมาจริงก็ยังหาชมยากอยู่นะ
Yeah, and the funny thing is, the one game Carrier lost on Lux when it was paired with Caitlyn is to his current bot lane partner. Pays.
So that's what you need. Furia just need Pays on their side.
Start bidding. Start the bidding. Get him over there. Get him into the CP wall. That's absolutely what they need. And the craziest part is, I feel like Pays should have had like 9 deaths this game.
Yeah.
He was so clean on dodging so many key skill shots, so many crucial skill shots across the entire game. I thought he was dead at least 50 times.
And the same thing maybe for Carrier in our HyperX reflex replay, dodging everything that was thrown at him to escape, and I think it must have been a very frustrating game for Furia to play.
Yeah. And this wasn't even the only time we saw Furia try to make one of these trap plays, but yeah, he's gonna dodge the Ornn ult, he's gonna dodge the Ezreal ult.
He's like, not today.
And it's the fact that he walks up to that brush and starts walking back immediately, like aware of the risk, and escaping on that much HP, it must be so frustrating for Furia, constantly not able to kill this Lux throughout this game.
Yeah, it just feels bad. Like, I've been in that game in, like, solo queue, and it just feels awful.
And I will say, Ox, sometimes in the LCK broadcast, you guys like to bring up the T1 circus. And sometimes I'm annoyed. I'm like, we are wiping away perfectly legitimate criticisms for T1 right now. This was the T1 circus. I will take nothing from this game. They were so dominant. Was it goofy? Were they having a little bit of fun with it? Maybe making some unnecessary plays, unnecessary risks, taking their time? Yeah, but...
ที่อุ๋ยให้พอกันเลยว่ะ
This is like an opening act,
ให้พอกันเลยแบบ
We've seen much more craziness from T1. I'm worried about
we got the contortionist, the lion tamer a little bit, but we're not under the crazy stuff yet.
แต่ว่าเพจจะได้พวกแบบไฮเปอร์แครี่อย่างพวกเซรีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันจะแบบจะคล่องว่ะ
Tight ropes. Yeah.
แต่กูมามันจะเป็นแบบวาลัสจิน
So we've learned that no one here can name every circus.
We are going to visit a
ไอสะ
circus before
เอสเรียลอะไรเงี้ย จะแบบ
I think my circus knowledge is limited. I need to build on that. That's
กูมานี่มีปัญหามากตอนเอสเรียลใครสะมากในปีที่แล้วแบบโคตรดรอปเลย
that was off the rift that could be an intimidation factor and I want to pull up this image of owner
แต่ของกูมาพี่จะชอบความแบบว่าความยิ้มแย้มแจ่มใสแล้วก็ความแบบ
Can we CSI MSI enhance please because is that a panther or is it not enhance please one more time is it or is it
I think it's a tiger.
Is it a tiger
it is a tiger.
or a panther?
It's a tiger.
All right. We've confirmed. Not a bling-based intimidation tactic, just regular bling. This is a normal mogging from owner to the opposition, not a team-specific.
แค่พูดว่าคิดถึงแฟนเก่า
This is also the classic owner look with the jacket over the shoulders and the necklace there. So you
ขอบคุณอัสตาคารด้วยครับเมื่อกี้43เดือนเลยครับ
Normal aura, not
เปิดอะไรเรียบร้อย
Detective shock.
No problem. Apparently he wears it a lot is what you said, right? But I only noticed it
เพจนี่เขาอยู่
in this instant.
Gen G ป่ะเป็นแบบ Gen G Academy ป่ะGen G Challenger
That is good. And look, ultimately,
เป็น Academy ของ Gen G
That's a great picture.
That's a fantastic picture.
Whether or not you get a game, that might be difficult, but a picture with Faker, you can hold on to that forever.
Sure.
Very true. Look, I think Barry still has a lot to be proud of. I still think, regardless of what happens in the series, this is the best team I've ever seen come out of the CB Law. But this tournament is brutal. It is incredibly hard. I think if we had seen another series against Lion, I would have loved to see them against a team like G2. There's a lot of teams you can go up against where I think you're actually going to be able to pull off that dub. But I think a solid performance, some good moments against T1 is still a good look for them in this tournament.
How can we dare to dream then for some better showings? Because they were quick on the draw in the early games. In both these games, they actually did have the one up a little bit. But versus T1, it's just one of those teams where it's extremely hard to keep that going.
I think one of the problems is that so often when you're playing these really strong teams, an approach has been to kind of drag them into the mud, make it messy. And T1, they're already in the mud. They're down the road there
first.
Let's go.
They're like, you're just getting to the mud? Because I want to highlight that game. It looks so one-sided. The only person on the side of T1 with a significant gold lead is Pace. Admittedly, it's a 4K gold lead. Every other role, it's like 500, 600 gold difference. And even when Pace wasn't involved in the fight, T1 were still winning. They're just that much better individually. They're that much more coordinated. The footwork was cleaner, dodging the skill shots. So it's hard to kind of craft or theory craft the path to success. There's just a big gap between these two teams, and I just don't think today is the day.
Yeah, we gotta stay honest, but we still got some time. Doran, though, also a classic moment.
I was gonna say, here's one window in, right?
Yeah.
Ferdia selecting last pick. Maybe they have something absolutely insane that somehow they're well practiced on that T1 hasn't seen. I don't see it happening, but if you're talking about, okay, where can they find footing? Where can they find a window? That is one window.
That is the window. Yeah, it's tough.
Nobody believes it.
It's a very small window.
T1 are still picking blue side, so they're still going to have excellent Baron control. They're still going to have all the mechanical differences that you already pointed out, Dracos.
And here's my pitch for the next breakdown. We could just have Ox sing Legends Never Die over the top of a bunch of clips of T1 dying and really try to convince the people at home that somehow T1 lost the next game. That's the best angle I have. Because at this point, laughing through the pain or the joy if you're a T1 fan, I think is the best way to handle this. If I'm wrong though, if you're winning a game, we're back in there.
Yeah, we're back.
We're back
so
in
back.
There. I'm ready.
Noribang, very popular in Korea.
It
so,
is.
you know, I'm not very good at it, but I'll try.
Speaking of, we'll see if Tatu can make it happen, or if all the plays he made will be running through his head. We'll be right back.
I love you.
Whoa. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
아나운서 준비생 유상민이라고 합니다. 감사합니다.
시험표를 이렇게 멋지게 써주셨길래 제가 오늘 한번 모셔봤습니다. 자, 스포츠캐스터가 꿈이시라면 지금 경기 상황 어떤가요?
지금 현재 T1이 2대 0으로 앞서고 있는 가운데 여기 수많은 팬들이 대전의 큰 함성을 채워주고 있습니다.
좋습니다. 그렇다면 이 기세를 담아서 가위바위보 앞쪽에 계신 분과 한번 해볼까요? 자, 준비되셨나요?
예!
시작 한번 해볼까요?
시작하겠습니다.
준비되셨죠? 가위바위보 가보겠습니다. 가위바위보! 와! 이기셨습니다. 티셔츠 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그리고 가위바위보 한번 해보도록 할게요. 가위바위보! 이기셨습니다. 티셔츠 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 자, 이렇게 이기셨는데 승리 소감 들어봐야겠죠?
승리 소감 1년이나 2년 뒤에 꼭 제가 e스포츠 캐스터가 돼서 성캐 옆에 있겠습니다. 감사합니다.
여러분, 이렇게 많은 분들 앞에서 용기를 낸 캐스터님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 그렇다면 우리 3세트에도 즐길 준비 됐나요? 자, 함성을 모아주세요. 그러면 3세트도 다 같이 응원 부탁드립니다.
And we're back for MSI 2026 in what could be the last game before we take a break and then come back on Wednesday.
True.
To end up our playoff phase, I guess.
Yeah. 4 days of double best of fives is what we're just finishing experiencing. Then 1 day off for those of you who aren't tracking the schedule. Then we'll have 2 best of fives when we come back.
Yes.
Then the final Wednesday. 4 days will all only be 1 best of fives because there's this massive lower bracket that needs to play out, as well as the upper bracket finals. So it's going to be a nice finish to this MSI.
Yeah, and it kind of, everything calms down a little bit as well. It gets more exciting because we get near the end of the tournament, but it gets less double best of 5 days. Which means if you're European, I think we're starting at 10 a.m. European time, which is quite nice for them. You don't have to have that 5 a.m. start.
It'll be 5 hours later than MSI has been starting for double best of 5 days on the single best of 5 days.
Exactly. So let's get into round 3 of this best of 5. For Furia, you got to find an extra gear, some secret pocket pick that no one ever expected, and a few more 1,000 gold per minute if you are going to be able to take down T1, who have been dominant in these first 2 games. Furia selected second pick. T1 chose to be on blue side. So we're going to get the Poppy Band away and the Sivir removed by T1, and then a Ziggs and a Nocturne taken away by Furia.
See if they can find the perfect Nasus angle for Tatu. It's pick and hope for Furia if they're trying to take down T1. That last game was just destruction by Pays and Carrier. Even if Faker was not able to land that many stuns, even if Doran was, dying to a couple ganks, it didn't matter. Pays was just inevitable that game.
Yeah, and it's not that T1 didn't make mistakes. It's just they got Pays into a position where Furia needed 5 people to kill him, and he was never on their screen. He was always so far away. Mel is the final ban from Furia, and Bessa the final ban from T1. They will have first pick. Where are they going to go?
Yeah, all business. T1 wants to get through to the next stage of MSI. They want to dispatch Furia by a very standard first pick, especially with the 480 junglers that are already gone. Can't even have a solid counter pick. Although I will say, depending on, there is one NA jungler that would just slam Shen when he sees Vi jungler, and I really actually love that counter pick.
I do like Shen into Vi.
If they're trying to really outdraft them somehow. And Senna I also love. With the current mage bots that have already been denied, question would be, has Pays picked up the Vel'Koz in the 2 days since he's lost to it in the Senna Vel'Koz matchup?
I mean, possibly, but you could also even look towards, you could go Ashe Seraphine bot lane, you could go Kalista Renata if you just wanted to be aggressive.
Man.
If you want to play wave clear into wave clear, we are falling further down the list of wave clearing mages, but Pays and Carrier can just be aggressive.
I gotta say though, Vi Vel'Koz sounds like a pretty nasty combo.
It does.
The R reaches so far from the Vel'Koz.
Yeah. Should we just do only line ultimates? Malphite, Vi, Vel'Koz, Varus.
Varus is good. Flex pick as well if they'd like it to be.
Play it up into Gigo's Nut. You want it for Doran, or you can always just put it down towards that bottom side. Likely to be, lethality we have still seen quite a lot of, and when you've got a Vi who is locking someone down for you at the end of your piercing arrow, lethality does make sense.
Yeah, it also allows him to outrange the Senna for the vast majority of the game. So T1 just very quickly locking in their second pick as well with the Talia for Faker, which always been a great Faker pick, and small buffs before the tournament means a lot of more mages to pick it up.
I'm wondering where Furia decide to go. Mid lane is the obvious pick. But do you want to just play something like the Victor into it? You don't really, you're always going to be caught out by the Vi. She's very strong in these situations. But there is the Nasus. The dogs have been let out by Furia, something we've seen from Tatu once this split. You already talked about it. Went 100% win rate on it.
Yeah, pre-champ select, we're like, what could they do?
Yeah, bring out something cool.
What hasn't T1 experienced? All the other, us little regions have experienced this. Griffin over in North America, Skewmond over in the LEC, and this was the qualifying pick for Tatu in Game 4 of their CB LOL Finals. Not an incredible angle. I do feel like it's a little bit forced. So as Griffin hasn't revealed the main pick, we can kind of logic it out.
วารัสนี่ท็อปแน่นอน
If you need to come into him,
ส่วนเล่นเซนน่ามาเจอ T1 เนี่ยคุณพลาดแล้วเพราะว่า T1 เนี่ยวิจัยเซนน่ามาอย่างยาวนานทอมชอบเซนน่าอย่างมากเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยยังไงก็โดนแน่ส่วนนาซัตนี่ very good very good
continue to run at you. He doesn't just get stunned as he's walking towards you, and it's a bit like just kite the Garen idea. You just kite the Nasus, don't let him get close enough for a siphoning strike, but we're keeping a track on those stacks.
แบนเวนว่ะยังเชื่อว่าวาลัสเป็นเลนล่างนะผมแต่พี่เชื่อว่านี่น่าจะเป็นของโดรานนะและได้เป็นไวทาริยาทีนี้ ADC ตัวไหนที่จะช่วยแบบนี้ได้ คิดว่าต้องเป็นพวกแบบแต่ซิลเวอร์โดนแบนไปแล้วว่ะ
We have seen it from Doran, but we haven't seen it.
ไม่มีเมลไม่มีซิลเวอร์
Obviously, very experienced Virus player, but most of the time, or at least the 2 times that T1 have played it in spring, it has.
ราคาซายาปะพี่คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นราคาซายาปะน่าจะเป็นราคาซายาปะวะราคาซายาของ T1 ไหมนาซัตนี่ถ้ามาแก๊งวาลัสนี่ลำบากเลยวะไม่งั้นต้องเปลี่ยนท็อปเลนเป็นโอลาฟอะโอลาฟท็อปเลนแล้วก็ไปหาเซนหน้าอย่างเดียว
If you see a Vi running towards your back line, you go across the veil and you try and jump onto their back line and you get some damage.
ไม่ว่ะ
Alternatively, flex pick.
อุ้ยคาริสตาเหรอ
Send an assist bot. Tatu saving his jungler.
โอเคคาริสตาเลยนะตา
That's why he's still talking. He's like, we haven't picked my jungler yet.
I mean, it's very possible. I'm going to
นาซัต
say it's not probable.
ซัพพอร์ตไม่คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นไปได้เขาน่าจะเอาแทงค์มาอีก1ตัว
I don't think you want to play Nasus support into
คิด
Callisto.
ว่า
No, I don't think you do. It will be Nasus carry.
โอเซลฟีนเหรอ
Senna support. Okay.
Senna Seraphine though, just really sit back, have even more stuff to shoot through.
เซนน่าซัพพอร์ตหรือเปล่าครับคุณผู้ชม
It's classic scaling lane. There's a lot of scaling on Furia. The way that you beat Nasus, as I've heard,
เซนน่าซัพพอร์ตดูจะดีป่ะ
I don't see how they stop him from being invaded.
เซนน่า ADC ว่ะ
Senna Seraphine against the Callisto Renata.
ไม่มีใครเล่นเป็นซัพพอร์ตเลย
Look hard.
Top side too. Like, Allies can get pressure onto the knife, even mid.
เทพเจ้า2สแต็กอยู่ด้วยกัน
Push into the Aurora before you get that.
สแต็กเกอร์อันนี้
into your queue as the Aurora, but we'll see that mid lane.
แล้วมีเซเลฟีนซับไปนั้นแบบว่าไม่ใช่ตัวต้นเกมมากมีเพียงออโรราที่แบบพอจะเดินเกมได้ครับมาเจอกับ T1 ที่แบบอันนี้ก็เร่งอันนี้ก็เร่งอันนี้ก็ต้องพยายามเร่งต้นเกม
Doubly bad on the Callista.
It's an accept. I mean, Pace is playing Callista because he wants to play Callista.
Sure.
I think that's as complex as this is going to be. They're up 2-0 in the series. They're going for their 4th 3-0 of MSI going back to the Plains. And I think
ชอบเหมาปากกามากเลยอ่ะมันแบบมันดีมากเลยอ่ะดูดิ
Furia draft 5 stars. For how are you
แบบสามารถทำแบบว่าอะไรก็ได้
with casual normal meta drafts? You're going to go out swinging.
Yeah, go out on our terms. Go out on their terms. As you say, 4 top tier Nasus games in spring. Griffin 3 times, Skewmond once. CBLON not included in these statistics because it's...
Someone's got to talk to Benji on Games of Legends
Games of
here.
Legends, because there is a 5th, obviously, with Tatu having played it in their finals. It's the 2nd time we've ever seen Nasus jungle ever internationally. Last time was Season 3 Worlds. MSK Kaigu lost to Samsung Ozone.
คูเรียเกมสุดท้ายฝากความหวังไว้กับการกับสแต็กเกอร์ครับแชมเปี้ยนถ้าทำได้ก็เลดเกมสุดๆก็ชนะไหมไม่รู้เพราะนาซัตเจอตัวตีไกลไป4ตัวอาจจะเข้าไปไม่ถึงอ่ะ
Gigo just looking for a little bit of experience up towards the top side. Realizes he's on the wrong side of this matchup. Exhaust as well for Doran. So if Gigo ever does get on top of him, it is hard.
ตามเรื่อยๆครับเลนบน
The Nar to continue to trade through that blighted quiver. Bot side is where my eyes predominantly will be, I think, as Kerio and Pays on this Callista Renata will be looking to harass down Ayu and Jojo as much as possible.
คือนาซัตมันจะคือมันต้องออกกันเวทเยอะมากๆมันถึงจะแบบว่าไม่เป็นไรกับวาลัสเพราะวาลัสมันแค่แบบโยนท่าอีตัดฮิวได้ด้วยแล้วก็กดอันติโอ้แฮนด์เช็คไม่ดีครับ
And you know he was really close to passing T1 Pays for 2nd as well, which is pretty nice that he has 2 spots on the top 5 leaderboard. I do remember that sneaky game, by the way, for those NA fans that happen to be watching live. That was just an insane game. Caitlyn into Mystics Kog'Maw, quarterfinals Worlds 2017. He ends up getting crit 5 times.
จะเล่นแบบเลดเกมกับทีมเกาหลีครับคูเรีย
go to 5 games, don't make it to semis. Not a big deal. Barely remember it once again. But shout out to Sneaky, rank 1.
Yeah, shout out to Sneaky. Still sitting on top of the leaderboards, which is it's a feat in and of itself because we now have 6 full item carries with the boots alongside it. So you would assume DPM would rise, although the later you get into a game, DPM does fall a little bit. Tries to put some damage into Faker, who does have to burn a flash in response.
There's not as many 60-minute games anymore.
Yeah.
So it kind of balances out the DPM.
But there is also the later you get into the game, the more damage you have inherently, but the less you actually see your opponent. Because you often only saw them at a neutral objective as we have a bit of a flank here onto Ayu and Jojo.
They're on their own.
Yeah, Ona on the way. Hey, stepping forward.
เฮ้ยบัตรได้ไหมเคเลียยอมตายถ้าสมมุติว่า
Over the Fury, they'll get a ton of damage onto Ona as well, but Ayu did fall.
ไม่ทันครับดาเมจ
Jojo doesn't have enough in the tank to take down that
มันบาเรียแล้วก็
Advantage
ฮิว
Furia, that's exactly the play that they knew they were going to have to outplay when the Nasus paths away from them. They need to make sure the Tatu can get his stacks in the jungle, so they're always going to have to win in this 2v1 dive. They're going to lose the wave, which hurts, but I mean, watching this right here, just so much damage goes down onto Furia. Not really able to get. Did the bailout run off before he died there?
He dies to
the
power shot during the bailout, I believe.
84 สแต็กแล้ว
So they couldn't quite get the kill in
What
time.
the fuck?
Also interesting, Pace had a couple of extra spears into Ayu. Maybe the rend was a little bit early. Couldn't quite see. But for the moment, Pace still has that gold lead at the center.
อ๋อก็หลุมละ10หลุมละ 12 เฮ้ยนาซัดมานาซัดมานาซัดมาเห็นวาดแล้วเห็นจักวาดโอเค
on this side of the map is going to turn his attentions back to his Gromp. Has 84 stacks on that siphoning strike as Gigo walks out of Doran's range.
Not going to help him that much though. Just going to have to
มันหลุมละ12อ่ะก็6หลุมก็แล้วก็ปู1ก็เป็น7คูณ12ก็84
with their current setup Nasus cannot help unless the other lane
96แล้ว
really runs it down or takes a really crazy trade and stays in the aggressive spot.
Area loyalty program for the slow handshake goes wide. Are you trying to trade back onto him? Another beat drop. Not quite landing there for Jojo, and as you say, like Tatu's just pathing up towards the top side. Ono with his assist ahead in gold. Mid lane relatively even. Tuts did a good job of burning Faker's flash early doors, but again, you don't have the jungler to punish that, which is part of the issue. Touch actually has to be a little bit more safe in that lane than Faker does.
มันเก็บได้ด้วยอ่ะเมื่อกี้อุ้ยหลบมาอีกแล้วครับนาซัดโอเนอร์มารอซ้อนเฟเกอร์ผ่านวาดครับแบบนี้พยายามจะเล่นเร็วครับให้เล่นล่างระเบิดแล้วมาครับปิดมีมินเนี่ยนอยู่ครับเฟเกอร์โดนแฟดยัดเลยว่ะดันออกมาได้ครับเฟเกอร์ตรงนี้มันมีอะไรเผาปะโอเคเฟเกอร์โดนเฟเกอร์ตาย
on the bottom side.
Plus 12 at the end.
เฟเกอร์ต้องรอเอลี่กลับมาก่อนไม่นั้นแบบเมื่อกี้มันใช่ไหม
with the cane to get the kill and that's the second dive in a row that hasn't been quite that clean.
โหแล้วนาซัดแฟดแบบยัดเลยว่ะเฟเกอร์ยกออกแล้วแต่ว่า
the fact that Pace still picked up both these kills so he's going to be a little bit off to the races.
4 คนได้เท่าทุนแบบนี้ไม่ได้ดีนะ
Tatu doesn't go too far away so that when Faker moves in, they can just flash on him, and when the dive does end, T1 is not able to go Aurora over the top and smacks him down to make it a 2-for-1 in
กดอีโมดแบบโอเคแรมมัดแล้วก็ออกมา135แล้วครับนาซัด
by Ona and by T1. They do still have the push in that bot lane because Paze has got those 2 kills. Already has the Berserker Greaves, which are massive on Kalista. So important you get those early because the movement speed enhances your attack speed alongside the attack speed that you're getting from the Berserker Greaves. So you're just attacking and dancing a lot quicker.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing
เฮเลียโดนล็อกขานาซัดมาสโลแล้วบอง
does still have flash here. Just in time, called out to the bottom lane. Managed to survive at about 100 HP.
ตะกี้เหมือนเพชรจะไม่ได้มาช่วยนะครับแต่ว่าเพชร แบบว่าตีมินเนี่ยนยับเลยเพื่อให้ตัวเองเลเวล 6ครับแล้วก็ดึงเคเลียทันพอดีน้องหมามันกำลังจะเลข2แล้ววะมัน6แล้วด้วย
Might just be a play around that front. Carrier still only just ticked over to level 5, so you're not going to have a hostile takeover available for the fight, but it might just be an attempted deny on Tatu on these Razor Beaks as well.
พยายามเล่นเร็วอย่างมากครับเทมโปตอนนี้ทีวันบีบสุดๆฮะให้นาซัตไม่ได้ฟาร์มครับนาซัตก็ทำอะไรไม่ได้ครับเวลาจะฆ่าก็ต้องเมมคิวเฮ้ยแล้วกุยโก้มาด้านหลังตรงนี้โดดมาเคเลียพูดแต่ว่าโอเนอร์ตายไปแล้วโดรานมาโดรานอันติไม่มีโดรานเอ็กซอร์ชิปหายแล้วที่วันเร่งจังหวะเกินไปวะ
And now the chase perhaps continues as Toots flashes the wall and sends Carrier to the afterlife. T1 overextend dramatically, and Furia are very happy to pounce.
And this is a 4v5 for Furia. Senna's pushing bottom lane by herself, and they're looking for more.
Faker forced away as well.
เล่นจังหวะวะ
As you say, Furia now with a 500 gold lead, no plate, unfortunately. For LYON the center, but we'll have another look at this. T1 hard force this play.
They are really going for it right now, and Carrier just takes so much damage off the jump before Faker's even really able to join this fight. So now with Carrier out of the fight, sure, Sentinel's still able to support by coming over the top, and then Doran, brother, this is a 1v4 that he's walking into here. Bailout unable
ไม่ได้ถ้าโดรานจะสู้เมื่อกี้ต้องมีอันติเท่านั้นเลย
so hard to cut through an Alton Nasus who's next to a Seraphine and has the Senna shields from over the top.
200 sacks now for that Nasus. Usually we want average of 2.
ไม่ต้องตื่นเต้นแค่สแต็กเกอร์2ตัว
Go for another clear. There's only his wolves available to him though. Has that protoplasm harness completed? The other stacker in the game is the Senna Unfortunately for RU, hasn't really had anyone to stack on in the lane.
น่าเลือกสโมเดอร์ล่างไปเลยนะ
Yeah, we're not going to pay attention to Senna for a while. It's a supporting character in this game. The main character is the Nasus at the 207 with the protoplasm harness. I mean, oftentimes the Nasus needs to complete this protoplasm harness before he can enter the game. The fact that he's already 1 kill, 3 assists, not behind the Vi in gold, but ahead of him in items and pace in the game.
Jojo looking to clear out a little bit of vision for Tatu if he wants to come down here. Gold lead still for Doran on the top side, even though stepped a little bit too greedily around that red buff play. Pace the K ahead as well on his way towards that first item. Appears to be a static shiv, the direction that he is going.
แต่ว่าข้างบนโดรานกดยับมากครับเงินห่างกัน600
Perhaps land a subsequent
one.
Yeah, this is a mid-jungle game.
Yeah.
Toots and Nasus right here. Tatu's Nasus, though, is, to me, the main
สลับเลนครับ
This guy continues to get going.
ไม่ได้สลับมั้งเหมือนจะโถมเอาสักเลนนึงให้ระเบิดยังทำไม่ได้ครับตรงนี้
Like there's a lot of CC to slow him down, but he's just going to keep walking at you with the heals from the Senna Seraphine that are going to be coming.
ถ้าจะโถมทำไมไม่เอากลับวะนาซัตมาแล้ววะกดอันติแล้วเคเลียโดนเข้าทันทีโอเนอร์มาจะเอานาก่อนนามีอันติเซนหน้ามาเพสพยายามทำอยู่เคเลียโดนตี2มาชิบหายแล้วเฮียนาซัตฆ่าหมด
T1 are dropping like flies. Pays only has cleanse. No flash for him as they turn their attention
to
Jojo. Pays able to dance out of the back of it and cleanses away the
Photo pass.
The Nasus has been felled.
เชี่ยน้องเพลส
Wow, that was looking so
ตะกี้โอเนอร์จะกดคิวหนีไปแล้วอ่ะเพชรบอกพี่โอเนอร์ใจเย็นๆครับเชื่อผมเราสู้ได้ครับพี่แค่ต่อยนะครับไม่ต้องห่วงครับโอ้โหตะกี้โอเนอร์แบบกำลังจะแบบต่อยแบบอากาศออกไปแล้วอะ
Dude, I thought the Nasus was going to run through him.
So did I. So I heard it in your voice. I could hear it. You were ready.
แอบคิดว่าตะกี้แบบว่าคาริซ่ามันมีลูนคิงหรือเปล่าวะทำไมมันแรงจังวะ
Like if you can just get Nasus in the middle of the opponent,
ตรงนี้คือการฆ่าเคเลียก่อนก็ไม่รู้ถูกต้องหรือเปล่าโดรานแบบไม่ได้ทำอะไรเลยเดินมาแล้วก็แบบตามเสียงเพลงเซราฟีนไปเรียบร้อย
He's just never reaching it the way Pace is able to keep space.
And that's what we talked about in draft. NASA's better when the enemy team does not have too much CC. Because you want to walk at your opponents. And now, yes, the cleanse is down for Pace.
วันหลังจะสู้ขอผมฆ่าบ้างได้ไหมครับ
Try and do that around this Drake right now.
ดูรานบอก
Are you stepping forward? Gets the Celestial opposition off of Carrier. Tatu has that siphoning strike, has the smite. Fake goes into Weaver's wall between.
แต่ว่าตรงนี้น่าซัดคิวสมัยได้แน่นอนไม่มีทางครับผมโอเนอร์แย่งได้แล้วแฟดออกมาแบบเท่ๆสวยเก๋แล้วโดรานเอ็กซ์ซอฟแบบนี้แล้วง้างสุดง้างโอ้ยเกือบตายโทษทีครับเมื่อกี้พอดีว่าจับธนูไม่ค่อยมั่นเท่าไหร่เมื่อกี้ป้อมมันตีอยู่ครับ
I need to speak collectively as the Americas right now. Like T1.
Sure. No, wait, you can't do that.
Why not?
LTL's in the dirt. LTA's in the dirt.
What do you mean?
You're the LCS now. You guys made a big deal about this.
It's North and South America. I'm putting CB Law on our
อันนี้
level
นะซัด
despite
ถือว่า
us
เบรก
losing
สแต็กไว้ได้ระดับหนึ่งนะถ้าปล่อยมันฟาร์มไปเรื่อยไม่มีช็อตแบบว่ามาทำเกมนี่เรียบร้อยแล้วแต่ถึงจะตัดสแต็กไปได้ตอนนี้ก็เกือบ300ครับสแต็กมาซัส297นะเวสสมัยยังไม่เสร็จครับมาซัสเหลืออีก2
I mean, I feel like if he did that
ต้องได้ริปเฮอร์โลแทบจะเท่านั้นเลยครับทีวันปล่อยไม่ได้ฮะทีวันต้องการเฮอร์โลมาดันกลางเพื่ออินเวดนาซัตต่อครับไม่ให้นาซัตฟาร์ม
Like just included as one of the attractions.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. You've got the Ferris wheel over here. You've got
all this fun stuff.
ต้องดันกลางแล้วก็ดันบน
That's true.
แล้ว
320 stacks for the Nasus at the 15-minute mark. About
รีบเพิ่มเล่าให้ได้
the average right now, but still in a solid position. IU sitting only at 33 and 1,000 gold lead. 41 again.
ฟูเรียชนะไฟแล้วได้ริปเฮอร์โลทีวันแม่งเหมือนแพ้แล้วอะเพราะว่าเซนน่านาซัตยังไม่ออนไลน์แล้วยังจะได้ตรงนี้อีกก็คือระเบิดแน่นอน
A lot of damage being put out by the Nasus, but this is really, you're channeling everything through him. They have to send a Seraphine. He needs to walk in front of them and just try and move up.
มีแค่3ตรงนี้มี4ถามจริงอย่านาซัตไม่ได้ครับผมเฮ้ยโดรานจะตายว่ะอันติไปไม่โดนโดรานพยายามสู้กับทัสอยู่ทัสพลาดแล้วอุ้ยโดรานพลาดเหมือนกันยิงไปโดนโดรานยิงเข้าไปโดนอีไปอีกตำแหน่งหนึ่งเลยครับผม
Absolutely, and part of it is because Faker wasn't there. Faker split pushing this bot turret,
โดนอีไม่โด
trying to
น
break the first brick of the game
โด
on
ราน
the side of T1.
0-3แล้วครับ
If you don't have the whole squad there, Nasus will be able
โอ้
to
แล้ว
run
ทัส
through
ไม่
you.
ได้ใช้แฟดด้วยนะหลบเชนคอร์รัปชันได้ครับตรงนี้โดรานเนี่ยโยนอีไม่โดนก่อน
Yeah, and you can see Pace and Carry down on the bottom side. Not
แต่หลบสวยจริงครับหลบด้วยล็อกเก็ตไอวอเตอร์เบล
And then if you go in on the Vi and the whole team
Rocket
isn't
Bell
behind you, you are going
กิฟ
to
รัก
die
แต่สุด
very
โดเนท
quickly
มา
against the
10 บา
Nasus.
ท
Dorn did a lot of
เกิด
work
เป็น
on
โด
the
ราน
outside
ทำ
of the
อะไร
fight,
ก็
but
ผิด
just
ใช่
couldn't
สิ
quite pass the
เรามันไม่ใช่สุด
that
น้อง
1v1
รัก
it got very close very quickly. Faker
ผมยังไม่ได้บอกโดรานทำอะไรผิดเลยครับ
has a Blackfire torch first on this Talia.
ปิด alert
Hasn't really been involved in the game as much as his opposite man. Let's see. Tut's actually sitting at 4-0-3 right now. 7 of the 11 kills he's been there.
T1 แฟนจริง
As Faker
ๆกราฟแบบ
0-1-1.
อุ้ย
EO short of the gnaw, short of the wallop. Okay, Faker. Yeah, okay, Faker. Okay, you just every now and again Faker has to remind us.
Yeah.
That's what happened there.
Really tanky this game on the Talia. He's weirdly had like a pretty quiet series. The
ถ้า400 สแต็กแล้วว่ามันเพิ่มทีละแบบทีละร้อยเลยอะ
Right. This has really been the Pays show so far with that Caitlyn.
เต็นหน้า38
Could end up being on this Callista as well.
I will say it could matter in this game, right? We're 1,000 gold apart at 17 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, there's 2 Drakes to nil, but there's 2 Grubs to Furia, so they have been able to get a little bit of an early neutral. I think the problem is
4-0 ของทัสออโรรา10ดักซิลนี่คือปัญหา
Is red you see them totally misplay a team
ที่
fight.
1 GG โดเนทมา10 บาทไปเรียกเทโคม่ามาด่วนๆเลย
I think from gold deficits, T1 is the greatest team fighting team in the world, maybe that I've ever seen. Like they just find such remarkable angles, and the game is never over until you kill their Nexus. It's just
ไม่ลืมแต่เสียงมาได้ไงไม่รู้ครับ
how far ahead you get, no matter how good your team composition looks, they'll find angles that you've never seen.
ไปนี้เคเลียโดนอุ้ยแฮนด์เช็คยังสวย
Chain of corruption goes down with that handshake. Tatu takes a chunk. TP coming in from
Pass
Tuts as well.
มาแล้ว
This is a third Drake fight for both these teams. As Furia will gain control around the Dragon Pit for now, but there's a control ward in the back of the pit, and you can see Owner coming in from the bottom side as well.
Yeah.
Chain of corruption available. Good damage from the Weird.
อย่าโยนอย่าโยนได้มั้งเคเลียเข้าไปแล้ว
But a great between worlds as they dive forward. The encore.
อุ้ยต่อยไปครับผมตรงนี้อุ้ยเพสตายอุ้ยแต่เพสยังไม่ตายทีเดียวเบลเอาอุ้ย
Can't stay close enough. Gigo comes alive and finds a kill.
3-2
Now it's all on Tatu and Tuts the flash away.
โดนลาจัดการให้
To save T1 Doran though, turning it around.
ช่วยหน่อย
The wallop, Faker in from the side.
ก็ตาย
The Drake is on Furious side, and Faker with the flash gets out alive.
อุ้ย18 นาทีสูสีแบบนี้
To come back in, he'll look for a steal, a threaded volley perhaps across the wall. I think it's not going to be enough. He went for the seismic shove.
และเป็นมังกรตัวที่สำคัญมากสำหรับฟูเรียครับผมเป็นการตัดทำให้ทีวันไม่สามารถได้โซได้แล้วทำให้จบเกมไม่ได้ครับแบบนี้
And 23 after that fight, Brazil doing everything in their power to stay here in Korea at MSI. If they lose this game, they would be eliminated. These fights are crazy with how T1 tried to force their engage here. The Talia ultimate flies in, and I need to see again because it looked like Owner just full sends it on the other side of the Talia ultimate. So like on one side, you have Pays trying to deal with everything. It's a 2v3.
โดราไม่มีอันตีไว้ตรงนี้
The other side. I actually feel like if T1 fully commits to the left side,
they just line up.
They probably just win the fight because of where that Faker ultimate came through. But then at the end here, it did look like Doran was going to dance on him right there, completely owning the Aurora. But Gigo hits Meganar, gets this done into the wall, and the smack, plus the sidestep at the end by Tatu's Nasus.
The Drake, one more auto from the Dragon would have been enough. So close for Furia.
462สแต็กมันค่อยๆเพิ่มมาเรื่อยๆเรื่อยๆเรื่อยๆ
1.7k lead for Pays, but Tuts on
อุ้ย
this
ต่อยได้ป้อม
as the tower goes down in the mid lane, and Ayu's
ได้เซนหน้าผมตรงนี้เคเลียตายไปแล้วครับยังไม่ได้เคลือบโอเนอร์ออกมาได้แต่เฟเกอร์โดนนาซัดไล่หวดครับตรงนี้เพสพยายามจัดการอยู่โดนลานเพส
Doran and Payne answer with one in response. In the end, a 2 for 2. So we see mid lane is down
2-2 แต่ว่าได้ตัดดัก
How
ซิล
did
นะ
T1 get 2 there? It looked so disastrous from the start when Carrier just got blown up, and now this is a T1 bear.
Yeah, this is a T1 moment right now. No
T1
vision, no
เปิด
wards
บาลอน
for
ครับ
Jojo. Importantly, he only
เขา
has
รู้
the
นะ
oracles. He can't put a ward over the wall.
แต่รู้แล้วทำอะไรได้ครับเร็วอยู่เปล่าปล่อยปล่อยดีกว่า
Backed away. They've taken a moment and
ถ้าพลาดบาลอนตรงนี้เสียบาลอนแพ้เลยพี่ว่าแพ้เลยนาซัดเล่นแบบบิวที่แบบว่าพวกเมนเขาเล่นกันด้วยขึ้นแค่ชีนแล้วก็เป็นเดดเป็นเดดแมน
Tatu on Nasus is still looking pretty unstoppable.
Doran has so much damage though. This is the thing.
This is true.
Like Doran basically one-shots Tuts who
ต้องได้ดัชเชนดอนครับโดรานแกไม่ค่อยได้ค่าครับแกแบบแกทำดาเมจเยอะมากแต่แกไม่ได้ค่าเลยปัญหามันคือแบบแกไม่มีเงินนะแต่เงินไปอยู่ที่เพสนั่นก็เป็นสิ่งที่ดีแต่ที่ว่าต้องการให้มีคนนึงทำดาเมจแต่เนี่ยตอนนี้เหมือนแบบว่าสถานการณ์มันย่ำแย่แต่เพสจัดให้อะทีวัน
at this moment 20 minutes 5-3-5 is usually where you want to be, and so you can see he's 2 minutes short of that, and that's predominantly because Owner and T1 have been constantly invading his jungle and stealing away these camps. And when the fight's more bloody as well, you don't have as much time just to get the resets going and get the cycle through your jungle minions. Furia setting up towards this top side, looking for a bit of invade. There's a Scuttle Crowd coming up in less than 10 seconds. As Faker with the Weaver's Wall
แต่ออกมาได้ฮะด้วยอันติ
manages to find a way out of the fight. Tatu now, is it Scuttle Crab? Is it Baron? Doran has TP, he's in the bot side. Tuts is going to answer with also has a TP of his own.
อันติแล้วว่าเพสเข้าไปหาเซนน่าเลยมาดิกลัวที่ไหนอะอยู่ไหนโดราอยู่ไหนโดราติมาไม่โดนอุ้ยนิดเดียวเมื่อกี้โจโจ้เกือบโดนพยายามตัดฮิวได้ได้ยกได้ครับเฟเกอร์ได้ดาซันมาครับตรงนี้เพชรดักหน้าลูกต้องตีบอลลูกไม่ต้องกลัวครับพี่กีดผมทำได้ครับ
As Gigo tried to finish off Paze is just dancing on
แล้ว
with this Kalista now
เพสไปดันบนด้วยเอาเลือดก่อนไม่มีนาซับนะไม่น่าเป็นไรนะครับผม ไม่น่ามีปัญหาโอเนอร์ระดับแบบว่าอุ้ยรอครับนิ่งมากครับโอเนอร์นี่คือป่ามืออาชีพที่ไม่ติดทีมชาติเกาหลี ไม่มีแอร์ไทม์ครับถ้าติดทีมชาติเกาหลีนะบอกเลยว่าแม่งฟินอะเห็นแบบคือเป็นทีวันชุดเก่าเลยพี่ย้ำทำไมขอโทษครับจะเล่นการแต่ที่ตอนขอโทษตอนว่าเมื่อกี้นี้พับเพียบด้วยนั่งพับเพียบด้วยเป็นการขอโทษแบบอย่างเรียบร้อยโซพอยครับทีวันคือเซนหน้าผมแบบปุ๊บคือแบบเพสเข้าแบบตัดสินใจเพียงเสี้ยววิคือแบบลุยเลยใส่สุดเพราะมันต้องใส่สุดครับเล่นเจอคอมที่มันสแต็กฟาร์มแบบเนี้ยแพ้ก็คือแพ้เลยแต่ถ้าเกิดไม่ลองก็คือแพ้เลย
Crucially, Paze kept getting the kills. And with Paze now having this massive item gap in the game, he's really pushing the pressure.
He's so accelerated, and you can see like the center sitting at 57 stacks.
Yeah,
like, he's so far behind where he wants to be.
เคลียร์ไปหวานฮะหวานไม่ถึงด้วยอุ้ยแรงจัดเพสสู้ตายเพสชิบหายแล้ววะรับทราบแล้วตอนนี้เพสตายหนีเร็วเฟเกอร์ไม่มีอะไรแล้วตายครับผมเฟเกอร์เอสครับเกือบไม่ทันครับแล้วฆ่าออโรราไม่ได้เมื่อกี้
Not to mention the gold lead is now only at 1,000. Still always difficult, but for the time being, the objective bounties also haven't fallen off yet, so Furia's got to get out on the map and kill some of those turrets. But watching this one more time, Paze just goes unbelievably deep. Like he flies over the wall, and just not being able to secure that kill. He then realizes that Nasus is straight behind him, and for him if he flashes over the side of the wall, so he kind of realizes that there's nowhere to go, and the shutdown ends up going over to Nasus. Picks up another 12 stacks off of Doran on the way out, and then they finish up
just resilience continuing.
The resilience of this Brazilian team, I do want to
ยิ้มไม่ได้นะเงินเท่ากันแล้วนะทีวันเคเลียหนูจะยิ้มไม่ได้นะลูกเอ้ยเงินเท่ากันแล้วนะ
You can definitely criticize them, and the fans have for losing to Lion. That was supposed to be their equal. They got 3-0 despite being in some good game states, but they are absolutely not letting T1 walk over them. So they're doing everything they can to fight to their last breath here against T1. They pull out a gambit here. They are gambling that the Senna Seraphine won't get steamrolled that much and will be able to scale into
โอเคเรากลับมาคืนฟอร์มแล้วตรงนี้ที่วัน
and they've kind of gotten there. The Nasus is strong.
แต่ไม่เป็นไรมีอันติชิวอะนอกจากเซราฟีนจะแฟดแล้วก็อันติ
enough to get you out. Meanwhile, T1 are going to push through that mid lane. There's a tier 2 there for them. Should be able to secure it before anyone from Furia can really find their marks in that lane.
ต้องได้ Leaf Maker ครับ
Against it, didn't want to
โดราน
overstep. Instead, they'll go
แม่
towards
แต่ว่า
the
พี่
top
ชอบ
side and look for this
ต้อง Leaf
tier
Maker
2.
แหละชอบนาชอมากกว่า
On the defense, and they'll clear out the way pretty sharpish. Tuts already has 3 items complete. 7-2-7 on this Aurora. Obviously, a lot of our focus has been on Tatu.
มันยื้อไว้อะแต่ว่าทีวันยังได้มังกร3ตัวเพราะฉะนั้นตัวหน้าต้องได้ฮะต้องได้เท่านั้นนาซัดมันถึกแล้วอะโปรโตพาสมันคอมโบกับอันตินาซัดแล้วไอตัวสปิริตก็ทำให้โปรโตพาสฮิวแรงกว่าเดิม
the 1,500 gold lead he has from minions. He is just out farming and outpacing in these team fights.
Faker โดนว่ะ
Faker overextended. They'll leave owner. Faker's going to try and TP away because Gigo does not have Mega on its way.
ดันบนครับปล่อยมังกรเหรอ
TPs to the top side and Tuts
แล้ววาร์ปกลับ
try and react to clear out that wave before it gets towards the tier 2. Drake up in 45 seconds would be Soul Cloud for T1.
ปล่อยมังกรไม่ได้นะ
Only nursing a single dragon so far this game.
S ขึ้นเป็น QSS จะได้ไม่โดนสโลยังไม่พร้อมนะรอโดรานก่อนเฟเกอร์อันติอีก5 วิ
Kalista not known as being this like late game champion, but pays close to with a 3,500 gold lead.
กูเลียกำลังจะทำได้ครับกำลังจะเข้าสู่ช่วงเลทเกมครับ
Carrier has the bailout, has the handshake, has the hostile takeover. Owner has the bolt breaker, the cease and desist. They can allow space for him to work in.
แต่หน้าเริ่มไกลขึ้นเรื่อย
They don't have incredible backline access. You have an encore that can be cleansed and you can be QSS
ไฟนี้คือไฟที่ชนะเกมเลยต้องพูดว่าถ้าทีวันแพ้เกมเลยแต่ถ้าเกิดฟูเรียแพ้ยังต้องดูว่ายื้อได้ต่อหรือเปล่าแต่ถ้าเกิดทีวันแพ้ตรงนี้คือแทบจะจบแล้วเคเลียมันจะโดนนะโอเนอร์เข้าครับโดราน1โดรานยิงหาเซนได้ครับโดรานหาเซนได้โดรานตีครับโดรานตรงนี้โดรานไล่ยิงอยู่ไม่ไหวโดรานบอกไอ้จ้ากูยิงทุกอย่างแล้วเจ้าเฮ้ยเจ้าเพสเทนออกมาคิวเทนออกมาเทนโอเค
One for one, but T1's very low. I was wondering if they're going to start that Cloud Drake, but they're not going to with the TP coming back in. They're going to try and jump on him though.
But it's Tuts. He has a flash, the seismic shove.
โอ้ยยื้อเวลาเสียมังกรว่ะทีวันเสียมังกรจบไม่ได้ว่ะ
At least one more Drake. As this game is very tense.
It's even.
It is.
We are 30 minutes in, and Furia are holding the world champions.
They must, and surely they outscale. Like the Senna has 3 items now, Hex Optics, the Seraphine scaling.
เป็นหน้า3ชิ้น75สแต็กแล้วทาทูได้ไอ้ฟอร์เซนฮาร์ดแล้วจะครบแล้วครับทาทูของนาซัดรวยครับ8-2
It's the nameplates. It's the fact that T1 has Owner, Faker, Carrier, back-to-back world champions, and the most clutch team in League of Legends history. Let's see what they can do around this pair.
ยกได้ปะ
Faker gets the seismic shove. There's the cease and desist immediately as well as Tuts
ได้
out, but he's dead before he
ได้
can
ทัส
dash away with that
เอาล่าตายครับตรงนี้
and with another seismic shove, the red
แต่ว่าสมัยไปแล้วว่ะ
It's only the mid laner down.
สมัยมีอยู่เอาเลสมาได้ครับเปิดครับไม่มีมิดเลนเนอร์ฟูเรียนาซัดมีแฟดอยู่ถ้าจะท่ายากคืออันติคิวแล้วก็สมัยแฟดลงไปเลยอะแต่ว่าฟูเรียตัดสินใจปล่อยครับ เอาบอลลอนไปเลยไม่สนคุณได้อย่างมากก็2ป้อมอะไรอย่างนี้โดรานต้องไวสตาร์ไม่ก็เทอร์มินัสพี่คิดว่าเทอร์มินัสอาจจะดีกว่า
prioritize to me the Senegal
แต่นาฬิกาดีกว่าตรงนี้
Infinity Edge that's when it doesn't really matter that he's been behind Pays this entire game that's when the Senna can start two hitting people so
ที่ว่าต้องได้ป้อมกลางตรงนี้ต้องดันเข้า2เลนแล้วได้ป้อมแล้วปิดป่าบนได้ป้อมกลางเฟเกอร์มี TP อยู่เฟเกอร์ TP แล้วจะเอาป้อมบนให้ได้ครับเพื่อปิดป่าค่อยๆแย่ไปครับทีวันยกได้ไหมเฟเกอร์ต้องระวังนะเพสไม่ต้องห่วงมีกำลังจะมีเคล็ดละใช้ QSS ไปหรือยังครับเพสโดรานนาซาวิ่งเร็วสัตว์ไงก็หนีไม่ทันอุ้ยแต่ไม่ได้อ้อมว่ะโดรานตกใจมากตกใจจริงๆครับพี่กิฟต์โอ้ยกลับเถอะเพื่อนๆผมรู้เลยว่าแต่เมื่อกี้เขามาถึงตัวผมแย่แน่โอ้ยและมาเป็นอาร์มการ์ดจริงครับอย่างที่บอกอีกประมาณ220สแต็กครับจะ 1,000 สแต็กนาซัดต้องได้โซฮะทีวันถ้าทีวันได้โซลมดีมากๆ
Words put in the right order. Fury are trying to find a fight put in the right order to find them a win in this best of 5. They've pushed T1.
นาซาจริงๆตรงนี้แบบน่าออกเป็นแจ็คโชว์แล้วแต่ว่ามันดาเมจมันจะขาดเลย
Already this MSI where we think T1 they might lose this one
โอ้ต้องอันตีเพื่อแบบตีป้อมเฮ้ยแล้วต่อยเลยครับผมเอานาซัดจริงเหรอนาซัดไม่สมควรไม่อย่างนี้อย่าทำมันอย่างนี้โอเคได้อันตินาซัดมาเฮ้ยทัสมาด้านหลังเพสออกมาได้ครับผมตรงนี้เคลียร์อันติอย่างสวยเลยแต่เฟเกอร์โอเนอร์ต่อยฆ่าได้ครับแล้วทาทูตายเหมือนกันครับนาซัดตาย3แบบนี้ที่วันจบได้เลยเปล่าแฮนด์เช็คมาแล้วโอเนอร์ต่อยอย่างนี้จบแล้วครับทีวัน 3-0 ครับผม Oh my god
on the day not as clean as they'd like but still they remain victorious
still counts 3-0 yet again for T1 so despite their loss in the upper bracket to BLG 3-2 this is now the 4th sweep that T1 has accomplished so far at MSI 2026 as they move on in that lower bracket
And for Furia, I mean, there were some good signs.
ได้ไปต่อครับเจอกับเพื่อนรักครับผม G2 ครับ T1
Unfortunately for them, a couple of difficult matchups. As you say, LYON probably the one they went into thinking they had a better chance of winning. Against T1 though, they pushed them.
อย่างไอทีวันที่8เนาะคู่2ครับประมาณบ่าย 3 โมงแต่ว่าจริงๆแล้วมาตั้งแต่เที่ยงดีกว่าเที่ยงบ่ายนี่คือเปิดช่องมาดูเลยดีกว่าเพราะว่าบางทีคู่แรกมัน 3-0 แล้วมันเริ่มคู่2ไวครับหรือว่าน่าซัดทำให้ทีวันตื่นเต้นอยู่นะ
They can make it. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that series and today, and then lead us into a day off.
Thank you very, very much. Yes, for Furia, of course, they would have expected a lot more from their foray.
ที่มาแล้วเหรอตอนเที่ยงเพราะว่ามันมีคู่แรกตอน 10 โมงครับวันที่ 8 ก็มาดูคู่แรกแล้วก็คู่ 2 จะได้แบบไม่พลาดนะ
Let's button up the best of 5 from T1's perspective. Back to sweeping.
Well, something I will say,
yeah,
because you talked about last game being a bit of a circus. That was
ผมน้องโดด้วย
that was maybe
แชทอยากฟัง
some juggling, maybe some flaming objects, maybe some sharp objects. Nothing too crazy. This
คือโดราเป็นพี่ชมตลอดเลย
really high up, and then below them, there's panthers, there's flames, it's chaos. They're throwing knives at them, they're catching them, and somehow they made it out of it. Without a scratch, they made it through. So this is full-blown circus.
And maybe this is too far, but I do feel a little bit bad for Fury. Maybe they don't feel this way, but you saw it on their faces. It did feel like T1 weren't taking it super seriously at multiple points. And credit to them that they can come back with only Pays having a gold lead on their team, that they can play those fights super well. But this one, maybe because of the length of the game, maybe because we'd already seen two one-sided matchups, felt a bit rough. Hearts out to Furia. This is, you know, you want to be in these games where you feel like you can bring this series back, but a lot of this game did feel like T1 taking a lot of risks that, correct me if I'm wrong, I just don't think we would have seen them take at any other point this
ไฟ
year.
สุดท้ายไม่มองโดรานด้วยซ้ำ
Furia, right? Even if when they did win some of those skirmishes, which they did a few times, they just didn't look very happy on the cameras. I will say for the side of T1, probably Emily, in any situation against any team, they're able to come back anyway, right? And I feel like for them, there's always a level of comfort when, as you say, they may only have one gold lead and it's on Pays, but often that's just enough anyway.
So I'll say if there was anything I'd want to glean out of this series, because we kind of talked about it, but I believe it was you, Dracos, who said, like, I'm not sure. I think the same criticisms that people were like casting at T1 after the BLG series are going to be exactly
นี่
the
โซโล่คิวออโรรา
especially considering this last
แล้วยิงใส่นาซัตสโลเต็มๆแล้วง้างโอ้โห
I do love when they play these super strong bot lanes with Pays and Keria, and if they are somehow able to bend the meta to their will as opposed to what we're seeing out of Elite, what we're seeing out of BLG. You saw shades of that. I did like one of the things we brought up for T1 in the BLG series, counterpick bot lane. We saw that going on a few times, which I also liked, especially with the Kate Lux. So yeah, if there was anything to glean, that would be my one thing.
I just think Pays is so crazy. He constantly will pick Kalista in spots where it seems illogical.
Oh, solo queue.
Insane hands on the sticks makes it work.
Indeed, but we're gonna in a second head over to the Verizon post-game interview on stage. I don't know if it's ready already or if I was a little bit early. They're setting up, but we're gonna hear from Owner. That's amazing.
Oh, nice. Okay, talking about going up against the NASA.
Yeah, and about going up against G2 next, right?
Yeah.
Will it be asked?
How are you feeling about that, Dracos?
I feel deeply nervous at all times since that HLE series, but we'll have to see. It sounds like it's time to hear
from Owner. And here we go for the Verizon post-game interview on stage.
ที่วันยังทายฮาร์ดอยู่นะเพราะว่าต้องอย่างที่บอกคือต้องไปเจอ
MSI 2026 bracket stage lower bracket round
เจอกับ G2 ครับแล้วก็ต้องสู้กับลียงหรือทีมซิกเก็ตวานนี่
and make it to the next round. We are joined by T1 Juggler Owner. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Owner, today's match was incredibly important. How does it feel to take a clean 3-0?
รู้สึกไงครับชนะ 3-0 มา
Yeah, from now on we had to win every single match ahead
ตอนนี้
of us,
เราต้อง
and I'm really glad that we got a clean
ต้องชนะทุกเกม
3-0.
แพ้ไม่ได้แล้วครับก็ผมดีใจที่พวกเราทำได้ครับ
against BLG was a tough one. What was the biggest takeaway from that loss?
ก็ล่าสุดที่เจอ BLG นี่มันเป็นงานที่ยากมากสูญเสียอะไรไปบ้าง
and
ครับ
also our drafting could have been a lot better. So we had a lot of conversation around those issues.
ก็มีการพูดคุยกันมากกว่าเดิมครับเพื่อเรื่องของดราฟที่ดีขึ้นแล้วก็การเล่นที่ดีขึ้นครับ
In game 3, your
ในเกม
opponent brought out the jungle Nasus.
ก็เขาเลือกนาซัสเป็นจังเกิล
A lot of attention after appearing in other regions. What was it like facing
ก็ในรีเจียนนั้นเขาเล่นกันบ่อย
It was
เป็นไงบ้าง
even trickier than I expected.
มันค่อนข้างเก่งกว่าที่ผมคิดไว้มากเลยนะ
Definitely not an easy champion to play against.
ก็รู้สึกว่าไม่ได้เป็นงานง่ายแล้วก็เป็นแชมเปี้ยนที่เก่ง
So many fans here in the Daejeon arena supporting you and T1 to keep the MSI journey going. What would you like to tell them?
ก็คุณกับทีวันก็
Honestly,
ได้เล่น MSI แบบ
we were underperforming all
ออ
our
กไปเรื่อย
recently, and I know some of the fans are disappointed in us, but you know, T1 gets even stronger when we have no lives left. So we will make sure that we can.
โอเนอร์ก็บอกว่าคุณรู้ไหมว่าทีวันเนี่ยจะแข็งแกร่งขึ้นเมื่อแบบว่าพวกเรา
Everyone, please give it up one more time for Owner.
ก็คือพวกเรารู้ไหมพวกเราเก่งแข็งแกร่งขึ้นเรื่อยๆเมื่อพวกเราแพ้ครับ
Not even worth asking about the next matchup. Actually, it's just G2.
I think this is an us thing. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
if
think
this
so
is
too. If I was on stage, I'd probably.
Jacques, we have guests, okay?
Yeah,
we can't just dive into our trauma here in front of the kids.
What do you mean? Let's take a look at the next bracket. Look.
I was glad that owner said we had in-game mistakes and draft.
ก็นี่ฮะก็จะเป็นในส่วนของคู่2ครับ G2 กับ T1 นะคู่แรกจะเป็นลียงลงเป็นยิงเป็นไลออนเจอกับทีมซีเกตนะครับวันที่8นะครับผมวันที่8ประมาณเที่ยงอันนี้ส่วนนี้จะแข่งวันที่9นะครับ
Like he said, this is a T1 team who either has been able to bend the meta to their will forcibly or just improve and adjust as time goes on.
พี่ขอดูตารางอีกแป๊บหนึ่งว่าวันที่9คู่2เลยไหมโอเคก็เป็นวันที่ต่อไปนี้ก็จะเป็นวันที่9วันที่10วันที่9วันที่10 11แล้วก็12
True. And they were so good. And
9
they would go up against the Blizzard of HLE BLG.
9 10 11 12แล้ววันนี้วันที่8
I wonder if you can draw on this bracket.
I feel like
โอเคพรุ่งนี้จะไม่มีแข่งนะครับพรุ่งนี้ก็พัก1วันไม่ทีก็วันที่8
ผมมากราฟให้แล้ว
เฮ้ยโคม่ากลับมาเหรอครับไม่เห็นยืนอยู่เนี่ยตอนดับเลยไปไหนมาครับคุณโคม่าเขาลิตเติ้ลบอยไม่ใช่ลิตเติ้ลบอยลาเต้บิสซาร์ดด้วยครับเมื่อกี้9 เดือน
But it also continues with T1 especially coming into the lower bracket. If they can just clean sweep their way up, they're the one team that bucks the trend. And we saw Pays, again, the only person consistently with the gold lead. This feels like the big thing that's going to highlight, or we're going to highlight in that lower bracket matchup, depending on who wins and who loses.
It's interesting talking about kind of how the tournament is going to progress. Harking back to our earlier discussion about mages, right? Are these future matches going to be decided by who is most proficient on dual wielding the styles, on making sure that they can have the oppressive bot lanes where you have traditional marksmen, but also the AP carries? Like, that seems like it's going to be one of the deciding factors. On top of being able to draft consistently in Fearless to make sure that you have all your bases covered.
I think Fearless really adds to it because sometimes when we've had metas where it's been like Mage's spot, it's been just the Mage's spot, but because of Fearless, you burn through that pool pretty quickly. Unless you've prepared things like the Vel'Koz that can come out, you will have to go back to those traditional AD carries. Or if you start the AD carries, you go in a different direction. So I think having that ability.
원딜.
원딜이요?
네.
지금 다 너무 잘하는 선수들 많아서
รู้สึกดีครับที่ชนะมานะครับแล้วก็
페이즈 선수는 페이즈
선수가
가장 기대된다 이런 자신감 넘치는 멘트를 해주셨는데 저희도 가장
โอเคครับผมก็ประมาณนี้นะ
bot into the mix.
ฟังไม่รู้เรื่อง
Bot are a big part of the problem, but I just think draft right now is really complicated, right? Like clearly range support's supposed to fall.
โอเคก็จบไปครับผมสำหรับ
but still you're
แข่ง
seeing
วันนี้ครับ
high
T1
presence in a lot of situations.
3-0 ครับผม
Seraphine. Bot is more complicated than it's ever been, and we have 2-3 even top teams where solo laners getting good picks is really, really important.
And let's be real, teams did have some mishaps, unfortunate situations with draft, even before Fearless. There are a lot of big high-stakes matches where we saw things come out. I remember with T1 a certain Jin Yumi combo that wasn't very convincing, but I think Fearless has added to the complexity. And even though it's been around for a while now, teams have started to adapt. It still does become challenging as you get deeper in the series, as we've seen from our best of fives.
Yeah, I loved your read on that. That it's about
จริงๆอะทอมไม่ใช่ดับไม่ดีแต่ว่าไอ้ BLG วันนั้นมันดับดีจริง
and the traditional matchups and how can you combine it. It's so interesting. I really love following that storyline or that aspect of MSI, but that will mean that we will say farewell to Furia and
คือ
Laura's
มันต้อง
currently
สู้ทั้งโค้ช
backstage
แล้วก็นักแข่ง
Horizon post-game.
วันนั้นโค้ชดับชนะอยู่แต่ว่ารอบหน้าไม่พลาดแน่นอน
joining me after this series. Must be pretty harsh to end this way, especially because of how close this last game was. So tell me about the preparation against T1, how the series went, that last game, that Nasus as well. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. For me, the ending the MSI in this way is like pretty rough at all because we dropped a lot of almost won games against LYON, so we get 0-3 there.
สเวนมันไอ้ดับเกมสเวนกับดับเกมคินเด็ดอะได้ไป2 เกมเลยไม่งั้นพี่ว่าแบบทีวันน่าจะชนะได้แบบ 3-1 อะไรเงี้ยแต่2 เกมนั้นแม่งมันทีเด็ดจริงยอมรับเลย
Maybe there we can do something better.
Yeah, because you're not gonna have a lot of time to
bounce back.
What are your immediate takeaways, especially after going neck and neck, toe to toe like this? Again, the world champion. That's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, it's not easy. But
two toes again.
The games was like if you do something different, like we could win. I think we throw away all the good options that we had.
พี่จะบอก BLG ผู้เล่นไม่เก่งเหรอขอบคุณที่สรุปได้ไฉไลมากเราเป็นคนที่มีทัศนคติที่แบบดีเยี่ยมจริงๆคุณป๊อกกี้ชีท
But I think if we are like better, we could like get some games. At least this game 3 like this was the easiest one.
What was the inspiration behind the Nasus? Why did you go for this champion?
พี่สรุปกันเก่งนะ
We used it in Brazil a lot of times. The CBLOL finals, the last game I played, it was in Nasus too. I think it's a good champion when we
ถ้ามังกรกินหมี่บ่อยใช่ครับใช้ไข่คูมิ่งครับอย่าลืมใช้โค้ด GTA K50
so bad.
As close as it came, I feel like there's a lot of positive takeaways because again, playing against a team like this, making them sweat the way you did, I really applaud all the fire you had, and I hope there's going to be a lot of great takeaways for you, especially going into EWC. Is there anything that you want to tell your fans and people who enjoyed watching you?
Just thank you all for the support.
พี่บอกถ้าดับไม่ดิฟจะชนะ 3-1 เหมือนก็คือ BLG เขาชนะ 3-2 ใช่ไหมล่ะถ้าสมมติว่าเกมนั้นมัน2 เกมที่แพ้ที่พวกที่บอก2 เกมนั้นมันสู้ได้มันก็อาจจะเป็น 3-1 ได้ไงก็คือ2 เกมนั้นมันแพ้ดับมันก็สู้อะไรไม่ได้มันก็คือแตกพ่ายเล่นไปนิดเดียวก็แพ้ละ
Thank you so much, Lore, as well as we see them bow one last time.
เขาได้ตัดสัญญาณภาพเรียบร้อยแล้วครับก็ขอบคุณมากๆนะครับสำหรับอันนี้เป็นฟีดเนาะโอเคคุณผู้ชมก็ประมาณนี้ครับผมทาง YouTube ก็เดี๋ยวมาดูบ้านม่วงต่อนะครับถ้าใครที่สนใจก็เดี๋ยวนั่งเล่นเกมอยาก PVE เลยอยาก PVE เลยจะได้ไม่ดึกมากวันนี้จะได้ลงไวหน่อยนึงเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มีภารกิจอยู่ครับโอเคทุกคนบายครับ YouTube แล้วเดี๋ยว